What's up? What's up? Who we got in the building? My bad. I was setting everything up. Um, Sending out the links to the most pseudo killers on the planet. I'm on my way to pick up my daughter from school, and I got a little drive ahead of me because a private school is far away from where I'm at, from where we stay at. So I think I'll go live, kick it with y'all, and talk about the show that we had the other night that got a little wild. I felt some type of way about when you see people that usually never get out of character, right? That they keep their respect level intact for other black men, and I'm talking about Reggie. Reggie, for the most part, as I've been witnessing over the years, all of the time that I've been privy to watch him be on different panels and bring content to our community, I never seen him um get to a point where he lost where he lose respect for uh the men on the panel. Um so I want to apologize to Reggie that, I allowed um the conversation to get to a point where you feel like you had to do that. So that's just my apology to Reggie, and I apologize to everybody for allowing that situation to even get to that point. We got to learn how to let each other talk. We got to learn how to listen to each other, and we got to start letting each other get each other points out. Um, there's different ways that we can go about it, as far as wise controlling the panel. Um, Maybe we can start doing a call-in show where we won't have as many people. And this is a suggestion from Unc. This is not even my idea, so I can't even take credit for it. So, um, we can have a, a call-in show, kind of like what Sinetta do, so he don't flood the panel up with 15 people. Um, I know how we can get excited, you know, in the middle of somebody talking. You don't want to lose, what you wanted to say. So a lot of times I can even suggest that if somebody says something, uh, to not cut them off, write what they said down or write what you want clarity to, or your contention that you had with what they said. So when the mic do go back around to you, you can put forth whatever you wanted to say about what somebody else said instead of constantly cutting them off. Because when we cut people off in the middle of them making a point, they can forget their point, the overall point that they was trying to make, right? And then when one person jump in, right, everybody wanted to jump in. So when one person jump in, that just opened the door for the three other people who was biting the talk at that moment to jump in too. So everybody trying to get their statement out at the same time. It's confusing. It's hard to listen to. I don't like it, but I love everybody having a voice, right? For the most part. So that's something we need to work on. And there's some suggestions that Unc put forth that I'm gonna try later on this week. I'm gonna start putting a call-in number on the show, and try to do the calling thing. See how that works. What else? Oh yeah, my machine allowed me to do that. My mixer has an output that you can hook a phone line up to it. So I'm gonna try that this week. I'm gonna make a Google number and I'm gonna do that like that. So let's hold on. Let me see what else going on. Who in the chat? Who in there? I'm driving. Hold on. I'm coming in now, y'all. Boom. Vance. Let me get Vance in here. We got the God Killer himself in here. What's the deal?
What's going on, yo? Trying to be a better.
Go ahead.
Trying to be a better person today.
Okay, good.
Trying to be a better person today, yo. I think
How's it? What you say?
Who the hell was that? Was that me? Talking?
What, Vance?
Oh, I couldn't even hear Vance. It was like.
No, Vance ain't say nothing yet. He's still muted up.
Okay. No, I'm you know me, my favorite meal, yo, Big Mac no meat. You know, that's my favorite motherfucking meal, yo.
That's crazy. That's pseudo as fuck. Because first off, is
for 5 years, yo.
Eating McDonald's.
Yeah, no meat though. Bottled water.
First off, you shouldn't be eating McDonald's. Eat McDonald's. That's pseudo as fuck.
They ain't got the wishing. They need to have an Impossible Burger, yo. That killer gang with it, yo. The Impossible Big Mac. Man, they kill a game with that, yo.
So I was telling. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was telling the chat that, you know, I started off with an apology to the chat and brother Reggie for allowing the conversation to get out of hand like that. Because like I said, from all of the time I've been watching brother Reggie, I never seen him disrespect anybody to that level. So the conversation must have really got out of hand for him to feel like he had to do that at that moment. And I bear some of the responsibility for that because I should have controlled the conversation, you know, when I seen Reggie getting agitated. So I apologize for that. And saying basically, you know, telling them about the different implementations that you had suggested earlier about making a call-in line. So we won't have the panel flooded with 15 people at a time, all jumping in to try to make points and ask questions. It's hard to hear, it's hard to follow, and we don't get work done like that. You dig what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying.
Yeah, you don't get no damn work done. That's like when a nigga spend money on a subject and really study it from a college level perspective, yo, and then a nigga just come out of nowhere and with some bullshit and talking about your source is trash or this is trash. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers is working in the field, all of a sudden they trash. And the nigga, only thing you got is a fucking article. You only got this shit from the original fucking journal because you can't afford this shit. A motherfucker get frustrated at that shit. And then you be the loudest nigga. That should be bullshit. Yeah, and actually, you know what I mean? I fuck with Double X, yo, but he got knock that shit out. That nigga got to knock it off, yo. Like, nigga, he know too much not to have a doctorate degree, nigga. Yeah, he overturned everything. So for me, in my studies and teaching myself, I realized that the complex shit shit we talking about, like vaccines and astronomy and shit. 1,000 niggas wading in on this shit. That shit ain't gonna work at one time. It ain't gonna, it's gonna end up being an out of order conversation. And you know, everybody think they know something. You know what I mean? When ain't no experts on this motherfucker, yo. We all make mistakes, yo. And at least see, I ain't never trying to act like I'm an expert. So I especially get frustrated when niggas say, yo, that ain't what it is. Nigga, I'm reading it. Shit, it might not be what it is, but I ain't saying it. I ain't qualified to make a whole motherfucking determination on what some shit is, yo. Yep, and I just have not heard that niggas that live in North Africa wasn't African. I had never heard that before. I always thought that the statement that Africa has the most diverse population meant that just that you can look at a nigga and you swear to God that he ain't what you thought Africa was. You know what I'm saying? And he could be African. And genetics never fucking left. That's what I thought the statement mean. Now the statement means some other shit. So I mean, I just get confused with that shit. And you know y'all favorite shit, the sub-Saharan African shit, man. It's different. There's different sub-Saharan populations that African Americans aren't fucking joined with. I think that's what Kemp was trying to say. So at the end of the day, yo, the yelling and screaming game, yo, it's for the Jobs do that shit because they know they can't get past some solid shit. Can't sit down and read a whole article together and argue down. I don't appreciate that shit. Yo, niggas need to spend some money on the situation. So I don't know. I ride my car. If I ain't arguing with y'all niggas, I'm listening to the experts on the subject. So I'm just frustrated at this point. I know what DNA can do, what it can't do, the limitations of DNA. I understand the terms. I study the terms. I bought a book on DNA. I know it. So I'm never going to say DNA is the only piece in any situation of ancient cultures and civilization. And I just think that's a mistake, yo, to do that. So, I mean, if a nigga think that Egyptians were some niggas that migrated back in, the whole population was that, then I'm gonna let you have that, nigga, because you can't get nobody to support that. You can read an article, though, one article, and talk about one population and act like it's that. So, I'm up for it. I ain't yelling no more. I ain't doing that. Nope. It took away, yo. It took away my name. It took away from me. Go ahead.
So one thing I try to do in any conversation is I try to be honest and I try to hear what somebody is saying. And then in trying to hear what somebody is saying, I'm trying to understand their argument, not to just argue against them, but try to see it. So when X says that North Africans aren't Africans, I'm trying to understand what he's saying. I'm not trying to catch him on his misuse of the word or his misuse of the phrase. Because behind that, I'm thinking somebody means something. You know what I mean? You know how you say stuff sometimes and your verbiage is not clear, but your thought process is. Like you have a clear thought, but you're using the word, you're using the wrong verbiage. You're using the wrong language to express that point. You dig what I'm saying? So I try to leave room for a person to do that because I really want to understand, like you say. I get this from you. I'm trying to understand what everybody is saying. So in trying to understand double X, right? I'm not getting caught up in him saying that North Africans aren't Africans because he used other words there to let me know that he understood the way that we use the word African. He said that it's a misnomer when it pertains to other Africans who never left Africa. So right there, I can just chalk what he's saying to him using the wrong verbiage. That's it. Because he said other things that that let me know that he just don't properly know how to frame what he's saying.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and he's being facetious also. You get
Okay,
that?
but yeah, I get it. But it's over and over and over again. So now it's on purpose. And so when you make a statement like that, you have to have an expert to support your statement, right? You just can't say that. So I understand in science they got African population and non-African population.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand exactly what that entails and what that means. You never hear them say that the North African population is a non-African population. There's only one place in North America, there's only one place in the world where you hear that statement being used like that, and that's on the fucking pseudo killers. Not on my motherfucking watch, dog. Where we got one nigga to make a statement over all the experts and he yell along at everybody and overtalk everybody for 9 hours, and people think that everybody on the panel agree with that slap crazy shit. No, where's the source that says that the North African population is a non-African population? You will never find that. And he uses it as if it's a non-African population. That's my whole point, bro. And then we get into the whole Egyptian argument. And no, we're not experts, but there are basic things you have to understand about Egypt. Basic. You don't have to be an expert with it, but there are basic things you have to know about anthropology. You books are on sale for $5. They're usually $250 when they get a little bit older, yo. You can get it for $5. I gave everybody the links to get the $5 anthropology books. You will never hear them ever say that DNA is the only tool that we use. There are limitations to DNA. So if your whole fight is DNA, it's the most ridiculous shit ever. That's not how the professionals play the game. Experts don't play it like that. They will never say, well, these are the Egyptians. And when you look at that, and people make that type of mistake, nobody takes them serious. They be like, really? So that's some biased shit. So I always talk about there are biases in science. So for instance, that article that we're using with the mummies, right? Most people don't even know that they use the modern Egyptian population, right, to get some DNA, but they didn't get the indigenous motherfuckers to get their DNA. Go read the article again. You think they use the Central African population. Like, well, wait a minute, why didn't you just use the people in the Sudan? Like I'm thinking you're gonna use all of that. Watch this, and even with that, if we reread the article, we can point to certain mummies that carry markers like E1, B1B that is exclusively in Africa, exclusively there, and then we'll run that stuff. We'll ignore that. And just keep talking about the other shit. For me, yo, that's not growth. That's not teaching nobody nothing, yo. That's an argument shit, yo. And I don't even gotta be right. Cause I don't live in Egypt. I don't give a fuck about Egypt. I care about America and the African Americans. That's what I'm fucking with. Yeah, I argue with Asar, Wujai, Sean, all of them. All day long on some shit. Right? Cause I can't, so you could be an African, a homegrown African, and talk some pseudo shit through the mutual, and I'm banging on you like it don't matter to me. You can be a homegrown African American, Phil Valentine, and talk about you abducted. I'm banging on you. Yeah, I don't got no scholarship on that type of shit. Like, so I don't got no affinity to Africa, but I mean to quote unquote Egypt, right? But I got enough sense to know that it's a homegrown civilization, man. Right? And the further south you go, right, the older the culture get. Reasons for that, right? There's a Saharian population. There's rock art in Nubia. You can literally go to rock art in Nubia and see niggas doing the royal procession. Like, this is pre-dynastic. This is before Egypt. So, like, I don't know. I think the problem is in trying to correct the correction that was incorrect, we're in a crazy situation.
Hey, can I
agree.
add on? Can I add on?
Yeah.
I want to say this, brother Ngozi, you have people that's coming in this community that want to have one up on people. They're not in this for real intentions. They just want to be right. You can clearly see what people on. And you also have people in the community that wants to say the elders that came before us, even if they wasn't correct in all angles. They're trying to say the community's stupid. See, you cannot compare Dr. Clark or Dr. Ben or Dr. Auntie Job to what's his name, Dr. Malachi York or Bobby Hemmett or Phil Valentines. See, once you inserted the pseudo metaphysical community into the historians, even if they were slightly off, it merges us together to make it seem like we all claiming Egyptian and shit. We're not Nubians. We're not Bobby Hemmett. That's another layer of the community that has nothing to do with the historic. Dr. Clark never said he was the Egyptian. Dr. Ben never said he was Egyptian. Dr. Auntie Job never said that. They just said that the people were Africans. His wife turned around and said, who was French, she said the Egyptians was another group of blacks. And then you have racist North Africans who are anti-black, who try to put shit out there like, the layer of their sub-Saharan African component is just a result of slavery. They're not, it's a fucking disrespect, bro. And people got to see the bigger picture. Black or brown or dark skin just don't equate to sub-Saharan Africans. There's a distinction even amongst the darker skinned people. And I keep telling people, if you go to Luxor, if you go to Thebes, you see these brown people that look so extremely Somali, the Sidi people, the Fila, these different groups in the Mediterranean, it will make sense that they will be olive or intermediate brown. It says the modern Egyptians are common and consistent genetic continuity at 68.3%, if I'm not mistaken, autosomally. But you cannot denounce the 23% and other layers that comes from Turkish and Mongolos and different things. So what I'm saying is that being close in affinity, even with the article, man, the shit in Abu Sir, that's based off mitochondrial DNA. But to denounce the EM78 marker, EB12, which is indigenous to North Africa, that splits from EB68, that splits from EM35, which splits from early E1B1B, which is EM215, comes out of the Ethiopian or the Horn region. As it goes up, it adjusts to its own areas and becomes its own thing. So we're not trying to say that the sub-Saharan African, who's also a hybrid, where we come from, is the same as people in North Africa. North Africans are North Africans. And Middle East would be part of that because they've been mingling with these people in different phases of history and time. So it's safe to say MENA, Middle East, North African. But to say that the sub-Saharan component in these people, whether it's 3%, 10%, 20% or whatever, all of it is a result of the Arab slave trade, is trying to say that the black sub-Saharan populations are inferior and other groups came in and made you who the fuck you are. It's a fucking disrespect, bro. So what I'm saying is that, and I'm going at, I'm not on none of that shit side because I see what people doing. They're targeting the community to say that you're stupid. Then you got the xenophobic shit with continental Africans in some areas where they're being disrespectful to the ideal of African Americans if we have an identity crisis. You get what I'm trying to say? Bro, we gotta see the bigger picture of what the fuck is going on, man. For real. We gotta see the bigger picture. And I'm just being logical about the shit. And as I said, in segments within tropical sub-Saharan Africa, there is relations to people in the north. It doesn't matter if they believe it came from a fucking slave genetic component or if it came from an early Saharic component. The Western African in the South is a hybrid. You gotta study language family. You gotta study genetics. You gotta understand the molecular clocks. You gotta understand the regions, even with 23andMe and Ancestry, which only goes back only 1,000 years. These motherfuckers put their DNA matches, like for example, common North Africans have a genetic continuity that's similar. Those Coptic components and Maghrebi components that they say, it stretches 13,000 years. But when you talk about the autochthonous phase without the back migration component, what do you know about the fucking Assyrian culture, who were already split from the population that descent south and went into multiple directions before the fusion of population in sub-Saharan African zones? See, we got to understand chronology and time and adaptations and phases of evolution and diversity and what's going on. You get what I'm saying? These people trying to knock that shit out as if black Africans or brown-skinned Africans who went north was completely wiped the fuck out, even though they were distinct, and all these people back migrated. Not saying that there wasn't back migrations in layers, because as I said, Paleo-Eurasians were distinct from Bronze Age Eurasians or the Chalcolithic Eurasians before the Bronze Age Eurasians, and not to mention you have phases where people in that part of a transcontinental country like Egypt is exchanging with people from Levant, which is exchanging with people from Mesopotamia for 1,000 years, especially taking on women over and over and over again, taking other people's women. So it's a reason why you find most of these North Africans with an indigenous E marker paternally, but their mitochondrial DNA is extremely foreign. And we disregard all that shit, yo. We disregard all that shit. And what bridges all these Africans together, whether they're in sub-Saharan zone or they're no, is that YAP marker. The yes associate protein that merges us all because we're all part of mutation E paternally, regardless to human leukoantigens antigens being distinct because of constant mingling with different groups and different women for thousands of years. It makes sense that at this time period, within the last 13,000 to 6,000 years, and you can even see it with people in America that exchange genes for 400 to 500 years. You have white men who had E1B1A paternally, but autosomally they're highly European. And there's a distinction within their human leukoantigens. So you can see within a 200-year period, a 300-year period, a black man going to a white population and become that, or you can see white man become black because you have black Americans at 40% that's R1B M269. And most of that autosomal DNA, because they've been mingling with black women for the last 300 years, is part of Africa now because they've been mingling with these type of women for the last 400 years. Are you going to tell a black man that because he's R, he's not black? The shit is stupid.
Hold on, Gozy.
When it comes to genetics,
Hold on, Gozy. So when I make this statement, I'm not tripping. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, if you look at the modern Egyptian population, right, and Cairo, and you see that they like kind of light skin, right? I'm gonna let you know that 2,000 years prior, they could have been dark brown skin. Am I not right or wrong, Gozy? That the color they are now doesn't mean they have to be that color 2,000 or 1,000 years ago. Your shit can change back and forth, yo. But go ahead, then, Gozy. I just want to let niggas know that. Why everybody think they know what they think they know.
Skin color can
I
range.
fuck with evolution.
Skin color can range. You know, and
No. I'm talking about a population.
Yes.
Skin color can change.
Yes.
In 2,000 years.
2,000 years, 1,000 years. We even see it in North America. Listen, if some black American men have a British grandfather who was extremely Anglo looking, right? And this European man 300 years ago raped a black woman and gave birth to a son that looked like Bob Marley. And Bob Marley looking dude keep mixing with black women. By the time we see him today in 2020,
no, I ain't talking about no mixing, Gozy.
No, he's saying that the population can shift over thousands of years. That's what he's saying.
Of course, it could shift within 1,000 years, and also, like what Uncle was saying, skin color can go back and forward. We have to understand.
That's what he's saying, and goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's saying regardless of the admixture. Well,
what's the
people,
what's the word for it? Yeah. What's the word for Gozy?
You have terms like
what's the word, Gozy?
Polytopicity.
Yeah, that's it. There you go.
Or convergent evolution, right? If you study convergent evolution, right? You have bats who are mammals, yet and still they can fly like birds. If you understand convergent evolution, what's going on in the environment? First of all, North Africa, as you go north in the Delta, it's Mediterranean-like. So it's zone 2. So it would make sense that people want to maintain a lot of levels of tyrosine, which is responsible for melanocytes and leukocytes that extract because they're out of open savanna. So within that environment, you're eating foods like animals that's going back and forth out of the continent to the Near East. You're adapting to the Mediterranean, and it wouldn't make sense for you to be extremely dark in pigmentation in the further portions of North Africa because it's harder for darker people in those portions of anywhere to synthesize vitamin D if we understand melanin or the content of pigmentation. So it makes sense that the skin tone will range, not from Sudanese dark or Sudanese dark. It will make sense that they will have a swathier brown color in those areas. We have to adjust to adaptations. This is what Homo sapiens do. There is no fucking such thing as white and black genes. But those people in North Africa are Africans, regardless to their Near Eastern component that comes in phases or whatever. The civilization of those people come out of Africa. And what I'm saying is that you have these people that's coming in this community to disrespect people, yo.
Hey guys, you guys hear me? Hello?
No, we
yeah,
can't
we're
see
here.
you.
Go ahead.
Peace, Rabbi Lewis. Uncle, what's up, brother?
What's going on, brother? I can barely hear you, yo.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I see you calling me 100 times on Facebook. Do you hear me?
Now, you know what happened,
Yeah, I'm
bro?
ignoring you. I'm ignoring your motherfucking ass 100 times. I was like, what?
Nah, bro, you know what happened, right, bro?
You said what?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Your phone going in and out. Even mine or yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to blow you up, bro. It wasn't ringing properly. Something was wrong with it.
There's a what?
It wasn't ringing properly when I was calling you. That's why I kept calling, because it wasn't working or whatever.
Yeah, I say you lost. Yeah, I say you lost your damn mind. That's
Hey,
what I'm
Gozy,
like.
what's
Oh,
up, brother?
Lord.
What's up, bro? Peace.
Rabbi Lewis, brother. We had to set some up, bro.
What? Go ahead. You
I'm
said
like,
you're a
oh,
rabbi.
Rabbi Lord. Rabbi Steak. Oh, that's Rabbi Lewis is crazy as hell. Yo said he got the machine. What about the machine, yo, to fight coronavirus, Rabbi Lewis? Remember that?
He really a rabbi?
Man, he think he is any goddamn way. He swear to God he is, all the way to the bank. Nigga. He don't tell him nothing different. But he got the machine. Remember he came on talking about the machine, yo?
Hey,
Rabbi Lewis.
Brother Shelton, I'm just serious, brothers. I want y'all to watch what's going on in this community. You have people that's in this audience that's purposely trying to be disrespectful to all of the elders, as if Dr. Job, Dr. Clark, they call them, bro, they say all types of insultive terms. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you don't see Europeans doing that. Charles Darwin didn't know about genetics, yet still he's the father of evolution. They don't denounce that. You feel what I'm saying? So we have to, even if some of our elders were slightly wrong on certain things, we can't let people come in and just disrespect them, because these are the building blocks of us. Remember, Pan-Africanism was formed by African Americans. And we had no choice but to banner under the idea of black, because we come from a mosaic of Western Central Africa. All we knew was black because we were stripped. So if our elders come in the game and try to give us a sense of identity and give us a sense of greatness, we gotta remember the first place that we learned about a black or African nation is in the fucking Bible. We learned about Ham and Egypt and shit. So of course, if we don't understand science and all that, we're gonna look at that because it's in Africa as being black or overall black. That's what the first thing we knew. So we gotta understand that this is processes of our evolution, and now we're at the final frontier. We have science now. So now we can add on to what our elders said. Dr. Clark even said that we will come and correct some of the things that they said. That's called progression. I'm not letting nobody come in here and disrespect us, yo, at all. And these stupid ass
we ain't gonna move to Sudanese.
and these stupid ass niggas that's sitting around letting other people. I'm looking at this bitch Phoenician 77 and all these racist motherfuckers, and you go to their personal chats and they like to see, you know, a nigga loaded disrespecting the people just to say the community is stupid. Like, come on, bro. Like, we got to see what the fuck is going on with these people, man.
So let me ask you
Well
this,
said.
and go, since this is a problem, right? All right. What how do we combat people that's if we have elders that were wrong, right, about certain things, and they're the things that we're trying to correct, and people still fighting with this old information, right? Basically telling us that we have to bow down to the elders' misinformation. I think that's where the biggest disconnect is coming from. Like that even happens in the streets, right? Far as wise, if you have an old head who, you know what I mean, you see he ain't never got money, but we gotta respect him just because he been on the block the longest. After a while, somebody gonna start disrespecting him, right? Or at least disrespecting the people that's trying to prop this guy up. So I think that's kind of what goes on. I ain't saying it's right, but I'm saying that's what happens a lot of the time. Like if it's an elder that got shit wrong, right, and we trying to correct it, and there's people telling us, no, we can't correct that because the elder said it, and now you're being disrespectful to the elder. How do we deal with that part?
I'm gonna keep it 100, King. We scientists, bro. We think scientifically. They got to be left on the wayside. Fuck them. Their screen will become rants and they will blur out. You know what I'm saying? You know, so evolution and change is gonna happen. It only moves forward. So if they running around here with the same mindset and can't adjust or adapt to new information, they will blur out. And the newer generation is getting different and different and different and different, bro. So what I'm saying is that they will blur out. And anybody that's still sitting around, these OGs are still sitting around and ain't made it out. I wouldn't give them shit either, because evidently they're the failures of the fucking community. I'm not giving you shit because the real OGs, they make it out and they find a way to go forward and they progress. That's not evolution, bro. That's not adjusting or adapting to change. You know what I'm saying? So if a motherfucker's still sitting around, he needs to be laid on the wayside. These niggas are saying that, oh, we can't correct some of the errors that our elders made. Yo, we gotta let them blur out. They'll become a fall. That's just what's going on, yo. Things is going into its own direction. Even the idea of Pan-Africanism is changing. You know, it's more delineation now. People want to be their own. They want to go into their own. So we got to upgrade this information, you know, because time is moving forward, yo. So I would not disrespect Egypt. I look at Egypt as classical African civilization. I look at North Africans as North Africans, and there's a strong distinction between us and them. Yet and still, I find bridges, and as an African-American Creole person of New World America, I know, as we say, New World African-American Creoles, we are the historians to understand the history from 1619 to 1776 when we came here and established this shit as the foundation. We can't denounce that. And also the ancestral lineage that we descend from on Western Central Africa and on the continent and the empires that they formed. All the way to understanding the Green Sahara, all the way to understanding evolution. See, if you've been here, that religious shit, none of that shit don't work. At this time period, we should understand economics, STEM, history, and politics. That's the world we live in because we live in a capitalist society. So we can be just like how the Northwestern European is or a white boy is in America. He studied ancient Greece, he studied Europe, he studied his history, and he knows his history, and he don't give a fuck about it saying, oh, I'm British, I'm this. He's a white American. So he knows the lineage and foundation of what white American is. He's not trying to be British. He's not trying to be Greek. And with us, we're in the same situation. We've been neck and neck with these people. So we have to understand the greatness of the portion of what makes us African Americans. Because we are Americans as a nationality, but we descend from mosaic of multiple places in Africa. That's the whole goal, yo.
You know, it goes.
Yes, sir.
You know, an Israelite, right, brother?
Man, you could be whatever you feel. You know why, brother? Because that played a role, just like the Black Church, Moorish Science, Nation Islam. That's all part of what we did, bro. That's fine. You could be whatever you want. But I'm saying at this time, we got to compete against ops that's on bullshit with us. You can be whatever you want to be. You can believe in whatever you want to believe in. That's personal. We got atheists, I respect and love. We got Muslims, we got Christians, but we got to make sense out of it and get out of confusion, yo.
Do you accept what he just said, Rabbi Lewis?
No.
What?
I didn't mean to go to conversation.
Yes, sir.
We gotta set something up, bro. When you're available, bro, we do something.
In the future, we could, King. In the future, we could.
Yeah, set something up. Chief, for now, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, bro? Chilling.
You guys.
Yeah, you got something to add to the conversation, though?
Yeah, certainly, if I could.
Go ahead.
And it was the Midrash, it was the Mishnah said that, Abraham was in the land of the ugly blacks when he went to Egypt. So we know they were black because the Mishnah says they were black, that he was in the land of the ugly blacks, in the Mishnah. But we know we Israelites. If I could talk a bit about that?
Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Inshallah.
I fell out. I wanted to answer that question, though, before he went in with all that. I wanted to answer that question about the elders. So that I don't quite see it. I see that when you're measuring championship boxing, you don't measure a champion against a motherfucker that's ain't been in the championship or ain't even made.
He ain't sanctioned. He ain't sanctioned.
Yeah.
He ain't ranked. He ain't ranked.
Yeah, that's
a motherfucker who ain't even ranked. You ain't even ranked. We can't even.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. So Bobby, him and
a champion only fights ranked fighters.
Right.
If you ain't ranked, you can't even be in the ring where you ain't even considered.
You're not, absolutely. So when you look at Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, and all them dudes, at no point was they ever ranked. They was ranked in the New Age community and the metaphysical community. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would never see a person in academia say, they work ain't right. What you will find is you'll see them correct a Dr. Ben, right? Or you'll see them correct the Shikant, the Diops, or you'll see white academia critique. What's my man, an anthropology doctorate the doctorate degree, yo. You always talk about him, Chef. He wrote the man, God, I can't believe I
Van
drew a
Sertima.
blank. Van Sertima, right? So
Yeah.
Van Sertima is ranked. Whether the nigga lost or not, he's ranked. Whether he made some errors, he just was ranked to the point where people actually would go and sit in his lectures. Like they went and sat in Dr. Ben's lecture, right? Whether he was wrong or got shit wrong. And when you read the critique, they'll grab something that he got wrong. You know what I mean? They'll pick him. Oh, he got that wrong. But what they can't deny is that he was on to something. He taught his people evolution. John Jackson, and wasn't wrong about that. So when we start to pick niggas apart, make sure you pick them apart with the experts. Don't grab a nigga and say, see, we be on Bobby Hemmerhead. We on Bobby Hemmerhead because he taught a straight up and down, crazy, neo-Egyptian, metaphysical story that came from Madame Blavatsky. That's different from talking about Van Sertima. Like Van Sertima, we correct Van Sertima with the experts. We correct Bobby Hemmitt, Phil Valentine with niggas like me, Bobby West. Get the difference? I'm gonna say it again in case y'all Negro pens ain't really listening. We do not correct Ava Van Sertima and she got the Diops with Bobby Banger West. We correct him with the experts. We correct Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmitt, Delbert Blair, Sarah Stupicetti, Young Pseudo with Bobby Banger. See the difference there? And I don't think we understand the goddamn difference. To the point where we get non-experts, non-ranked niggas trying to correct Diops. Do you know that Diops is about to have his own section in the Met Museum? White people don't put raggedy motherfuckers like that in there. I be seeing people trying to correct serious anthropologists. I be like, man, they serious. Like you could be wrong, but still be serious. You can be Mike Tyson and still get beat. Right? Like, but there's no doubt that this nigga was a champion. And there's no doubt you got first tier champions, second tier, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we know there's levels in the game. But when you talk about Diops, this nigga was the level, where he was part of the scientific community, and he's in the 7-volume, the 9-volume, the 8-volume set, 9-volume set in UNESCO. And where he becomes pseudo is when the non-study niggas misuse his shit and fuck it all up. Oh, matter of fact, I'm gonna say it, the whole quote unquote black community or conscious community misconstrued the shit that Diops was saying. You never heard Diops say, I went to the conference and I won. I keep saying I'm gonna do that little lecture. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you how the black community placed on Diops and Theophile Banger and Walter Rodney the shit that they never ever said, yo. They never said they won anything, yo. They never said that. But niggas will promote that shit to this very day. They went there and mopped up the white boys. First of all, they wasn't just fucking with the white boys. They was fucking with the scientific community. And
the international community, right?
The international community. And 1/3 of them was fucking black. When I say black, I mean African. Different parts of Africa. Brazil. Around the world. That's some serious shit right there. That's why you hear me say it. I say, read it. I can go into the shit and show you where Diops was beating their ass on who the first Homo sapiens was in 1974, dog. That's what this nigga brought to the table. He was saying, nah, yo, the Homo sapiens, you know what I'm saying? They was Africans. You know what I'm saying? They was black Africans. And they was on the Nile first. They was like, what? What are you talking about? You can't prove that. And then they go into the bones they found. And they go in the early Omo Valley. See, that's the shit we need to bring out. That's how I feel the conversations I need to be putting forth. Let's go into the document and read. No, he didn't win the fucking Egyptians. The whole population of ancient Egypt was a black population. No, and just like they didn't win with the whole the white boy, the black white people. That's the craziest shit ever. No. So, man, for me, you know, the time I spend reading and correcting pseudoisms sometimes get lost by little disrespectful motherfuckers who can't hold my motherfucking jockstrap. And I'm just gonna say it, right? Get a fucking library before you start talking shit about me. You get your digital library up. That's what the niggas say now. Nigga, get your digital library up. We got a whole pseudo killer server, digital fucking library. Nigga, join that motherfucking server and look at some of that shit before you start talking, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Vance got a whole complex fucking YouTube library. Like the shit is complex on all subject matter. I ain't talking about the clown shit, like real shit. Yeah, for you come at me, goddamn it, make sure your YouTube video study is top notch, right? Make sure your motherfucking digital library is top notch. And I'm giving niggas a break on having a real library. Because that ain't what niggas do. So I don't want to be the old man and say, nigga, get a library. Nah. But at least get a motherfucking library card and show that shit live. Matter of fact, new rule. If you can't show me a fucking library card, you don't debate with me. How about that? That's my new rule. Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. I'm giving niggas too much break, show, to come for the fucking crown. Now, and it's my crown because I made it up. How about that? I made the lane for me. How about that? I was thinking about helping African Americans, right? I was thinking about that. Wasn't nobody in my head. I said I sold a lot of dope in Baltimore, Maryland. I think I need to put something else in niggas' heads. I think I need to do that. Now the shit then turned to something else. See, everybody gotta stand up for their people in their own way. So when I'm talking, when I'm doing what I'm doing, yo, I'm doing this for the love of my motherfucking people. And not in Africa, in fucking America. That's what I'm doing, what I do. So never misconstrue who you think you talking to, who you think you fucking with. And no, I'm not perfect. Simple as that. So I just wanted to get that out there, yo, because the shit then got real creepy and real weird around me now. Niggas just switching up on me. Nigga, but I'm up for the fucking chat. They go for all niggas in all fucking groups. I'm up for it. I'm that nigga. I'm the gorilla in the motherfucking room.
You ain't ready for that Mutual. You're not ready for that Mutual battle. You're not ready for that Fukiao battle. We leaving that shit alone.
Hey yo.
I ain't going out of space. I'ma stay right here. I ain't going past, look, I ain't going past the Mediterranean, yo.
Nah, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it.
Hey,
can I go?
So hold on. I'm in and out, Adrian. You got it after this. So we got the rabbi on with the device that killed the parasites. Is that who that is?
Yeah, that's the nigga right there.
Oh,
the rabbi. I'm never gonna get that nigga. And now come on the show and I not announce that part first. That's the nigga with the machine from the white lady to kill the parasite.
Yo said he had the parasites. Yo, he had the parasite killing machine.
Right. That's him. Right.
Yo, I don't believe y'all got me on the line.
Yeah, I do.
That type shit.
They do. Where you at, Rabbi? Let them know you the parasite man.
Rabbi, where you at?
You're not the parasite man. Tell them. I'm not lying. We're not lying on y'all. You're not the parasite man.
That's me, brother.
Hold on, you still believe that though?
Yeah, nigga, all the way.
Hold on. You still believe that?
Of course, bro. Can I have it to Ghosty was saying?
So that's what you want to talk about?
No, I want to add on to what Ghosty was saying.
Oh, okay, yeah, about Egypt and go ahead,
Hey,
bro.
can I go after him?
Yeah, Adrian, sure.
Okay.
As long as you ain't got that booba on, you got that shit on your head. What is that?
The Palestinian kafaya.
The blanket, yeah. The camel, I call it the camel blanket, nigga. The camel's
Oh yeah,
right?
that's what they put on their head before they read the Torah.
No, Palestinian. It's a Palestinian kafaya. It's what people like. It's what you got. It's what you used to put on your head, Sheffrin. You would wrap it around your.
I ain't never do that.
You ain't never do no crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
You look like you was about to go read the Torah.
Yeah, read the Quran. Oh man.
No, the Torah.
The Torah, nigga.
You had the whole Jewish thing on.
yeah, that's what I was like, yo. I thought it was the Return to Black Jesus, yo, for real.
All right,
All right,
go ahead, Rabbi.
Rabbi.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yeah. I promise. I apologize for blowing you up, bro. Something was wrong with my phone. It wasn't ringing for some reason. I kept calling.
I know. I
All right,
just
we
want to
cool
let
with
you know that I don't duck niggas. I'll tell you straight up, nigga. I didn't answer that shit because you called me too many times. I don't do no fronting. I don't do no faking. I keep
Yeah,
it
I apologize,
straightforward. But
brother.
go ahead, bro.
Forgive me, brother.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
You know,
Go
forgive
ahead.
me, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
All right, what you got? What you got
Yeah,
going?
Islam, guys. My name is Rabbi Lewis. I wrote over 30 books myself. I wrote a book called Was the Egyptians Black or White? I believe the original Egyptians were white. My opinion, right? You check the book out. It's on Amazon.
Oh man.
Yeah, I believe the original Egyptians were Irish.
All right, go in. I'm all for it. Go in, bro.
All right, I'm all for it. Go ahead, Rabbi. Go for it, yo. We want to hear you out. I'm gonna listen. Go ahead, bro. Go for it.
So we're Israelites. Black people are Israelites. Let's prove that if I could, inshallah. So
hold on. Now we setting some parameters. Now I'm gonna reiterate this. This brother just said that the original Egyptians were white and that the black people are Israelites.
Correct.
No, bro, no, man. We got to be better than that. We got to do better than that, bro. Let's start understand. Listen, don't worry.
Let's let him talk. Let's let him talk.
I don't want to laugh at the brother. I want him to have his belief, but no, man.
We gotta let him
You
talk.
gotta let him
man.
talk.
We gotta let him talk.
Wow.
We gotta let him talk.
Gotta let him talk, Gozy. He might overthrow everything. Go ahead, Rabbi Louis. I'm gonna call him Rabbi Louis.
Yeah, definitely, guys. So, what's the dude from the head of the Egyptian Archaeological Society? What's his name again?
Halal. They been fired that nigga.
No, not him.
Him, right?
The guy's name. Anyway, there were blacks in Egypt, but that was the 25th to 26th dynasty when the Nubians conquered. So there were black pharaohs, but that wasn't until later in history.
Okay.
So the Mishnah says, it's a Jewish book called the Mishnah. It says that the Abraham was in the land of the. Remember the story in the Torah where Pharaoh wanted Sarah, Abraham's sister?
All right, go ahead.
The Mishnah says they wanted her because she was fair skinned, and they were in the land of the ugly blacks. So that proves the Egyptians were black at that time, specifically. But the first Egyptians were white.
Like white people.
How did you just make that connection? Hold on. You ain't explained something.
Okay.
You know that, right? You
go ahead.
You said this is what you said. You said that the original Egyptians was white and that Israelites were black. Right?
No, I said eventually they got black, the race mixing. But Abraham himself probably was white because it says they were in the land of the ugly blacks in the Mishnah.
Okay. No, you fucking up.
Go ahead.
No, so there were Israelites before they went into Egypt, right?
No, Abraham was not Israelite. He was his grandson was Jacob.
His lineage. I'm saying that, like the people that went into Egypt under Abraham. What was it?
The first Hebrew. Abraham's the first Hebrew. Ibrik.
Right. Yes. He wasn't an Israelite. His grandson was.
All right, cool.
His grandson Jacob had 12 sons.
All right, cool. Abraham, what was he, according to you?
He was a Shemite. He was a son of Shem.
No, you're talking about black and white people.
Oh,
so I'm asking you.
I'm sorry.
What was right?
Most likely he was fair skinned.
White.
We was talking about white and black.
Yeah, white.
What was Abraham?
He probably
white.
Probably was white. Yeah.
Okay, Abraham was white, and he went into Egypt. He went into Egypt amongst the ugly black people. Go ahead, I'm with you now.
All right, we got it all fixed out. Go ahead, we're gonna let you rock.
Yeah, the Mishnah said he was in the land of the ugly blacks. The Egyptians were ugly.
Okay. All right, in the Mishnah, right?
Yeah.
So at the time of Abraham, the Egyptians, who was originally white, was already black.
Yeah, at this point they were black. Yeah.
All right.
So how did they turn black? If they was originally white, how did the Egyptians turn black at this part of your story?
Yeah, so there's actually a scholar named George E. Smith, I believe his name. He wrote a book called Chronica Egyptica, where they did the cranial studies of the Egyptian pharaohs, etc. But I won't get the whole book away. So, but sorry, I'm a good salesman. But yeah, so
you wrote the book.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to coach you.
No, say it again. I'm sorry.
Their skulls was, bro. Listen, a lot of that literature you reading, man, I went through it. The skulls was mixed. The northern portion had Mediterranean. The southern portion up in Egypt was similar. What they were labeling at old times is similar to Negroid, because they had the prognathistic or the mandibular was protruding. So let's not do that, bro. The Mediterranean portion, they had mixed skull types in those areas when you really look at the literature. You know, I'm not just basing this off Soy Kiata. Talk about the mandibulars, the protruding jawline of some of them had, the rectangular orbits around the eye sockets. Bro, let's not do that, bro. Let's not do that. Come on, man.
Let him get it out. I ain't even heard him out, though. Get him out.
Yeah,
we shot a nigga up before he even moved. He can't even get off the first base. He can't even get the bat. We killed a nigga in the back case.
All right, so no, hold on. So Rabbi Lewis, we're at the ugly black Egyptians according to white Abraham. Go ahead.
Oh man.
Yeah. George E. Smith said that there were black people in Egypt, but they were either slaves or George E. Smith, who wrote Chronica Egyptica, he was a scholar.
He was a racist too. He was a racist too. He ran with the pharaonic invasion theory. He was a racist.
I know. Let that man go. Let him go, yo. He already did. Now y'all digging him up again.
Yeah. So he said there were black people in Egypt, but they were slaves or underclass. You know, they were black people there. That's no doubt about that. But they were slaves or the undercast. They weren't the rulers.
Okay.
We know because they found some beads in Ireland, some Celtic beads, some beads in the tomb. And these beads were Egyptian beads. So we know the Egyptians were in Ireland. And I won't get out the book. My book is called The Egyptians Black or White. My book I wrote.
That's in your book.
Yes, all this information you can find in my book. Type of Rabbi Lewis with The Egyptians Black or White.
Hey, yo, you gonna send me a copy? Yo, you gonna send me a copy?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, send me up. Hit me up on Facebook. I'll email you a copy.
Email a copy. Oh, email you got the art.
We're gonna do a whole show on that book. Go ahead.
On your book.
Yeah, I'm honored. I'm honored, guys. I'm a big fan of you guys' work.
Appreciate it. Go ahead.
You just don't listen to us.
Oh. Yeah.
You sitting there saying them niggas is crazy.
It's an honor being your platform. So the Zondervan's Bible Dictionary says that Ham became the progenitor of the dark races, but not the Negroes, right? So we know Negroes don't come from Ham, because the dictionary tells us that Ham was progenitor, but not the Negroes. So we know Negroes don't come from him. We come from Shem, right? So if I could talk a little bit about the Israelites.
Can I say something to you, my brother Lewis?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. We go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Hamitic Shem and Japheth story, if you follow some of the racist rabbis, they're trying to tell you that swarthy skinned Caucasians that descend from Iran went into multiple places before they went into Anatolia. So one group was the progenitors of the population that went into Egypt or Ham, which means hot. Another group was Shem that stayed swarthy and was stayed in the Middle East. And the other one went towards the Caucasus, which is where they got absorbed in. So they're talking about Iranian populations that dispersed in multiple directions that descend from Prophet Noah or Noah, if you want to call him that. Again, and they used in the Negroid, which is most of the population in some layers, had no role or no history in the biblical text at all. It's talking about Iranian nomads or Caucasians going into different places. And this is why it's a problem. This is why you have to learn to pay attention to what's being said, because you're being disrespected in even some of their contexts when they try to use shit in a disrespectful way. And this is why, again, you got a lot of North Africans, you got a lot of North Africans, you got a lot of Middle Easterns, not all of them, but a lot of them are very racist. They're extremely racist, bro.
Right. So if I can respond to that, Uncle.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was Rabbi Eliezer who said, Shem was black but comely and Ham was dark as a raven, and Shem and Japheth was pale white. That was Rabbi Eliezer. His work has been dismissed by most rabbis, so his work has been considered pseudo. Go ahead.
And also the idea of him being a progenitor of that race and not Negroid, they're still saying the same thing in another way. It's talking about, again, Negroid is a specific morphology, Congolese population, not the Bantus, not the Wolof, not the Yoruba, not none of the Nilotes. It's talking about a swarthier skinned Caucasoid people. He's the progenitor of Ham was the progenitor, but he's not part of the Negroid race. So guess what that includes? That includes if you come from Cameroon, Angola, Senegal, southern parts of Mauritania, it has nothing to do with you, bro. It has nothing to do with you, bro.
That's totally, that's called the Hamitic hypothesis in scholarship.
What you're saying is also the same thing, because according to this bullshit, Negroid only exists off of the Sahara. They don't exist in the northern parts of the Mediterranean and North Africa. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Well, let me respond to that. The Hamitic hypothesis has been dismissed.
Right, and just like that's been dismissed by Lewis, you got to dismiss that Hamitic shit, all of it. It doesn't make sense. It's stupid.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Ngozi, did Ham exist? Was it a historical man named Ham?
No, none of those people exist, and I'm a Muslim. No, it's fictitious.
It's fictitious. Okay, I'll address that next. Last point. Now you the mic, if I could, Brother Chiefra. You guys got Lenore E. Burson's work, the Negro that you about Lenore E. Burson, right? Lenore E. Burson's work, huh?
Go ahead. No, I never heard of it.
Never heard of it, really?
No, I mean, look, this is your field of study. We listening.
Wow.
No, we never heard of what? Hold on, I wasn't listening. Never heard of what? What you saying, man?
Lenore E. Burson's work, The Negro and the Jew by Lenore E. Burson.
The what?
Huh?
The Negro and the Jew by Lenore E. Burson.
The Negro and the Jew. That's.
So let me ask you a question, yo. Do you just sit around and just read ridiculous shit? Like, how do you critique the hell you read, yo? Like, I cannot believe you came on the show, yo, saying that we Israelites, but we came from black people. Yo, Chef, why you set that man up like that? The Israelites was white, the Egyptians was white. So I want to ask you a question. What the fuck was we doing while the Egyptians was white and the Israelites was white? What was we doing? What was the ugly black people doing? Can you explain that?
We was in West Africa. We was in West Africa letting those motherfucking Mediterranean people do their thing. So I'm with him right now. Let's go, Rabbi Lewis. Keep kicking their ass. Go.
That's all we were just stuck in West Africa. Yo, Rabbi, what was we doing?
Yeah, we was living it up. We was living it up.
Sorry, I mean, so to prove that we Israelite, to prove that Black Americans are Israelites.
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked you. You said that the first Israelites was white.
Yeah.
Hold on, you said they was white. You said Egyptians was white. So what was black people doing during this time period? Surely you looked into it.
All due respect, if I can say what I want to say, then I'll address that next.
All right, go ahead.
So let's prove we're Israelites, because I've heard.
I changed my mind. Yo, I need to hear that for me.
Yeah, sure.
I really do. I really need to hear that. I don't need to talk around it. What the fuck was we doing? Let's get that. Come on, that's important. That the listening audience chimed in. They say, yo, well, what was we doing? We weren't Egyptians. That's fine. We wasn't Israelites. That's fine. What were we doing that time? What was we at? Do you know? If you don't know, say I don't know.
Sure. I mean, I want to say one thing before I address that.
Nope, I want to hear that. That's the question.
Yeah, so Lenore E. Burson wrote an excellent book called The Negro and the Jew. She was a white lady in the 1970s. And she said a lot of the transatlantic slave trade victims were Jews expelled from Spain. In 1492,
see, you doing that again. Yo, you going back to that. But you're going back to that. Like we was ahead of that. Then you can get you with niggas with slaves and all that. Can you explain what we was doing in the classical time period where the Hebrews was white and the Egyptians was white? What was we doing? That's what I'm asking. Do you know? If you don't know,
yeah, I do know. I do know what we were doing. I was saying in 1492, Queen Isabella.
No, I'm saying before 1492, yo. I'm saying before 1492.
But I just want to get this out. In 1492,
we need to move in a chronological order, yo.
Sure. Okay, sure.
Like, listen, it's called chronological order, yo.
Sure, go ahead.
So the listening audience is not confused. You running us around the board now. Now we're in the 14th. We didn't went from 3000 BCE to 1400s. A lot of shit can happen in between that, bro. That there can actually be black motherfuckers that was Jewish.
The whole slave trade happened.
Right. God damn, help us out.
We discovered 2 new continents in a whole different hemisphere in that time. So yeah.
Jesus Christ. Come on, Rabbi. Help us out, Rabboni. Yo, Rabboni or Rab? No, yo, let him answer that question, then you can. Come on, Rab. You're a Reb or a Rabboni. What is it?
Rabbi.
So you ain't a master teacher. Go ahead. What was we doing before you get to the 1400s?
Sure, let me pull my book up real quick. Well, the Egyptians black or white. I forgot the name of the hypothesis. I'm gonna give it to you. The Egyptians were there in the first dynasty, pre-dynastic, but white people came in and conquered and ruled it. They were there.
So you agree with Unc? Hey, Unc, now he's sounding like you. That the pre-dynastic culture came from the South, from the black.
Nigga don't sound like me.
Yeah,
I ain't never said that, nigga. I ain't never say no white people came in and conquered that shit. You's a funny dude.
No.
Nah, nigga, I ain't never said no.
No, you ain't say that. But listen to what he said. He said that the pre-dynastic
you let them off the hook though. You let them off the hook.
We gotta agree where we disagree with them at. We gotta be able to agree where we agree and disagree where we disagree. So
I know, but nobody ever said that the whole yo, you still got mixed niggas down there in the pre-dynastic culture. They was trading and all that. You got
that's not what he's talking about.
He just said they was all one, and they never been that. So I don't agree to that.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, guys.
He's not talking about the fine details of it.
Okay.
He's just talking in general. Now, when we get into fine detail, you can go ahead and iron that shit out for him. But let him lay his basic premise. Go ahead.
Go ahead, read that. Go ahead.
I'm in my book. Sorry, I have to go back in my book and look at it. It's called the dynastic race theory. It says the dynastic race theory is the hypothesis.
It's called the invading race, the invading dynastic. That's what it's called.
The dynastic race theory. I elaborate on my book. It's the hypothesis, and I quote, a Mesopotamian force had invaded Egypt in pre-dynastic times, imposed itself on the indigenous Barbarian people, called the Barbarians, and became their rulers. It further argued that the Mesopotamian founded states, then conquered both Upper and Lower Egypt and founded the first dynasty of Egypt. So according to the dynastic race theory,
I agree with you right there, Chef. That's what you said.
Yeah, the hypothesis.
I never said this is somebody invaded from Mesopotamia.
I got the thing. Yo, he gonna make us realize if we gonna get off this subject. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, go ahead. He putting it all together for us.
Yeah.
Keep on rapping, bro.
Keep rocking, yo. You gonna make me say, man, fuck all that shit. Go ahead, yo. You damn near there, bro. Keep going.
Yeah. So again, for the family, if you want to read my book, it's called Nose of the Sphinx with the Egyptians Black or White. You know, a lot of Afrocentric scholars say that they shot the nose off the Sphinx because they look African, which I debunked in my book. They shot the nose off the Sphinx because in Egyptian lore, it was said that the statues had spiritual power, mystical power. So when they were tomb raiding and digging bones up, they were afraid that the statues could harm them. So it was said, if you shoot the nose off the Sphinx, they don't have any power to hurt you, like mystically. You know, it was like a mystic tradition that if you shoot the nose off the Sphinx, hello, you guys there?
We hear you loud and clear, yo.
Yeah, if you shoot the nose off the Sphinx, they wouldn't have the mystical power to kill you or like hurt you. So they didn't.
You know why he just asked? Yeah, hey, you know why he just asked? Was we there?
Wow.
He had to check because he heard himself and he sounded crazy.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I can finish what I'm saying.
Yo had to check and make sure we ain't hang up on him.
Hello?
That's Bobby Hemmings. That's Bobby Hemmings. He said, "Y'all all right? Y'all all right?" Because he be trying to process that shit. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yes, sir. My book is called Nose of the Sphinx, which is black and white, and I show how they shot the nose off the Sphinx not because they look African, like black scholars say, but because the statues have mystical power. And it was said if you shoot the nose off the Sphinx, it wouldn't have any power to hurt you. That's why they were shooting, and the Raiders were shooting those off the edifices, not because they look black. But anyway, so again, it's called the dynastic race theory. It says it is the hypothesis that the Mesopotamian force invaded Egypt in pre-dynastic times, imposed itself on the indigenous barbarian people, called Barbarians, with the indigenous black people there, and became their rulers. It further argued that the Mesopotamian founded state or states, then conquered both Upper and Lower Egypt, and founded the first dynasty of Egypt. So the first kings of Egypt were people from Mesopotamia, were white people.
Okay. So the Mesopotamians was white?
Yeah, they were
so
white.
You telling me that the people in the southern Iraq is white people, was white people?
Sure, so
Can I?
there's a group of people called the Amorites in the Bible. But of course, the biblical narrative, the Amorites were white. I can prove in the book the Amorites were white. Remember, the Israelites were mixing in with the Amorites. So we know they look white because the Amorites were white skin with blue eyes.
Yeah, hold on, you also got Amorites with brown skin and blue eyes. Yeah, it was a big ass Asiatic tribe, yo.
They were pale skin. I can prove that they have pale skin and blue eyes. The Amorites. In fact, the Bible even says your birth and nativity was in Ezekiel, I believe it says that birth and nativity was out of the Amorites.
So that's why you're saying. So that's why you saying. I get it now. That's why you're saying that Israelites was white, because the Amorites the father. I got you. Okay.
They were constantly mixing with the Amorites, which were blue-eyed European type.
I got you. Yo. You're mad, but go ahead. You're straight. You're mad, yo. Did you sell me? Who you sell your book to? Bunch of racist ass swastika wearing white people.
Look, he's putting it. Look, to be honest, he's putting a lot of stuff together. So he's reading something. Let's not play with him. Yeah, let's not play with him all the way. He definitely putting some shit together. So go ahead, bro.
The pool the Egyptians came from Ireland. Let's prove that. Won't give the whole book away.
The Egyptians came from Ireland?
Yeah.
All right, bro. Hey, bro, we ain't gonna let you continue at this point.
Can I go now? let me go now.
Yeah, we ain't going. You didn't wreck your vehicle.
Before I go,
you didn't blown up. You didn't blown up in the car.
Yo, take your virus finding machine and your quacked out sources. How they say, yo, just take your ball and go home, yo. Go ahead.
Bro, before I go, can I say one more thing?
Go ahead,
you
bro.
Serious about that though, right? Hey, Rabbi, you serious though, ain't you?
Well, brother,
let everybody know that you're serious.
Can I see a free copy? We look at it.
Yeah,
Hey, yo, send that to me. My name is my name on Facebook.
Hey, go send to the pseudo killers.
All right, and I'm gonna post the link in the chat for everybody so they can go buy that.
What's your spell your name?
CHE FREEN. And my last name is L. It should come up.
Okay, great. Got you saved. So
But Rabbi, send my free copy to the pseudo killers.
Yeah, of course. Before I go, last point
at gmail.com.
Yeah, sure. Oh, so I said it again, Uncle.
Pseudo killers at gmail.com.
Pseudo
killers.
Killers.
Killers. The AS at the end instead of ERS is AS. Killers. Pseudo killers. KILLAS at gmail.com.
Sure thing. I'll send you a free copy. You can look at it whenever you guys are available. So last point from the book.
Yeah, we're gonna do a whole show on it.
Okay, great. Wow, I'm honored. Man. So the pool that came from Egypt, from Ireland, it says it's the Book of the Dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The Book of the Dead, the Pyramid Text, and the Hymn of Ramesses V. It tells of kings who ruled during the reign of the gods. One of them was Thoth, the founder of the Egyptian civilization. Thoth founded the Egyptian civilization, who was born in a distant country to the west, a country which was across a body of water, right? Other texts refer to this ancestral territory as the land of the setting land, or the island of the setting sun, right? So it says that Thoth, who founded Egypt, was from the land of the setting sun, the sunset land, right? You with me?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Today, Ireland is known as the land of the setting sun. So the Book of the Dead says that they came from the land that Thoth, who founded Egypt, was from the land of the setting sun. And Ireland to this day is known as the land of the setting sun. So we know that Thoth came from Ireland. He founded Egypt, was from Ireland.
So let me ask you this. If you look on a map, can you tell me where's Ireland, right? Far as wise the cardinal points, where is it according, if you facing Egypt, if you in Egypt, where's Ireland at? Just this a geographical question.
I don't, on top of my head, I'd have to look at a map. But what I'm saying is,
see, that's your problem. That's your problem right
well,
there.
The last point, then I'll fall off the stream. We could shut up a show when you guys are available.
So
it's just another name for the land of.
Hold on, you could have disproved that statement just with simple geography.
How so? Explain. Go ahead.
Because if you knew where Ireland was at, if the Egyptian god Thoth was in the west across a body of water, it wouldn't end up in Ireland. If you go west from Egypt and cross a body of water, you're going to end up in Canada somewhere.
I disagree with that, and I'll fall off the screen. It says another name for the land. Go ahead, Ghosty, go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead.
No, let it Ghosty go, and then I'll finish, and I'll drop it.
No, finish your point out, because I gotta say something else, and it probably but keep going, Rabbi.
Yeah, thanks, man. Okay, so the pool they did. It says another name for the land of Egypt in another land for this in Egyptian text. You know what the other name for Egypt was, right?
Mitzrayim,
No, you gonna tell
House of Fire.
Urani was another name for Egypt, which the original name for Ireland was Erin. So it wasn't called Ireland. Back then it was called Erin. Urani and Erin is the same name linguistically. So I can say a lot more from the book, but I'll say that for the book review. Looking forward to this, inshallah. And anybody want to ask me questions before I go, then I'm all game. But I will send you guys a free copy. Okay.
Peace.
Oh, you got a new book? What's your new book?
Oh, the new book is called Esau Mounted Jury, Who Are the Edomites Today. It's up on Amazon for $10. Ebook showing how modern Jews are actually Edomites. The city of Edom. Edomites, not actual Israelites, and that black people are the true Israelites, true Jews of the Bible. You can definitely vet that as well. And everybody wants to ask you questions for. Go ahead.
You make money off that shit, yo?
Of course, yeah. I sell probably 2 sales a week. Pretty good for independent author. I don't have anybody push my work. I probably make 2 book sales a week.
Yo, you got the Egyptians in Ireland, yo.
Yeah, so it says they came from the Egyptian name for Egypt was Urani, which linguistically is the same as Aaron, which is the original name for Ireland, was Aaron. But
how do you put up with yourself at night? How do you look in the mirror? How is that possible? Seriously, like when I'm teaching, I can go to bed and look in the mirror and say, this is what I said today. And I'm comfortable. I'm like, okay, I'm comfortable with that. Then I can say, well, I might have made a mistake here. I heard that guy say, let me look it up. How do you look in the mirror and say, the Egyptians came from Ireland? How you do that? You got a primary source on that? Except for a word setting sun. Sunset everywhere, nigga, no matter going where you at. Wait, go ahead. You got a primary source for that? Besides that, you got one more item. Give me 2 more items besides 3 more items besides the word and the setting of the sun. Ireland. Damn, I know somebody wrote that in a book somewhere, yo. What book is that in? What book can we find it in?
Sure. Can somebody spell Pharaoh for me real quick?
What?
Pharaoh. Spell Pharaoh.
PH.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you spell Pharaoh?
Hello, what you say?
Can somebody spell the word Pharaoh?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Pharaoh, P-H-A-R-O-A-H.
Thank you.
What did he say?
Pharaoh.
Oh,
you wrote a book about Egypt and you don't know how to spell Pharaoh?
No. I was control effing. I was, if you know anything,
I'm fucking done. I'm
Now,
done.
if you know anything about computers, when you control F in the document, it'll take you to the actual word.
Bro. I'm playing. I mess up on small words all the time. I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm saying when you control F in the document, it'll take you to the particular word in the document. You just gotta hit the control F button. That's why I asked what I was saying for. So last point. This Unc asked me for empirical data. Hello?
I'm right here, bro.
So the pool they were in Ireland, from Ireland. It says explorer Lawrence Waddell discovered the final resting place of Minyas, Pharaoh Minyas. You guys know Minyas, right?
Yeah, Minyas. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Explorer Lawrence Waddell discovered the final resting place of Minyas in Ireland. He describes how Sumerian linear writings on the boulder stone at the site was almost identical with that found in the Pharaoh's Egyptian tomb. Let's read that again. Explorer Lawrence Waddell discovered the final resting place of Minyas in Ireland. He described how Sumerian linear writings on boulder stone in Ireland were identical to the ones in the Egyptian tomb of Minyas, right? With me?
Yeah. That's
it seems that
Minyas
died from a bee sting in Ireland and was buried in Canockemy Country, Tyrone. So actually, Minyas himself.
Hold on, wait. You say the nigga died from a bee? Wait, you said? Wait, hold on. You said Minyas died from a bee sting, so was he allergic to bee? Yo.
No, he had a Minyas the Pharaoh got bit by.
Mute your mic, man. Mute your mic, man. Get on.
Can I go now?
He said, Corey, hey, Chef, you set us up today, yo. You did this on purpose.
No, that's my man. That's my man, Rabbi Lewis.
Let him rock.
Can I?
I was tired of us. I was tired of us trying to take a pound of flesh out of each other. Because that's all we do is fight each other and try to pick each other apart. So I gave us all a target that we could agree.
It's so crazy, yo. You can't even just mute yourself out. A bee sting? Hey, Rabbi, yo, how do you just go farther and farther, yo? How far can you go?
He said something about Tyrone.
Yeah, Tyrone is a common Irish name.
Yo, I never knew that.
Yeah, that's Tyrone not no black name. It's an Irish name.
Yo, I never knew that.
Yeah. Dang, y'all, it's crazy, yo.
So Tyrone, he tying it all together. Yo, this guy, he shot. Yo, he didn't tie Tyrone.
So he was talking about probably an explorer. That's why he said Tyrone. No.
This nigga is amazing. Yo.
Yeah,
I never knew that. Tyrone is an Irish name. Black people in Egypt, the original Egyptians was Irish. That's how we got the name Tyrone. Yo. Oh, fuck.
Yo, hey, you got a nice crowd in here, Rabbi. Hey, Rabbi, you got a nice crowd in this motherfucker today, too, yo.
Yeah, you do.
You got a nice you got a nice crowd in this motherfucker. We bring you back. You right.
Go ahead. I'm about to drop off. Set up a date. When are you available, Uncle?
No, send me that book. No, I need that book.
He sent it to the serial killer. He sent it to the serial killers.
I don't believe him. He would have did it already.
Oh, I got you. I'll do it now. Yeah, I'll do it now.
Yeah, please. That's something that we can read and we can get you back on and we can go over some details and see where we agree and where we disagree at.
Sure.
Can I bring us back to
but it sounds like you got a lot of information in there though.
Yes, thank you.
Sound like you up for an award, yo. Pseudo of the year goes to Rabbi. You the pseudo of the year, yo.
Hey, can somebody spell pseudo?
P.
S.
E
You hear me?
Yes.
P-S-E-U-D-O.
Okay.
And
Got
Killers is K-I-L-L-A-S.
Got you. I'm sending it right now. I'm sending you 2 books.
Nah, man.
The each book, my other
PS.
bestseller on African Origin of Holy Prophets. One of my other bestsellers on on the same topic.
Okay, that's what's up.
Okay, I just said, did you guys get it?
Yeah. Adrian wanted the actual question before you check out, Rabbi.
Yeah, sure, guy. Yeah.
Man, what's the what's the format you wrote your book in? Is it an MLA, APA, or Chicago style? How'd you write it out?
He wrote in banana style. What's wrong with you, Adrian?
No, I just like, it's a real interesting book. Like, you are sharp, like
I got
Shepard
it
had
done,
wound
though.
up saying. But like,
Sharp.
like
Sharp like that. Sharp like that motherfucking dull ass knife coming out the kitchen. You only
like
sent
it.
one, yo. Is this Spink? What's this one, yo? What's this, Rabbi?
Yeah, this is the book. It's just in black and white. We'll see another one of my other books.
Oh,
yeah, I see another copy of my other bestseller.
Where the one with Egyptians is white? Yo, say
that's it. You just got that. That's
ancient Egyptian visit. Yo, this the book Double X been reading, yo.
Yo.
I got it. So I barely got it. I got it. Chapter 1, White Egypt. Could DNA prove an ancient Egyptians visit the island? Oh, you got the DNA evidence. Oh, I knew I found it. That's what Double X and Chief X been reading. I got him, yo. I figured it out. Here you go. Yeah. Groundbreaking DNA findings. Scientists from Trinity College in Dublin and Queen's University, Belfast, published new findings in the journal, The Proceedings of the Natural Academy of Science. What they found was that the ancient Irish were not only related to the people of Southern Europe, but that they was Middle Eastern connection too. Yep. I finally got him. Ooh. Where you put your sources at? Oh man, you got all the pictures in there.
That's why I asked.
I ain't mad at you. I like the way you put it together though. I like the way you kind of put this together, yo. This shit crazy. I like the way you put it together, yo. Okay. What the sources at, yo? Oh, we got all the talking points in this motherfucker. Ooh.
Can I bring us back to civilization?
He took time out to write a book, so.
Yeah.
Drop that book in the back chat for us.
All right, got it.
Go ahead, Adrian. My bad.
Hey,
American Dream was on the panel. He left. Yo, we ain't seen him in a minute. Go ahead.
I want to kind of bring us back to civilization for a minute.
Civilization of barbarism.
I want to bring us right on back to civilization. So I want to kind of go back on what you was talking about, the elders, right? Mm-hmm. So as I told you, I'm a history major at my university, right? Mm-hmm. And one day in my approaches to history class, we had a guest speaker. Her name is Monique Badassi. She is she's an African Studies professor at WashU. And we were reading, me and my class, we were reading an introduction of her book. I think it was on like Jamaican Pan-Africanism. You can look it up because it just came out, like Monique Badassi, and then type in her book. And we were reading the intro. And in the intro, she winds up mentioning Dr. Clark and Dr. Jacob Carruthers. And it came to a point to where if we had a Q&A period, right? Y'all listening? Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to mute out so I don't interrupt you. Ain't you glad we ain't interrupting you? I could interrupt you now. I'm an expert.
It switched with me being the host for some reason, but
because you the host, you running it.
So we were, so I saw that John Henry Clark and Jacob Carruthers was used in her bullet points for her. It was used as one of the sources, right? And I had asked Monique Badasi, I said, you know, when I saw Dr. Jacob Carruthers and Dr. Clark in your sources, that kind of made my heart jump out of my chest because the way, you know, academia acts that, you know, acts like John Henry Clark did not exist at all, even though that he was, you know, professor emeritus at Hunter College in the Afro and Puerto Rican Studies Department. And she wound up like saying to me, like, you know, just because you're not mainstream, you know, you are still used, you know, in black circles. Like people don't understand that John Henry Clark, you know, J.A. Rogers, you know, all the people that, you know, the black, well, people who just get into consciousness prop up, they're the fathers of, you know, Africana studies. So you'll see like, you know, Dr. Clark's work being used more in, you know, Africana study circles. And I just kind of like, you know, I would have like add like, oh man, I kind of lost my train of thought, but even to so like we have to kind of this I want to say about correcting the elders too. You know, with when I kind of study African history a little bit, what I like to do is I would read, you know, the mainstream scholarship and then what black scholars would be saying. And then I would make, you know, kind of like my own conclusions. Like, let me give an example. There was like one point where I used to think that, you know, ancient Egypt was a black civilization because the first book I read on Egypt was, you know, the African origin of civilization, myth of reality, and civilization of barbarism. And then, you know, I thought it was a black civilization, but then I read other like mainstream, you know, scholarship that said, you know, this was primarily, you know, a mixed, you know, population. And so I basically, you know, would come to the conclusion that like, yeah, there were, you know, black people, there were, you know, when we look at like Herodotus and all the Greek scholars, you know, I mean, they say that, you know, the ancient Egyptians looked all over the place. So that would, you know, kind of prove that, you know, ancient Egypt was a, you know, like a mixed population. So, you know, we just, you know, that's how we could, you know, correct them. You know, we just read what one side has to say and read what the other side has to say, and then we try to see if they're like correct. And you know, Dr. Clark again, you know, Dr. Clark is used in, you know, Africana study circles. So that's what I want to say. So, you know, we got to keep that in mind. Oh, and Rabbi Lewis, what you talking about the Sphinx? You're actually kind of wrong about like people believe that that they destroyed the Sphinx because it had like magical powers or something like that. The reason was the Sphinx was destroyed during the Arab invasion of Egypt around like the 640s, and it was destroyed by I think a Arab chieftain, but the Smithsonian wrote about this, and he had the Sphinx nose destroyed because the Egyptians were still like worshiping it as a god. So he was like, you know what? Let me just destroy the Sphinx's face. The Smithsonian actually talked about this. So you're right on, you know, some things on your work, but you know, you need a little bit more tailoring with your stuff. I really dig it. I haven't written, you know, I respect you because, you know, I haven't written my book yet. But that's all I want to say.
Okay, Unc, you there? I'm about to drop off. You guys there?
I'm through talking.
Chiefra.
Both of them wound up. Okay, Sheffrin's back. He's back as the host. That's okay. That's why he left. Okay.
Go ahead, Adrian.
Oh, I was finished. I just said that in the final analysis, you know, Dr. Clark, he's not mainstream to like, you know, white academia, but in terms of like Africana and Black studies, his work is used, you know, and people kind of act like academia acts like, you know, Dr. Clark doesn't, you know, particularly exist, but you know, he's used in Black historic circles. And I added on to what the brother was saying about the Sphinx, that the Sphinx's nose was actually destroyed because it was destroyed during the Arab invasion, and there was a Arab general who had destroyed it because the Egyptians were still worshiping it as a god. So he basically destroyed the Sphinx's face. The Smithsonian, if you look up the Smithsonian, they talk about the Arab general who destroyed it.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you get it? I just sent it to you on Facebook. I just added it.
Yep, appreciate it. I got it, bro.
All right,
Appreciate
nice.
Yep. So let me ask you this before
Sure.
you go,
Hear him.
Rabbi Lewis. Let me see. All right, your book starts off, you're a rabbi, but your book starts off with the Bismillah. Why is that? As a Jew.
Oh yes, certainly,
Rabbi.
brother. Certainly. I took my Shahada 3 years ago. Before that, I went under rabbinical training, so I just kept my same name. You know, so hopefully that makes sense.
No, I'm saying your forward starts off. That's you made a quote in your forward, but you started off with the Bismillah. So
yes,
as a rabbi, why did you start off with the Bismillah?
Yeah, because before I was a Muslim, I was an ordained rabbi. I just had the same credentials. I never changed my name because it's the same credentials. So I'm a Muslim. I'm not in Israel. I'm a Muslim. But before I became a Muslim.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you was a rabbi before you was a Muslim.
Correct. Yeah, I just kept my same
name.
Yeah.
So okay. I got you. So you're a Muslim now, but you still pushing Hebrewisms?
Correct.
Oh, that's interesting.
So what rabbinical training did you come out of, brother? Like, did you come out of like Zion Lexus, One West, Rabbi Arthur Bivens? What's his name? Arthur Bivens or something?
Oh, you're talking about One West. You're talking about One West.
Yeah, like what's your rabbinical training? Because you said you took rabbinical training.
Yeah, correct. I came from One West and also took rabbinical courses outside of One West. But I did come from Great Millstone. I'm originally from Great Millstone.
Where'd you go to like rabbinical school at? Like in New York?
Jerusalem Ministries. I'm not sure if they're still around. I also attended Timbuktu Seminary School. They're still around. You can look it up if you want to pull it up.
Timbuktu Seminary School.
Yeah, I went to Timbuktu for comparative religious studies, Arabic comparative religion. They're still around. I don't know if Jerusalem Ministries. This was back in whoa. This is 13 years ago, you know. So I don't know if they're still around.
So you listen to Zion Lex a lot, or like
Zion Lex? I've heard of him. I never watched his work. Divine Prospect, you know Divine Prospect?
Yeah, I've
yeah, we know Divine Prospect.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine. We know each other personally. He's a good friend of mine.
Okay. So y'all don't agree because you're a Muslim, right?
I mean, Divine?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. He's a Black Hebrew Israelite. He's a Black Hebrew, so.
So why did you leave the Hebrew Israelites to become a Muslim?
Oh man, I mean, it's a good question. Deserves a good answer. It's not such a glamorous story. When I was a Hebrew, I took Arabic courses, and it was the Arabic language that was so riveting. It made me a Muslim. I was so impressed and awed by the eloquence of the Arabic language that it converted me to Islam. The language was that beautiful, you know. You know, so
you ever hear Swahili?
Swahili. I don't know Swahili. I know Swahili.
I heard it spoken.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And that ain't move you. That ain't make you. What the fuck was it about Arabic that became?
The Arabic language is so beautiful.
We's a weird people, yo.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, it's not such a glamorous story. It just the language is that beautiful. Like it converted me to become a Muslim.
I've never heard that before. People converting to a new religion because they love the language. Like that's
No,
interesting to me.
that's something. But Adrian, that's something that Muslims say, right? They say
Mhm.
when you hear Arabic, or heard the Quran recited, they broke down and cried, and they knew that was the religion, you know what I mean, of God and all of this other stuff. So, Muslims say that hearing the Quran recited, it brings those type of emotions in, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
um,
now that you mentioned it on that, like I remember when I was Islamic at one point. I was like Sunni and stuff like that. But I kind of like converted to Islam because like, well, I was Muslim because, I was still in like middle school during the time when Islamophobia was real hot. And
mhm.
so I had a Lebanese friend of mine. And I was like, can you give me some Qurans to read and everything like that? And I was like real into it. And then I did like my Shahada. I did like, get on your knees, put your finger up and, recite the Shahada. But then I kind of like stopped doing it because I had I should have looked into like the history of the Arabs first because like I had found out that basically like you know the Quran from like according to Philip K. Hitty, he wrote a book called like the history of the Arabs. He says that the Quran was basically it's basically the Old Testament mixed in with like Arab pre-Arab mysticism, and he made Islam to bring all of the Arab tribes together to keep them from killing each other over camels. And then because I grew up a Baptist, and I was like, wait a minute, this is too much like Christianity. Then I went back to being a Baptist. So
Who created Islam to stop Arabs from killing each other over camels?
Philip K. Hitty talks about like they were before Islam came about, right? You can grab this book. It's like 848 pages. And Philip K. Hitty, he talks about in this chapter on Muhammad, he talks about how according to him that Muhammad had made the Islamic religion because he wanted to bring all of the pre-Arab tribes together to keep them from killing each other over like blood feuds and like 40-year feuds and all that type of stuff. So he made Islam, as a way to bring the Arab tribes together. Like this is why and he kind of mixed like where like Mecca is, right, Sheffrin?
Yeah, I'm with you.
He 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 made Mecca the place of worship for all Muslims because and when you look at pre-Islamic Arabia, they were already using that as like a no man's land. Like you can't rob or kill nobody over here.
Yeah,
They
it was
were
their
all
trade. It was where they traded at. So they made it basically when you conducting trade, no robbers, all of that. I'm with you.
and even the original name of like even Allah, like he even changed the ally, like there was a god that they were a female goddess that they worshiped down there, and her name was
A
Alat.
lot, a lot. Mm-hmm.
But he changed it to make it masculine, Allah, and the black stone was still there. So he mixed the Old Testament of the Bible with pre-Islamic Arabian customs. Like that's why, like the jinn, those demons, they're
Mm-hmm.
still prevalent. They were prevalent with pre-Islamic Arabia. So he mixed it together to bring the the pre-Islamic Arab tribes together to make them one conglomerate. This is why when you look at John Henrik Clarke at his lecture, he's brilliant for coming up with this. He said in his lecture on Islam and the Arabs, right? He says when you look at the Arabs historically, they are pretty much as an ethnic group, they're AD people. You're not going to be able to find like that Arab ethnicity thing doesn't happen before the time of there's no Arab ethnicity before the time of Muhammad. So it's that type of stuff. But grab the book, The History of the Arabs by Philip K. Hitti and Albert Hourani's History of the Arab Peoples. That's really good literature if you want to know about Arabian, pre-Arabian history and Arab history to the present.
Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you mentioned him. Philip K. Hitti, he a beast, bro. For Islam, I actually used him for my the origin of the term Moor presentation on my channel.
Yeah, he talks about. All right, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say how he broke down how, the origins of the term Moor had come from a Phoenician origin. You know what I'm saying? And it links back to the term Westerner. Even in the Arabic term Maghrib is like, has the same cognitive of the Phoenician term Marim, for West. You know what I'm saying? When we get down the line, through the medieval time, we get more later. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But even that same term
so hold on, so Geechee. So that's a good connection. So you saying that we can link the word Moor with Maghribi?
Yeah.
Westerner?
I mean Westerner.
Oh yeah, that's deep. I never heard of that, but
yeah, even the term Amorite or Amaru, you know what I'm saying, it means Westerners. You know what I'm saying? Then when Phoenicians settled up in North Africa, they bring their terms with them. So the people that was Western Numidia, which was the Farusi and the Falisi Amazigh tribes, they were the people of that started the kingdom of Mauritania, which was the Maori, which what they called the Westerners. Like that's just a general term. And that's then
term. So what did they? So the Phoenicians also founded the city state of Carthage. So what did they call the people that lived in southern Libya? What?
Then was the Numidians.
The Numidians, right?
Yeah.
So did that have any
Numidians were two different tribes as well. There was the Malasi and the Malisi.
All right, Mike Kakuj. I know I might be messing up your name, but you said that you Amazigh from Morocco. Hit the link. My man Gullah Geechee and Adrian, they well studied. They definitely can hold their own if you disagree with what they saying. Go ahead, John. My bad.
I was saying too. It's a book I'm reading now. By Michael A. Gomez called African Dominion, early and medieval West Africa. And he said even like some in certain Arabic writings, you know what I'm saying, because Maghribi just mean West, you know what I'm saying. They called Ghana Maghribians sometimes, like they in the West.
Because they in the West, yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's,
Gullah, you know what else you should grab too?
What's up?
You should grab a book written by Abdallah Leroy. It's called The History of the Maghrib.
I heard of that book. I got the Islamic Encyclopedia.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, the what is the Briars? Yeah, the Briars one. I got the PDF of it. I now use that, and even in that they use the same sort. They even in that book they even say Moor or Marie is a term for Phoenician term for West.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because that word Moor that it has like it starts to like change a lot.
Yeah,
as like the years progress.
Yeah.
I remember when I did Shakespeare, like I went to a performing arts school a long time ago, and I did Othello, right? And when you look at when Iago is constantly saying like, I hate the Moor during that time.
Iago was a hater anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was a white. He was.
Hold on, Chief, I'm about to drop off, bro. You got my Facebook. We friends on Facebook. Hit me up when you want to do the book review.
I appreciate it, bro. I'm gonna start reading that immediately.
Yeah, and I sent you my other book, African Origins. You get it?
Yeah, I got both of them.
All right, bro. Speak to you guys soon. Guys, be blessed, man.
I appreciate it.
Hey, yo, something fucked me up today. I'm getting out. Like I got this new gig, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I straight work with a damn Egyptian. This motherfucker's name is Osiris, yo. I said, your name is Osiris. He like, yeah. I said, that's the Greek form, man. I said, what's your real name? Asar? He was like, no, it's Azir. So we be saying Asar wrong. It's not Asar, it's Azir.
You sure he's not a Negro Egyptian?
Nah, he like,
nah,
he look like motherfucking
peace, brothers, peace.
What's up,
he
bro?
look like a straight Egyptian, like, mixed Middle Eastern looking, but he look like he could have a little bit of that East African shit in him too, like Horn African shit. You know what I'm saying? But he said himself. He said like he speak Arabic, but he don't like speak proper Arabic. He said I hate Arabic. You know what I'm saying? He said I wish you still spoke our original language. Like he was speaking like how African Americans talk about white folks and shit to our Arabics.
So he said, okay, hold on, we got something going on in the chat. I don't know what's my man Mike said that he's Moroccan and he's Almazig, and he said that more has nothing to do with what? He said more has nothing to do with Egypt. Ain't nobody say more had anything to do with Egypt.
That's how like one of them fairs wearing.
Yeah, we ain't even say nothing about Egypt. We just I just came up with a random thing. I just said I work with an Egyptian because that's been kind of the conversations that been floating around lately. You know what I'm saying?
So y'all take on the word more coming from Amazigh. I mean from Phoenician and y'all linking it back to Maghribi. What about the Southern Asian, the Southern European group from the Greek speakers who called North African Mari? Does that have anything to do?
Yeah,
or y'all saying
they got that from the Phoenicians? Because remember, if the oldest, like the look up the origin or the etymology of the history of the term Moor, it starts off with Fellini the Elder. You know what I'm saying? And Strabo. You know what I'm saying? And even they say the word comes from an indigenous term. And then you got to realize by the time the Greeks got there, Phoenicians was by then indigenous. You know what I'm saying? Phoenicians got to North Africa around 800 to 900 BC. You know, and then the Greeks came like the earliest Greeks, even before Alexander, they came in the area of Cyrene. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere around 500. You know what I'm saying? BCE. But then, like realize too, Fellini and Strabo, they Greeks, but they Greeks from the Roman period.
Hey, brother Gullah. I'm glad you just mentioned that, because what you're saying sort of piggybacks on what I wanted to show Sheffrin earlier about this reference source that our sister CK shared for us in the Pseudo Killer Discord. Hey, Chef, do you mind if I share my screen here? You guys just mentioned the Phoenicians, right? And this is this book. It's the History of the World Map by Map. I've been looking for this in digital copy for about 2 years, and CK found it for us. Let me know if I can
screen share on.
Yep, and this is and you can keep actually talking, Gullah. I'm gonna share this for you, and this is really helpful. Remember, Sheffrin, you mentioned this earlier. You said that chronology and geography is extremely important, right? In this book here, you know what made me buy this book? It's I think Garfield. He was having he did a clinic about a year and a half ago. This was in the beginning of COVID, about the Persian Empire, Assyria, and all this stuff. And he was absolutely like losing me, right, in terms of like the geographic locations for this stuff. And I bought this book. This is by the Smithsonian here. And it's basically got like maps listed out in chronology, right? Basically, it's a time period across the entire, from prehistory up into modern times. So if you take a look here, man, and if you want to get the actual hard copy of this is a really, really nice piece for collectors as well, right? So you just mentioned the Phoenicians, right? You hear, just click, boom, you just pull it up, and there's a map, right? In terms of whatever time period you're looking at, and you've got basically a visual,
right, of everything that you're actually talking about. And this can be really helpful during you guys' shows.
That's a
right?
fact.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
exactly. Dude, this book here, I've got this thing on my shelf. Anytime, you guys have like a lot of these, especially with Garfield, he's really good about, history and talking about like the geographical areas. I have to use this when trying to follow him, right? And this is a great reference piece, man. I would say, man, go into the Pseudo Killers Discord, Chef, and download this. And then
Yeah, definitely.
anytime they're having, people are having conversations about these different time periods, you can
Mhm.
use this sort of as a backdrop. You know what I
Right,
mean? Like
right.
what exactly. This is a really nice piece, man. Like for instance, we're talking about the Levant, ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, um, the Minoans. It's basically everything is in this thing, dude. It's like,
Hey y'all, everybody go in the Pseudo Killers Discord, and download this book. I mean, geography and history. It's vital key to understand these conversations that we be talking about, because that's where we get a lot of things confused on those things, even the Pseudo Killers.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
Hey, Chef, how do you get like extra access on the Discord? 'Cause I be trying to share some stuff, but I only can do it in the public, like in a public chat.
I'm gonna make you a admin, and you'll be able to share whatever. You know what I mean?
Going back to the I'm sorry.
While you guys talk, I'm gonna just flip through some of this stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, go ahead and Gozy. I know you wanted to say something to Mike.
No, I want him to get up here. Again, you got people that's, he's a North African. Again, and you have North Africans. I would like to build with the brother. But again, you have troll accounts where people don't even show who they really are. And they're literally sitting in the chat to laugh at black people and make fun of how much black people don't know shit and how they claim history. So I want my brother Gullah, this team Osiris, we've been doing this for years. When you explain the Moors, right? The brother said in the chat, the Moors was Amazigh. Yes, they were mainly Amazigh. But when you talk about the Almovid Empire, you had people from Senegal who were Haratan descent, Wolof descent, Fula descent, that was also absorbed in their military. And not to mention, a lot of the Amazigh, if you look up the Black Sultan, he had a mother who was black. So some of the Amazigh, wasn't all swampy, light or brown skinned people. So what I'm trying to see, these people are anti-black. They're making it seem like every dark-skinned population or brown-skinned population as a result to being in North Africa as a result of slavery. This is the shit that I'm talking about, bro.
And let me kind of like add on to what you're saying about the Senegalese and stuff like that being part of the army in Spain. There's a book that you should check out in Gozy. It's called The Golden Trade of the Moors by E.W. Bovell. He talks about that. And trying to like go back to Shakespeare just a little bit. When you go and you like study Shakespeare and stuff like that, especially Othello, right? When Iago is saying, and I'm adding on to like what the word Moor meant, like, and when Iago is constantly saying in his racist rant monologues, like, I hate the Moor, right? Moor at that time during like the end of like the Moorish decline in Spain, it meant like he's meaning like I hate the black man. Because he describes like what Othello looks like. He calls him an old bull, thick lips, all that type of stuff. So that word Moor changes all throughout history.
Yeah,
it meant black at one point, it meant Westerner at this point, so
it meant Westerner first. Look, I advise everybody or request everybody to check out my YouTube channel, the Book of Al-Jahid with Geechee Gullah Jack. And actually my last presentation was all over this, so it's like an hour long. I go in on it. But like through the medieval age, the reason it became black, or quote unquote black or darkness, is because you had dualistic ideas in Christianity. If you weren't Christianized of the Christian faith, you wasn't of the light or whatever. And then, you know what I'm saying, Islam or anything else, infidel, was looked up
dark.
as evil and darkness. Even Muhammad in certain scriptures is the Antichrist. Baphomet is Muhammad, the goat-headed God, you know what I'm saying? And they was like, it's because like too, a lot of Knights Templars, when they was all in, you know what I'm saying, during the Crusades, when they was all in the Middle East, a lot of them would have like certain Islamic philosophies and cantations coming back. You know what I'm saying? They was calling this shit evil. It wasn't Christian, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It became black. Even if you look at some of the old pictures, I showed on my presentation too, of how they just describe, you know what I'm saying, Muslims. And then too, you know what I'm saying, even stereotypically, it'll match the profile, like, oh, these, you know what I'm saying, these people are darker than us. Maybe they are evil. You know what I'm saying?
Gullah, they asking again in the chat, where's your presentation at? They want to go look at it.
Said in the chat, it's on my channel. It's called The Book of Al-Jahiz with Geechee Gullah Jack. If you look up, YouTube the origins of the term Moor, the origins and evolution of the term Moor. That's what it's called.
Okay. You hear that, Cedric? Yeah, that's yeah, Mike, kick Mike from Morocco, click the link. Like Amir said, he definitely will build.
Yeah, even the original term for Morocco, Marrakesh, means Western. That's the only reason. The reason they call it, even the reason they call it the land of God, because that's the the east. The east is the land of the sunrise. The sun sets in the west. So a lot of, you know what I'm saying, cultures consider Marrakesh or the west, you know what I'm saying, the land of God, because that's where the sun sets.
I didn't know that part. Where'd you get that, Gullah?
Just by studying various cultures. Even on my presentation, I even showed like concepts in various Semitic and Afro-Asiatic language of the term Moor or West. Even if you look up the Hebrew or the Aramaic term, is Maram. You know what I'm saying? Or even the Tigray and the Amharic term for West is the same similar term. Like even in the Syrian term, Amaru, you know what I'm saying, mean Westerners, who they was talking about, the Amorites and the people of the Levant, because they was western of Mesopotamia or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. And Arab has a common cognitive with it too. Before, like when you said, like before it was the like an ethnic group. Yeah, it would come from out of that same, you know, cognitive tree. You know what I'm saying? People of the West, and a lot of the people, you know what I'm saying, even during there, it was, you know what I'm saying, it broke down to like Bagavan or Bedouin, but originally, you know what I'm saying, they were speaking of these Levantine Semitic speaking people.
Right, and they went by their tribe. Like the most known tribe in the Quran is the Quraysh, because that's the tribe of Muhammad. You know, so
yeah.
Islam, honestly, from a historical perspective, like in my opinion, Islam gave a lot to the world in terms of scholarship, teaching, public bathhouses for Spain and Portugal. You know, we get
astrology.
Right. Like, but then if we look at like kind of like Christianity, it's like I see like the Crusades and stuff like that. Like, you know, what you brought up. But Islam is just a language. Islam is it's a religion of scholarship, you know.
So I mean, hey man, this pseudo killer's Discord server is a main motherfucker, and you know, every time I can give CK credit, I'm gonna give her credit for this. Like I just looked in here, and every time we go live and do a show, it's displayed in the pseudo killer back chat. Like I just noticed that. That's CK, that's dope as hell. I ain't gonna lie. I know you at work right now, but Yeah, she got that set up real nice for us.
Yeah, she
Shout
does a
out,
great
CK.
job. She does a great job with that one and the each one
The
teach
MBK,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see,
she does a great
CK, you
job.
all that. Trust me. You all that for this. You know, a lot of great resources in here. And we can continue our conversations in the damn back chat. Like we can have video calls, phone calls, we can do it all on this in this server right from our phones is awesome. So we can do presentations back there, everything. Like good shit. So what was
Shout
this
out
book in?
CK. Shout out to CK.
Yeah, shout out to CK. This shit is amazing.
Yeah.
Genghis Khan, my boy. I love Genghis Khan.
Have y'all ever heard of a YouTube channel called From Nothing that do a lot of African history stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I help I'm on their Discord and I'm with their research team too. I help them make that. It's a map they have of the three empires, and it's like it break down the shape of the map during the different conquerings and different fights and battles. I help historical the historical timeline for that map. If you check that map up on their channel.
That's cool.
Corey, what's up, Corey?
Oh, nothing much, man. I got home from work, took a nap, woke up. My babies came home, woke me up. You know what I mean? And I see y'all on. I see you got it cracking. How long you been on, man?
I don't think we've been on for about an hour.
Maybe an hour or two.
Yeah, we've been on for about an hour. It's been good so far. Hey, Brendan, what link is this book in the pseudo killer?
Yeah, just go up to the search, and then inside of the search bar, put in their map, by map, like map by map, and then it'll pull up a link, right? And you can actually download this PDF. It's pretty sizable, and dude, I swear I've been searching for this thing like crazy. It's like you know. And CK was able to find. He was like, "Hold on, I'll find it for your brother." And I swear, in an hour, it was almost a year. I've been looking for this thing a year. She found it in an hour. So I don't know what kind of witchery she's doing, but she's got some access to the information.
Definitely find the book for you.
Oh yeah. But
you say you go to search and you put.
Yep. Let me see. I might be able to do it from here. Let me see. Let's pull it up here. All right, so this is the pseudo killers one, right? So you see right here in the top right. So I put in map by map. You see here?
Oh, map by map.
Yep. And then this is the place where you can actually download it, dude. That's like, man, this is CK. So I said CK on the dark web.
You gotta be.
Yeah. This thing here.
All right, so
and you know what? In the Smithsonian, they do other texts like this. They do maps of like ancient or ancient to modern day, like I guess you would say wars. You know, if you want to, if you're interested in in battles and war and stuff like that, it's an entire series of the Smithsonian map by map collection, right? I like them because they just beautiful books just to have on your shelf, right? Especially if you got kids like this, kids, they say the illustrations, it's got legends in there that's like, you've got like the timelines are all in there. They're just nice books to have,
That's why I buy a lot of the David Etcher books because they just beautiful books all the time. But I can definitely see getting something like that because that is beautiful. I'd like to have a hard copy of something like that big map book. I'm sure it's like bigger than the average book, right?
Yeah, you can't even put it. It's like a coffee table book. Like the big ones. That's exactly what it is, right? It's like a coffee table piece. Yep.
Yeah, that's a lovely book. I see my aunt and uncle. They had an office in their house, and they would always have like atlases and those kind of maps, those books like that with maps in them and globes. So I would always that does catch kids' eyes. You know what I'm saying? So
and
I would always go in there and look at the globe and everything, whatever. So
and this is only available if you get it. hard copy. It's hardback, and it's got the gold embossing around the edges. It's a really nice piece, man.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
That's a nice book. Yeah, I've definitely when I'm in Barnes and Nobles, I always try to get the books that's relevant to my enthusiastic interest. But I usually the ones I buy usually are the ones that's appealing to my eye. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for sure.
The Reformation, Martin Luther.
Martin Luther, he was the Christian dude who didn't like the.
He broke from the Catholic Church.
Yeah, he wasn't like they wouldn't do it.
Started the Protestant movement.
Yeah,
The Lutheran.
he lost the.
He started the Lutheran.
That's the Protestant movement.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If you're not a Catholic, you're basically considered a Protestant. It's anything outside the Catholic Church. Martin Luther, when he was debating a lot of the Catholic friars on what he wrote about his I think it was the 7th thesis or 12th thesis. It was one of those. And he constantly lost the debates like publicly, but the people were behind him because the Catholic Church was robbing the people, using purgatory and stuff like that.
Mr. Adrian, how are the studies going, sir?
Oh man, just
Yeah.
getting for real. I got our online classes due to COVID, and we kind of canceled school, like kind of for right now because of the bomb threats. And so for real, I'm doing an independent research project for my university.
Oh, awesome.
And like I'm in the book I'm reading kind of right now is Trotsky on Lenin, because I'm kind of I lean towards Marxism a little bit when using it as a historiography.
So I've noticed. Yeah, for sure, man. That's good
Oh,
stuff.
Karl Marx, huh? I hear that name a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Karl Marx, I hear that name a lot.
Yeah, Marxism, when you look at like it can be a good way for you to like look at it could be a good way for like historians or enthusiasts to look at history a certain way. Because when you like actually like get into like studying the craft of like history, you'll find out there's different like schools of thought and looking at like a way of interpreting historical events. And Marxism is kind of what I lean towards a little bit because it helps my lingo.
So you look at things in a manner that this Karl Marx guy, because I don't really understand. I hear the word Marxism and I hear the name Karl Marx, but I'm not really savvy on like why am I even hearing this name?
Well, the reason why Marxism is so important with the left, especially like with people my age, is because when you look at Marxism, Leninism, it's a workers' it's a workers' political system. Like how capitalism usually benefits the rich, the 5 or 3%, as you call it. The communism, Marxism, Leninism benefits the working class. And when you study Marxism, Leninism, you'll find that Karl Marx is basing a lot of his theories on urban England and urban Germany, where you start to see the rise of the Industrial Revolution, workers, getting killed, for under like crazy conditions, working in coal mines, etc. So, that's why you see it popping up so much. But it's really tough to get into, though. I'll put Marxism Leninism study guide for beginners in the chat.
Most of the early civil rights leaders and people that was joining the
Black Panther Party,
before the Black Panther Party, the early civil rights leaders.
Garvey and all them up in Harlem.
And Garvey and all of them were they were accused of being communists, right? That was something that was levied at people who had any gripe with the
Capitalists. Yeah.
Not, I wouldn't say capitalism, so to say, but just American law in general. The American, the FBI and them would always try to search out and see if they were capitalists. And that was something that, the media played on a lot also. So that's crazy.
You know why they did that?
But W.E.B. Du Bois, hold on. W.E.B. Du Bois and them, and a lot, they wrote about communist Japan and stuff a lot, and did lectures and stuff over there and brought those people over to speak to certain black groups. So it was some type of connection to it. Go ahead.
Yeah. There's a reason for like the government always using that communist thing, right? Accusing somebody of being communist was because when you look at the Cold War, right? The Cold War was basically a battle of who's going to be the main hegemon, meaning the top dog. It was Marxism, Leninism in the Eastern Bloc countries, specifically China, Russia, all those areas. And then you had America. But what America's problem was, when you look at Marxism, Leninism being used as a way of practice to free themselves from either like a colonial regime or like, a racial regime, it was used by, the Vietnamese, right? And during the Vietnam War, it was used by Mao Zedong when he was fighting against Chiang Kai-shek and the Japanese. And it's brilliant that you brought up how W.E.B. Du Bois and other leaders got the chance to speak at like China and places. Because when you study Mao Zedong, right? The Mao Zedong gave shelter to people like Eldridge Cleaver, Huey P. Newton, W.E.B. Du Bois, Robert F. Williams, the guy who wrote Negroes with Guns. So it's a really touchy subject that's not talked about in schools, like the political philosophy of a lot of the early civil rights.
One of your current writers that you mentioned that you like is one of mine too. I don't say much when you be going through your little book study, but you mentioned Gerald Horne. Gerald Horne writes about W.E.B. Du Bois and the early black movements, far as their connections to Asia and the communist parties. I think it's called I think his book is called, I gotta look for it, is something in the Rising Sun. Let me see, Gerald Horne. Let me see.
Gerald Horne, he's the best black scholar that we honestly have.
He's a beast, right? He's a beast.
He is kind of what I want to be like in the future, like as a model, because when he talks about theory and practice, like that's why you see me in the Facebook, about theory and practice. Like, it's good that, we study in history because, history help us, understand the objective conditions, but we also got to have a political theory too, So like Gerald Horne is a beast. There really isn't a lot of black scholars or scholars period who wants to talk about the Marxist Leninist approach to revolutionary activities by the left.
Okay, I found it. His book is called Facing the Rising Sun, and it's about African Americans, Japan, and the rise of the Afro-Asiatic or the Afro-Asian solidarity.
He talks about that's where the Asiatic black man thing come from because of that whole connection.
Yeah, Gerald Horne do a hell of a good job. Like one of my favorite books, his is the counter revolution
of 1776.
and he talked about the different slave resistances and how, you know what I mean, we pushed, we was integral, and basically how, you know, we fought in the Revolutionary War before a different agenda. Yeah, it's definitely good goddamn work. Good goddamn work he put forth.
Yeah, almost my aunt, she teaches at the University of Houston, and she knows Gerald Horne. She works with him. And yeah, like Gerald, he's really the best black historian we really have right now, for real. Like, like
Yeah, he good. He good. He definitely. I'm glad you mentioned him.
He
I mean,
wrote a
because
book
we have
about
contemporary writers that don't even, you know, we don't even talk about them, right? We harp back on our old writers, and we don't talk about our current scholars that's, you know, really doing the work and working at the universities, and, you know, doing, you know, writing contemporary work and pushing the work forward. I know we talk about that a lot. And Gerald Horne, you know, is actually doing that on that level. So, and we, I never hear nobody in the community talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I like how you brought up how we always harping on our, like, you know, our old writers. Like that's like my whole thing on it, right? But John Henry Clark's greatest speech of all time will forever be, "We have had no friends." That is Black history in 5 words. He was brilliant. But now we gotta, and that's gonna always stand up. But you know, we gotta stick with the times, the objective conditions. And like what Gerald Horne is writing about, you know, as you said, a lot of people in the community don't talk about it. And I think that's why we kind of behind to a certain degree. You know, a lot of us ain't even read Fanon yet. I post Fanon a lot too.
Oh, Wretched at Earth.
Yeah. But I think you would be strong enough to read that first, because like, even though I always start off with people reading Black Skin, White Mask first, because it's a bit easier. But like Frantz Fanon talks about how the colonized and the colonizer, what their relationship is like. Like he goes into like interracial relationships. I don't want to talk about what he says on here, but like he goes into that. He goes into like gang violence in the night. Like he's writing about this in the 1950s, and he literally explains everything. When you read all his works, he explains everything. And the Black Panther Party, in order for you to be a Black Panther, that you had to read all of Fanon's works first. It was a vigorous study session you had to go through before you became a
most
Black
of
Panther.
us came across Fanon with, you know, he made the term popular, right? Falls wise, and if you go into any type of conversation about, you know, Black people and psychology, you know, he coined the term for us. It was already around, but he basically made the term, what do he call it? Cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
Right. His biggest, you know, thing that he'll make you understand is your argumentation and cognitive dissonance, and how you move past certain biases. Like, I think that's like one of the best things that he brings to the table, far as wise that I didn't, you know, read in the proliferous society. Like most, like Black people and white people that's on the same level have a lot of cognitive dissonance. Like we don't even see that we, you know, is in the same struggle. I mean, he do a hell of a job with that. But go ahead, Adrian.
And it's haunting and stuff too, because like, especially when you read like The Wretched of the Earth, it made like the hairs on my neck stand up. Like he talks about the role of the bourgeoisies. And how he says that the bourgeoisies, they're always going to be the in-between. they're gonna calm the natives down, as they say. You know what else he even talks about that is so funny? Sheffrin,
Go ahead. I'm with
in the Black community, eye contact can be considered a form of aggression, right?
you. Mm-hmm.
He talks about that in The Wretch of the Earth. He says, I'm serious. He says the native will be quick to pick up a knife and fight another native because of a glance, but he won't do the same thing to the colonizer. And when I read that part, I'm like, this is what a lot of my people do. You know what I'm saying? Like, N-word, what you looking at? Man, I ain't looking at that. It just turns into a straight problem.
Right. At a high problem.
Yeah, that's what like Shamar and Kieta talk about. That's all. Like I'm kind of confused. A lot of people be thinking he Afrocentric, but he really not. He talk against Afrocentricity and Eurocentricity. And like if you listen to one of his lectures, I think he did a lecture right behind Christopher Eric. He worked with Christopher Eric, and
Right.
he was explaining. You know what I'm saying? Like when you researching and read different history, you have to understand that you know what I'm saying, you got you know what I'm saying, you got personal biases and you have cultural biases. You know what I'm saying? Like the cultural bias, you know what I'm saying, might not be like purposely like racist or something like it's just something that was going on at the time. Like if you for instance, like if you listen to Darwin, like read some works of Darwin or something, and he's talking about like this fine might seem to be Negroid or like a Negro. You know what I'm saying? That's just what the fuck they were saying during that time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it ain't always a personal bias, like you know what I'm saying, when we read certain works and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have to be aware of, like that a lot of people were products of, their time and stuff.
Yeah.
Like my history professor, one thing, she's like my advisor, she always gets on me about how I like to read like older history books, right? She would always tell me, Adrian, you got to kind of be careful when you reading H.G. Wells' Outline of History.
I love that. I love his works.
I love that too. Like H.G. Wells is so brilliant. Like with the way he wrote Outline of History, his basic facts are in order. Like when he talks about the Crusades, he's not off at all.
Yeah.
But his interpretation is Eurocentric to the point to where it's a racist document. And so like my professor, she tells me like, Adrian, you got to kind of be a little bit modern to a certain degree. Like you got to be aware of like the biasness sometimes and stuff like that. Because if you're reading something from 1826, it might be a problem.
Yeah, that's a fact. But John Henry Clarke is the one that sent me to H.G. Wells.
Me too. I had to read
that.
I had to read that to check about just to see what like Dr. Clarke, like I need to see where he got that conclusion. And he was right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do y'all rock with Crash Course History? Like the little YouTube channel Crash Course?
I love Crash Course. Hell yeah.
Hey, they got a Crash
they got a
Course
black joint
Black
now.
History. Yeah,
they got a Black History joint now. Yeah.
That mug cold.
Yeah.
They did one on Marcus Garvey recently. I had posted that on the Facebook chat. The Crash Course.
Crash Course. No.
Yeah, it's like they steady coming out with new ones, like every so often, like the black one.
Yep. Yeah.
They even talked about I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Adrian.
They even talked about the African presence in India too, when they was talking about Malik Ambar.
Malik Ambar, right? See now we had talked about that when X was on, and he was saying that he didn't know about no black seafaring people, and I had mentioned the Swahili coast traders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's something like I was telling him he need to look into, because
and Somali was trading the India too with spices. They have a maritime history. They got a whole
Right,
Wikipedia.
maritime
Hey,
history,
also,
right.
also look up the oldest Somali ships too, bro. Like dude was trying to make like people. They got look up the oldest Somali or the oldest ships in the Horn of Africa in the Indian coast.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, the
Hey,
Somali,
I'm gonna keep it real
Somali
though.
domesticated the camels. They the ones who domesticated the camels.
And I'm
The
gonna keep it real
Somalis?
with y'all too. Yeah, they did. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all too. I can't listen to a person who got one article, and I'm telling y'all, I sent that article out to him 2 years ago. That's what's crazy, and he using it against me. And he don't even know, and he didn't even know what the first century AD is. But you a hell of a historian and a geneticist. I can't take people like that serious, yo.
He don't even know tribes, bro. Like I said, certain ethnic, I don't know those people. I don't know who you're talking. Come on, man.
And yeah, that same night, remember we found that article?
Even on JedMash use tribes.
Yeah, remember we found that article about the Swahili maritime culture that we found it that same night, and it sort of backed up what you and Chef and Ngozi were talking about, right? We were sort of parsing through it. It was like, yeah, you gotta read that entire article before you make a statement like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mao Zedong tells us no investigation, no right to speak. So we gotta kind of be careful, like, you know, using like one article, like, because like what I like to do when I read history, I read several books. I read like 5 to 7 books on one event or one people before I feel comfortable enough to talk about it.
Exactly, like that 2017 article that he keep bringing up. It's like it's on point up to that time, but they just talking about mitochondrial DNA. If you go into the 2018, 2021 articles, they have, you know, they just found out that the DNA sequence of the Moroccans with that 36% sub-Saharan African in it in 2018. You know what I'm saying? And it's adding, and they say and that component, you know what I'm saying, continue still into certain modern populations up there. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's all mixed, but you know what I'm saying, certain lineages and people have transatlantic slavery. You know what I'm saying? During the pre-Neolithic period, you know what I'm saying? People got, you know what I'm saying, when the desert started to dry out, you know what I'm saying, them certain lineages, you know what I'm saying, was stuck in them certain areas, like L2 and certain, even you know how most West Africans are EM2, right? You got certain EM2 branches mutated in North Africa. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying like, you know, overall, you know, of course, overall, these people are, you know, highly mixed and swarthy, but you still have those African or sub-Saharan components, you know, popping in and out through the population. You might see a light-skinned dude with nappy ass hair. You know what I'm saying? There's some Berbers with nappy shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something.
Might see one with curly hair with a big ass fucking nose, big ass lip.
Based off Shamalanka grave sites that was found in Cameroon, right? I mean, just not that, but just recent findings like E1B1A mutations or those downstream mutations south of the Sahara is late, bro. You had EV38 in the Sahel in the northern portion of Africa before it even inserted in south of the Sahara. That's what people don't. That's what's not being understood. So to say that there is no relation in some layers of these people's genetics from north to south, even though North Africans are highly autosomally speaking, you know, they have Near Eastern components. But again, you have layers within genetics that bridge them because West Africans have a basal North African component. They might not have the Bronze Age Eurasian component, but there is a basal North African component from portions of their DNA that come from peopling of the Green Sahara. So Kepian type people, Marusian type people inserted south and mingled with West African hunter-gatherers and populations with archaic Homo sapien or archaic hominic genes, who was possibly Homo heidelbergensis or Jebel Hood type groups of people that was down there, which was archaic Homo sapiens, that the scientists are calling ghost populations. So we represent a hybrid as well.
Yeah, because even if you look up the Kefian oracle, you seen it lately, Ngozi? They added like
the dental analysis. The dental analysis.
Yeah, because you know, of course, you had some that was related to the Iberian Marusians, and then you also had these West Africans up north. You know what I'm saying? In the central, you know, Sahara, Green Sahara, amongst these people too. You know what I'm saying? Even say like M2 and even the proto Niger Congo languages started, you know what I'm saying, up north before it started trickling down south and intermixing with these early hunter-gatherers and middle Stone Age hunter-gatherers that was in West Africa before the Niger Congo speakers intermixed in. You know what I'm saying, which are the ghost populations and go we talking about.
And then that EM2 mutation, according to the sickle cell, which came out in the origin of sickle cell, it developed in the wet Sahara. But before a lot of it dried up, and I think that's the last half of the Holocene glacier period, because you had 3 periods of the Holocene glacier period. So the wet Sahara, when it started to fade, a lot of these people developed sickle cell to fight off malaria. That's 7,500 years ago. Way before a lot of these men inserted themselves south of the Sahara and carried that sickle cell with them down there. If you study the sickle cell in the origins, it says sickle cell variant at root started with one child. Even though they're using one child, is a singular point to explain how it developed. But basically, the mutation itself started in the wet Sahara, before even people even started themselves.
And I'm sorry.
Can I say one more thing? I would say Chief X, and he was responding to what we were saying. He was saying there weren't no people living in the Greens Head. They were.
That nigga name on here, man. It's illegal to say that bitch ass nigga name, yo.
Oh my God.
Let me just say this though. Let me just say this.
Why you gotta say his name though, yo? He don't deserve none of that, yo.
I'm correct.
I'm correct. That, yo.
Let me correct.
Just correct it, but you don't gotta say his name. You gonna make 10 videos now, yo. 30 videos to try to get some traction, yo. Like he can't just teach and get traction without putting our names in the title, dog. Like you never see me put his name in the title, dog.
Well, some people mistake that it wasn't no people in the Green Sahara, and it actually they lived in the Green Sahara. They lived around lakes and rivers. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of articles explaining.
If it wasn't no people in the Green Sahara, where does the Tassili cave art come from? You see people on the fucking wall there with cattle and different shit. Like that's right.
Ain't no damn animals stop no motherfucking hungry humans from going up motherfucking Green Sahara.
And let me add to the sickle cell thing too. I remember when I was reading Robin Walker's book. It was When We Ruled. And he talked about that in one of the passages, I think we was talking about the Moors, that he brought out an article that talked about how when they looked into a lot of Spanish and Portuguese populations, right? They had discovered that there was 2 sickle cell genes that was prevalent within a lot of Italian people and Portuguese people. They said there was one that was the Senegal haplogroup of sickle cell, and then there was a North African component too that was also prevalent within a lot of Spanish and Portuguese populations. That was my add-on.
Yeah, that's probably from them. You know what I'm saying? Them they're split up. You know what I'm saying? Because you got L2 markers in certain lineages. You might not show, but the lineages are there. You know what I'm saying? Probably come from that. You know, from that.
And they talked about that. Oh yeah, I forgot to bring up the time period. They talked about there was one that was prevalent within you see it in the 7th century. So that's when the Moors invaded. Well, the Moors invaded, and then they had one during the transatlantic slave trade too. So it's real interesting how genetics and science work. But with science, that discipline is constantly upgrades and stuff. History, on the other hand, you see more of a change in the historical narrative than anything, Yeah,
and then you got different scientific teams debating each other, saying, you know what I'm saying different things, or some things that might agree upon, and you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. You gotta read the supplemental information, and so when you go into the Journal of Science and Nature, scientists will respond to the written articles. And this is my problem. People never read the information that's not in agreement with it. They'll run with that article. And that's the bullshit. And that's the non-studies. And that's the foolery. Right? Like come on, man. When there's an articles in there are responses in there from other scientists. showing you the weaknesses are in the paper, showing you the strengths, showing you what they don't agree with. So if you study an ancient population, I mean, everybody knows you don't just use DNA. You got language, you got DNA, you got archaeology, right? If I make DNA is not going to show you where the red crown comes from. I can show you cave art. I can show you rock art in Nubia. Okay, with the red crown. Why is the red crown? Why the red crown in pre-dynastic Egypt amongst the A group? Why? Like, what's the joke here? Like, what? And how come you don't find that red crown nowhere else? That's why they got rid of the invading race theory. They got rid of Mesopotamian people came in, like the guy was talking about, and gave them their culture. Like, okay, well, where's the red crown in Mesopotamia at? Where's the red crown in Lower Egypt at? They don't have it. You found the red crown amongst people that you consider niggers. Why is that? And then there's even an interpretation on that. Well, two schools of thought on that. So I don't ever run out there and don't read you both schools of thought. I give you both schools of thought. But we got people jumping on this motherfucker, challenging, you know what I'm saying? And all you ever hear them say is one damn thing. That's not how scholarship works. That's not how the scientific journals work. There's always an opposition to it, and you gotta read both sides of it. But we got a whole lot of that one way, whole bunch of that nonsense. That's not how that work is done right there. And so for the novice, and I am a novice, I read both sides of the conversation. I'm gonna share my screen in a second, and I'm gonna show you what I mean about reading both sides of the conversation. You don't hide stuff from the people to promote your fucking agendas. It's a bunch of buffoonery. And I heard somebody say, well, Nosy, he on the Afrocentric side. Man, come on, that's so fucking crazy. Just to make that damn statement is ultra crazy. Like ultra fucking crazy. Like just fucking bananas.
The back and forth.
I'm just saying, like, when y'all this motherfucker, y'all have had years to perfect your argument. See, this is what they don't understand. Nigga, we've been talking about this shit for at least 7 fucking years. When it goes, he was in his motherfucking low 20s. Years. Galagiti come on the scene. Super young. We've been arguing and talking about this shit for years. And I refuse to allow a crazy ass nigga pop on a platform and don't at least have that type of motherfucking battle experience. I've been fighting these two niggas for years with this shit. Crafting the argument out of the fucking argument. I refuse to let a nigga die out nowhere. But when I'm fighting against and goes to them niggas, man, I gotta have at least 30 motherfucking arguments. My fucking articles. When I'm trying to go to DT, I bet to know about migration. I bet to know about Craig. I bet to know about Smith. I bet to know about that shit or got. So that's how I survive by fucking with niggas that's the official goddamn what we call intellectual gunfighter. An intellectual gunfighter don't got one bullet in his damn gun. Because your gun might just get shot out your hand. Come on, man.
Hey, brother Bobby, you mentioned it's like the back and forth. That's where it gets interesting. You think that we have some knockdown drag outs. You go to those journals, you got whole schools of academics going at each other's necks and then back and forth. You know it. You've read them, right?
Yeah, that's the fun.
Yeah.
That's why when I come on the show, I already know what the arguments are. You can go in there, they got the information. Like, so just coming on here with the one article for 9 hours and saying that shit and then changing population, that's the back migration. Like, nigga don't know that the first time anybody having a fucking back migration was coming out and goes the goddamn off 8, 9 years ago about the back migration. Because the back migration don't mean a fucking tsunami. Nah, so now all the water leaves off the shore. Then it come back. Then they would have back migration is. Yo, there are people that never left, yo. I can show you markers right now that never left and is in North African and make up what makes up the North African quote unquote population. I'm crazy. Hey, Brendan.
Sir.
Yo, hit me on my email.
Yeah, I will. I'm on your Facebook. Yeah. Shoot me your email on Facebook.
Hit me on the Facebook again, yo. I'll be having a listen, yo.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't hit me a couple days, yo, my shit should get ran all the way off the page completely.
Yeah, I'll hit you up. I'll shoot you my email. Hey, and
all
I put inside of the comments of the previous show. This was on the weekend. I think it was last weekend. We were talking about the different theories in terms of the population of the peopling of Egypt, and we were talking about the pre-dynastic race theory. I said, hey, we should really talk about the pre-dynastic race theory. Not that it's accurate, because it has been replaced by something, right? You talked about the pre-dynastic race theory, saying that you had people from Mesopotamia came into Egypt, and they're the ones that actually brought civilization and all the advancements in. That's been debunked. That's no longer considered valid, right? And it's been replaced by something. My question is, what has it been replaced with? Well,
I got the point for you. So the one point is, we can't be afraid of what you're calling. A lot of times we're afraid of outside cultural influences, because people came at us with the rah-rah, with the invading race theory, right? You know what I'm saying? And so as soon as you hear cultural influence, you think they mean the start of something. No, it's like it is. Like, we have cultural influences from China. You know what I'm saying? Like suits that are made in China, or suits that are made in Europe or Italy. That doesn't make United States Italy. French fries. You know what I'm saying? Like pizza. That doesn't make it Italian, right? Or Italy, because we eat pizza. It's a cultural influence on food. So I'm just saying, so just because you got some trading fields from Mesopotamia, or some Nile from Mesopotamia, right? Or certain things that are influenced, doesn't mean that's where it started at, or doesn't mean that's the dominant. It never means that. It simply means what it is. So we need to define our words. And so we know, based off of the invading race theory getting knocked out the box, or the invading dynasty getting knocked out the box, right? We clearly understand where the start of the kingship starts at. We know, like, they got the archaeological sites. Now, just go ahead and move the niggas from Sudan and Libya, move them in Europe, and say they was part of that back migration. Go do that. It's bananas, yo. So I'm gonna show y'all something on the screen. But go ahead, with Brendan.
No, that's all I had. I was just on earlier, I just wanted to jump on right quick to show that one reference source that CK showed us about with the maps and the chronology. We got to really start incorporating that in some of these conversations. I don't know if you had a chance to see some of that, but like I say, I just sort of reiterate. I don't think you were on the panel. I think it'll provide a really good backdrop to support some of these conversations. To say, okay, well, here's the chronology piece, and here's a map of the ancient world as it was seen by the people at the time during our conversations, right? So it kind of gives us a visual of where we're at in space and time.
Yeah, you're right. You talking about on the panel last Saturday?
Yeah. I had a screenshot. I took a picture of the camera. I took a picture with my camera of the book that I had. It was like a hard copy, but CK actually found the digital copy, and it's in the Pseudo Killer Discord. And I was sharing it earlier, and I think Sheffrin and Corey, I think, may have access to it now, and we can actually use that as a reference piece, right, for some of these conversations, right, to support what we're talking about. Just for the audience, if not for us, for the audience, for they can see exactly a visual there, right? Because it helps us out, because I think we get it messed up, in terms of geography and chronology a lot of times, and it gets confusing.
I think it's on purpose. As a matter of fact, I think it's on purpose to constantly promote one discipline as if the one discipline tells the whole story. No experts do that.
Right. Right.
So that was a shot. That was a shot at me, then, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because you take the one discipline.
I only use one discipline to come to my conclusion. I never came to any conclusions to be truthful. I only said what the experts said, and then you just referred to Ngozi. Like when Ngozi was on the panel, he never disagreed with anything I said. He never disagreed with one thing. As a matter of fact, the whole panel had came to an agreement. The last time we was on here, everybody on the panel had came to an agreement.
And what was that?
That the Egyptians were neither
that you ain't know what you was talking about.
The Egyptians were neither black nor white, right? Right. We understand where the genetics come from, right? We talked about the people you keep wanting to bring up, the Badarians. We talked about those people. I mean, we went through it. We went through every article. We went through the article that y'all don't like, the one that X brought, and y'all want to discredit it and say it's one article. But the article is a expert. The articles are only those are experts that wrote that article. We went through that article. It was nothing in the article that I would disagree with. And Ngozi went through the article with us. It was nothing in the article that he disagreed with.
It was in Ngozi's article.
Yeah, he said he got it. He gave it to
gave
X.
it to
X. Yeah, he gave that article to X. Right. So nobody disagreed. I think the disagreement was because of the North African comment, and that's way beyond the even conversation that we having. Whether a North African is considered, is it a misnomer or whatever? Like that's way beyond the conversation we had. It's actually a red herring that we harping on, so that we don't have to address the actual argument that we was actually having. It's a lot of red herrings that keep coming up, so that we can keep it cloudy, so that we can make sure that everybody think that whoever ain't been studying this for 30,000 years don't know what they talking about. That's the cloudiness that I find dishonest. You know what I'm saying? That's a Christian tactic to me. That's like what you know what I'm saying?
Hey, Concrete Corey, I'll take that as a shot at me. And let me show you how thorough I am with my shit, though. I'm going to smack you up with this one. I say, don't get in the way, Corey. I said, I got some ammo.
Now you're disagreeing with the articles. The only way you can smack me up is if you prove those articles wrong. That's the only way you can smack me up. Huh?
No. Listen. So let's make it clear.
Because I never said anything that those articles didn't say. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Let's just make this clear. The reason Ngozi and Gullah Geechee would not disagree with the article, right? Because that is one segment of a population, right? And then two, y'all understand that there's more than one segment of the population in Egypt, right?
I didn't say. Listen, I gotta be saying I either gotta be agreeing with you or I gotta say that that was 100% of the population. That's a false dichotomy that you're setting up, You're setting up a false dichotomy, and it's not that. It's not either this or that. It's not that. That's how you try to set it up.
What I'm gonna let you do finish talking because you cut me off, Corey.
My bad.
And maybe your phone don't work. Your shit. I don't think your phone work, yo.
It worked. Yeah. Go ahead. I hear you.
You be doing it on purpose. I forgot you do it on purpose. You told me. I ain't mad you said it on purpose. I'm gonna say this again. The DNA evidence. Let's talk about DNA real quick. 99% of all humans are 99% similar, meaning 99% of their genetic profile is similar to all humans on Earth. That's why we ain't no race, right? Genetic tests take 1% of that 99%, and then they measure 1% of the 1%, And we talked about recombination, right? So I'm telling you that those marks that you see does not represent all the ancestors, right, of that modern population. And I can't make you understand that. I can't make it. So I'm saying, so show me one article of the 1% of 1% doesn't move me. It makes me say, yes, I agree with that 1% of the 1%. But what about the other parts of it? That's the point. That's the point I'm making. So my point is, I'll come with the archaeology, right? Here we go. So, come here. First of all, I probably need to get a goddamn hold on, let me see.
I don't even understand what you're saying though at this point. Are you saying that you disagree with what I'm saying? What part about what I'm saying?
I'm saying that you can't. You take.
I'm not doing what you're saying. You're saying I can't use only one article. I wouldn't
do
that.
I'm saying you take that. No, I'm saying you take the one. I'm saying DNA has its limitations, right? Based off of the way the human genetics is formed.
I agree. DNA
right.
has.
So, wait a minute, but the human body actually works so that a virus won't take us all out. Like it's called recombination. Like, and I say it all the time. You can have two twin sisters. You can, or just without the hell, two sisters can take a DNA test, and one have 20% sub-Saharan African, and the other one have none. So if you was looking at them two sisters, you'd say, "See, her ancestors are sub-Saharan African."
I would say that.
Let me finish. God.
Go ahead, though. You saying I would say that, but I wouldn't say that.
Not
okay.
you.
Right.
The people looking at the genetic profile, the novice like us, would say she has no sub-Saharan African DNA. Is that not what people would say, yo? Think about what I just said, yo.
Yeah, I agree. They would say that.
I'm saying we're doing the same thing and arguing for 20 months, yo. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I've been saying. But if we're not understanding how DNA works, then we think we got aha moments. And so I'm saying any platform I'm on and putting my name to it, dog. I don't want to be left wide open like that where niggas come through and shoot us all day and laugh at us.
So what part about what I said are you disagreeing with? Like what part about what you just said? What part about what, hold on, because you just got done talking. What part about what you just said negates anything that I said? Because I don't disagree with what you just said.
So if you don't disagree with what I just said, then running with the North African DNA sample shit, you would know its limitations to it and leave it alone.
I understand. I wouldn't. Why would I leave it alone when they came to a conclusion in the paper?
What conclusion was that?
They told you. They told us what the conclusion was. Huh?
What was the conclusion?
The conclusion is the people that's there, they've been there. Huh? That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion that I keep telling you about. That's the conclusion that you keep telling me that you don't disagree with. Hold on, because I afforded you.
Stay right there.
Okay, I'm staying right here. I ain't able to stay here because you won't let me. You won't let me. You want to go? Okay.
I don't. That's all I want you to do, Corey. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Stay right there and apply what I just said to their conclusion. Then what do you have? You got 1% of 1%.
What you tell me what I have, because I'm tired of the guessing game with you. You tell me.
You have. I'm saying if you understand that if you got two sisters with the same mother and father, and one,
man, you can't keep saying that over and over again. That's not what your last point was.
Yes, it was. I said apply that. I'm telling you how DNA works. I'm saying apply that to any study you get. Even if the study said, watch this.
Look. We keep going in a circle, We keep going in a circle because I'm trying to figure out the part that I said that you disagree with.
I disagree with the fact that you're not applying. The fact that
applying what?
That two sisters can have a sub-Saharan, one can have 30% sub-Saharan African, and the other one can have 0. So we could take a modern population that says the Egyptians had sub-Saharan African DNA. But wait a minute.
So we had a whole discussion about recombination on the phone earlier. We had a whole discussion on that, and we actually, as gentlemen, we actually came to an agreement on that. We actually did. Even I wish Kent was on the panel because Kent was actually listening to us. Then now you're trying to act like I don't like. Now you're trying to play me because I don't know. I'm not some genetic enthusiast that's been studying it for 50,000 years, right? Now it's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying that, Corey.
But why would you try to play me like that when we had a discussion on it and you already know that I have somewhat of an understanding of that, right?
Okay, so why don't I use that when you tell me the conclusion with a DNA article? If you
listen, I told you what they said in the article. It's not me. It's not my fault.
He told you 3 times.
Yeah.
I know, but that wouldn't make up the whole population. You get that?
You keep on saying that. This is the false dichotomy that I keep saying. This is the false. See, look, you will not let me talk. This is the false dichotomy that I keep telling you you're setting up for me. It's either I'm saying that means it was 100% of the population, or I have to agree with you. I have to say what you saying, or if I don't say what you saying, then that means I'm saying that means it's 100% of the population. That's the false dichotomy that you're setting up for me, That's a false dichotomy, And I'm not saying that. I never said 100% anything. You already know what I'm saying. You already know exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying the people that's there, they've been there. And now you're going to tell me about 100% of the population again. That's your favorite line. Every time I say that, your favorite line after that is to talk to me about 100% of the population.
No, what I'm going to say is that population that you measured that represents a group that was in Egypt. That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
That represents the group that's there right now today.
I thought we were talking about ancient Egypt, yo.
No, we're talking. Yeah, we are. We are talking about ancient Egypt, right? So
the ancient population, whether the modern population was descended from the ancient population.
There you go.
That's what we talking about,
Okay, but
I don't care how many times you try to switch it and move around the board.
I got you. But Corey don't like to talk about the mummies, remember?
Listen, because you keep saying the same thing about the mummies,
No, I'm not. I'm actually not. I'm actually saying that the mummies.
No. We finna go on the red herring.
Hold on.
We're finna go on the red herring. No, I don't want you, Sheffrin. Stay right where you at, Sheffrin.
The article that's on the screen is not talking about mummies,
And no, the whole thing is it was the false dichotomy.
What's false? The only reason they know about the ancient. Hold on. See, I'm thinking.
No, don't say that. Don't you say that. Don't say that.
I gotta say.
Don't say that.
You know I gotta say.
The only reason they know about the ancient population is what?
Right.
Is
that
what?
They have ancient samples.
Oh my God!
No,
stop saying that. You gotta stop saying that, bro.
I said that's been 1,000 right now, my niggas. Let's step up the ante. This is what I love to do. Up the ante and don't play with me. Put your money at. Money talking bullshit.
Listen, I'm not a gambler.
Listen, we had. So is this your argument? So hold on. Did you read Double X article?
Man.
It's a simple question, yo.
I read Double X.
I won't even hold it against you if you did. I wouldn't even hold it.
So you read Double X. Is his article? Hold on.
No, it's in Gozzi's article
talking about mummies and DNA from mummies.
No.
Okay. So are they talking about an ancient population and a modern population? Yes or no?
They talk about the modern population.
and the ancient population.
But you can't talk about the ancient population without samples from a fucking month.
You keep saying that. Now you gotta go prove that. Now you gotta go prove that.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. No, we're not. I didn't make no claim. At this point, I'm saying I don't know. Now you go prove that.
Okay, let me help you out a little bit. Human beings aren't fucking poles stuck in the ground. They move constantly. They're migratory. They move from here to there to every fucking where. So it's no way you would have to find some dead stuff, motherfuckers, in that area to know who was there in that area. And even those people could have came from another area and died there.
All right, so that's your point. Now go prove that.
Yeah, that's my damn point.
All right, now go prove that. Now we didn't heard you. We didn't heard you loud and clear. Now go ahead and walk us through that.
I don't gotta walk you through it because this is how DNA works, and I thought I was talking to people who know. I don't gotta walk people through to know that a common ancestor and a split from a common ancestor don't mean shit.
So you don't. Right. So you're not gonna show us. So you're not gonna show us that sign.
No. So if I'm teaching, everybody shut the fuck up.
All right, we teach. You go ahead and teach. Let me unshare my screen. Let me unshare my screen because I had something on the screen. Let me that was saying that nothing that you saying. So let me unshare, and I'm gonna let you teach. At this, everybody in the chat, y'all done read this source, right? Now it's Unk's turn to go ahead. I'm unsharing. Now it's Unk's turn to go ahead and do his thing. Go, Unk.
I'm gonna let somebody tell it, and then I'm gonna let a person say it since I'm sitting in the car at my fucking son's practice, yo. So I'm gonna let somebody else speak on it. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it like that. So my statement is, for you to figure out the ancient population, right? You need DNA from the ancient population, or else it could be just like the fucking United States, where the fucking indigenous people is the ancient population and the newly coming is the American population. So you figure out which strata you found the fucking mummies in and you work it like that. So you wouldn't know what the ancient population was in America without the DNA from the ancient people.
The mummies.
The fucking mummies, nigga. The fucking mummies that help you know where the fucking ancient population was. That's why anybody in their right mind don't deny that the modern population that's in Egypt now is part of the population that was there then because of the fucking
Who else was there? Who else was there, huh?
They don't have the rest of the DNA to know that. First point, they had, listen, because they only found mummies that's in Upper Egypt. Lower Egypt.
No. How come this is what you gotta help me out with? You gotta help me out with. How in one breath you say, okay, yeah, I agree with it. Then you say, well, I got something for that in the next. The shit just don't make sense to me, It don't.
No, don't let him off the hook, Corey. He said that the only way you can tell that the crazy part, that the ancient population was there,
that was wrong early
because of the mummies. Now I want him to show that.
The crazy part, Sheffrin, he already admitted that was not the case earlier, though. We on the phone.
That what? I admitted that what?
That you already admitted that we didn't need the mummies to understand that.
No,
we said that earlier today.
We don't need mummies to know where haplogroups start out at because of molecular tests, yo.
Right.
It tells
so you can't change. We talked about the mutations in the rate that you can look at the. Go ahead.
If you look at the R1 from fucking Europe, right, and find that amongst mummies that's in Upper Egypt, then the R1 didn't start there. Then that wouldn't be the indigenous population there, though, buddy. So no one says that the R1 is an indigenous population to quote unquote Lower Egypt.
So they needed mummies to know that the North African population was indigenous to North Africa.
They need the mummies so that you would know what that indigenous population entails. And it entails some R1, it entails some E1, B1, B1, it entails a lot of different things at different rates. But like I said, since it's only 1% or 1%, then those particular mummies, as it recombinated, might not have showed the upper portion of the DNA. It's the point I've been trying to make all the time. But you
That's a clarity point. That's a clarity point, though. That's a clarity point because what Ankh is saying, right, inside of that abstract, what it's saying is that it can actually, what they're doing, they're analyzing 3 indigenous populations and saying based on the genetic information from those 3 indigenous populations, they're postulating the ancestral DNA. Ankh is saying that he rejects that. He rejects that, you know, as a foundational piece.
That's hilarious.
But I'm just, am I wrong or not, brother Ankh? That's essentially what you're saying, right?
I'm saying that geneticists,
you ain't gonna never know what he's saying.
Because it does say that it's a novel approach. It says that he's using a novel approach, which is somewhat new, right? I'm just be straightforward, right? That's what the article says.
Novel don't mean wrong. It just mean new. But go ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
And you need new ways to get to the truth.
Right.
Yep. So
go ahead. Keep going. Keep going, Brendan.
No, I'm just saying in terms of, I think that's the piece that I think that's like one of those critical disagreement points in terms of what the article is saying and what brother Ankh is saying. Let me know if I'm wrong, right?
No, you on it.
The article is saying it's analyzing the DNA, I guess the DNA information from 3 indigenous populations in the region, right? And it's using those 3 indigenous populations to figure out what the ancient population actually was, right? And if I'm not mistaken, Ankh said earlier, he says that, hey, in terms of just those 3 indigenous populations, there's other things, there's other factors that have to be put in place.
Absolutely.
To determine that ancestral population, that true ancestral population there, right? So I think that's where the deviation, if I'm kind of following, you know, the article and our conversations.
I'm gonna read this abstract again, and I want to see where the mummies come into play.
No, there's no mummies in there.
So, okay, it says North African populations are distinct from sub-Saharan Africans based on cultural, linguistic, and phenotypic attributes. However, the time and the extent of genetic divergence between populations north and south of the Sahara remain poorly understood. Here we interpret.
Stop right there.
God.
What?
You gotta read it in context. You can't take that sentence and harp on it like the one sentence that you've been harping on for 5 months. Let the man read the article. Go ahead, Sheffrin. Man, this is crazy.
But if it's sitting there telling at the beginning of the article this shit is poorly understood, then why y'all acting like this shit is truly understood?
But he's going to clear it up.
Thank you.
He's clearing it up. That's the thing.
Just like the other article did on the same sentence that you harped on for 5 months. On the same sentence that you got Kent. Now you got Kent harping on the damn sentence.
But you actually lied though, yo. Because you said you're gonna let me prove my point.
Fuck it. Fuck this shit.
Man, this is
never
crazy.
Fucking stop, nigga. I don't stop.
You did stop. You went somewhere. We started talking.
Well, nigga, I was still trying to pull my shit up. I ain't with no goddamn way.
Okay, well, while you pulling that up, Sheffrin's gonna continue to read
let
this.
Him go ahead. Let him go ahead, Joe, because I don't want him to feel like it. That was just crazy.
Right. I'm gonna show y'all.
Y'all see what he do though? Yeah.
I don't know what I do. There you go. General nature.
Hey, man, Brendan.
Y'all
Brendan,
see the screen, though, right? Y'all see the screen,
you're supposed
right?
to be the fair one here, Brendan.
Hey, no.
Is that not flim flam?
No.
Is he not flim flamming us or what?
No, Brendan actually dove in and said that's a point of clarity. In the middle,
it was a point of clarity.
Nigga, I didn't didn't do it. I didn't say it.
No, you was done with your statement. That's why he said that was a point of clarity.
Oh, y'all
That's when he jumped in.
No, that was supposed to be finding source, yo. Y'all see the source, right?
Yep.
This is important. So
now hold on. Before you read the source, you need to let us know what you're saying, what you're talking about here, because that's my problem. I never know what you're talking about.
I'm saying that the mummies that they found are human beings, and in human beings, you can get two brothers and give them two identical DNA tests.
So you already know we had a long discussion about recombination earlier. We had a long discussion about recombination earlier. But go ahead for the audience's sake. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you had a discussion, but you don't know how to fucking apply this shit to the discussion. That's the part that got me frustrated at this point. That's why I'm slap ass mad as fuck at you, because you gotta apply the rules. It's called genetics, bro. Just like that, just like we talking physics and astronomy, nigga, you do not let me break the rules. So you say, nope, this is what this is, and then I have to apply it, Corey. If I don't apply it, they know that's why you got it wrong, because you didn't apply it to it.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Whoa. Let me make this point. These articles, contrary to belief, are not written for the layman public, bro. They're written for the scientists, the geneticists, and the geneticists understand certain things. Now you must deal with the media and the titling of it. They title shit for aha moments, right? To get people to read it.
The titles are provocative, yes.
Yes, I'm just saying this is all part of the game, to get people to read it, to get more traction. But I'm telling you, scientists understand this one fact right here, that you have to apply it to human beings, and it's called recombination. Recombination is the process by which pieces of DNA are broken and recombined to produce new combinations of alleles. Alleles, in case you don't know, alleles is a what? An allele is a fragment, right, of a gene. It's a variation of a gene is an allele. Okay? All right, which forms different, combination of alleles. This combination process creates genetic diversity at the level of genes that reflects differences in the DNA sequences of different organisms. So when you're actually testing those mummies, it has been recombinated, so you might not find the sub-Saharan DNA that you're actually looking for. Why? It's been recombinated. So you can't take everything from those samples, because it's just 1% of 1% of your genetic profile. This is how I fucking learned. So if I'm fucking crazy, then I'm fucking crazy. So I'm not gonna sit up here on the show and read one article about some fucking mummies and know they only got 1% or 1% of the fucking DNA from the goddamn mummies. That is my point, bro. I'm not saying you said nothing. I'm saying I'm teaching right now. Now I'm done with that, and we can move on. I know what I'm saying. So my point is, Brendan, did you understand what I just said, Brendan? Or am I just a dumbass old nigga right now?
I think, yeah, I'm following what you're saying in terms of like the genetic recombination piece, right? But I'm curious if they took into account genetic recombination in that study we were talking about earlier, in the novel study. I don't know if they did or didn't, and that may be something that's inside the article that you can search on, right? Did they take into the account of that phenomenon that you're talking about, right?
No. They
did a halfway study, Brendan. Yeah, they did, and then they decided to put that in the journal. They did. They did a half-ass study, and then decided to go ahead and put that half-ass study in a journal for everybody.
And remember, those weren't the mummies. They were doing I guess DNA samples from indigenous populations, right? Those I guess those were actually in the article we had up earlier, right? Those were actually genetic samples from indigenous populations of that were people.
From the modern population.
Yeah, exactly. No, so what you would say indigenous populations, yeah.
Well, indigenous, yeah, fine, because I'm not the one with the best with the words. Mm-hmm. I know they hold me. They hold that. That's like been the new thing. Like if you mispronounce a word, that automatically makes disqualifies everything you're saying. So you know.
But Unc agreed with the
Not at all.
article, though. That's the issue.
No,
So
I'm saying
we-
like
but the
that's
question-
been what
We
the
don't even
standard
know what
changed
he's
to.
disagreeing.
Hey, Brennan, you see how you took it off the point I was making? You see how we slipped out of that frame?
Yeah.
About the
I hear you.
recombination.
Yeah, with it.
No, we
I'm
never
telling
slipped
you,
out.
no, you asked the wrong question. The scientists, they already understand the recombination process, right? They understand that already. They understand the limitations of it. They get it. The general public don't. So the general public and the racist white supremacists dive at the shit, you throw the title on that motherfucker, and then you actually think that's the whole genetic sequence of those mummies. It's not, bro. I just told you what the limitations was on DNA studies. Like I just gave it to y'all.
So Brendan, you already know that.
And again,
I
we
conceded
keep,
that wasn't
keep,
100%, right?
And the thing here's one point of error that I think we keep doing is that we keep throwing mummies into the conversation today that we just had with the context of this conversation, right? They weren't talking about the mummies, right? For this, I know in a previous conversation, it was around the DNA of the mummies, right? I don't think that's what we're talking about right now.
Okay, right. Yeah. So the modern population, Brendan, watch this. Based off what we know about recombination, when they test the modern population, what's missing, Brendan? Let me see if you got it. What's missing out of that when they take the test? What's missing, bro?
The recombination piece, I said it earlier, right? The question is, did they, in this particular, I guess, this genetic sequencing exercise that they did, right? This novel exercise, did they take into account, right, the recombination phenomenon that you're talking about? I don't know if they did or didn't. We have to read the article. Maybe it's included in the article. Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe maybe it's not. Right, but that's a point where we can actually put a pin in it. We can say, hey, here's a potential stop sign.
We don't have to put a pin
say,
in
hey,
it,
yeah, this is one of those things that it's not definitive, right?
Brendan,
sir.
Listen. When we talking
that
astronomy,
paper, Brendan, it has it in the paper. Right.
Hold on. When we talking astronomy, right? The astronomer already thinks that for you to see certain phenomena, you gotta have a telescope. They don't gotta write that in there. So they already know the limitations on genetic testing. The article was not written for the layman, yo. We're laymen reading shit. The scientists already know they only got 1% of the 1% already. They don't gotta keep fucking saying it. It's in the field. We're reading field research work. We're reading expert papers, bro. This is not for the layman. I'm telling you, bro.
I agree with that because it's very difficult to follow. Right? It is.
They're not writing it for you, Brendan. They're not writing it for me, Brendan. I promise you this. They don't gotta explain everything. They be there forever. They will never get you the paper. They figure there's a certain amount of knowledge you already know. The laymen take the shit and argue over the shit like that.
But I would ask this. But I would ask this though, based on I guess this process that they used, right? They came up to, I guess they made a determination, right, about the peopling of ancient Egypt, right? Are you saying that you disagree with the process and that the process you made, or do you think that there could be some type of error in their conclusions, right?
It's because no, Brendan. It's not even talking about the people in Egypt. It's just talking about the North African population.
Right. The North African piece.
It's talking about, suppose them niggas in North Africa. Suppose them niggas didn't even go into Egypt. Suppose that. How about that? Think about that for a minute. Maybe they went to somewhere else. Suppose that. That's not the point.
Suppose what? Suppose
I'm
what?
Saying, suppose that the North African population they talking about right here didn't go into Egypt. Since we usually suppose.
What? I don't even understand what we suppose. I don't even understand that. I'm just gonna leave that part.
Suppose. Brendan, what did you say, Brendan?
No. I'm curious about, right? It's like, what is the disagreement with? Is the disagreement with the process in terms of what they use in terms of all of this indigenous population, the DNA testing, and using that to come up with the genetic makeup of the ancestral population, right? They did that. They said it directly in the abstract, right? Or are we saying that are you saying that you disagree with that process, or are you disagreeing with the conclusion? Or I'm trying to kind of be precise. That's why we were sort of reading through the abstract to figure out what that process was and the points of contention were, right? If that kind of makes sense. I don't know if it does or not. I'm sorry.
And we just need to go to the abstract of the thing, yo.
Yeah. Go back to the abstract. I think somebody had it up, right? And we were almost at the piece. We were talking about how they were actually using whatever novel, procedures or whatever to do. I'm not a DNA guy, right? So I'm sort of reading the article, trying to follow, because like you say, it's very technical, right?
So y'all let American Dream back on. So Cube and Chief X should be allowed on the channel then. If American Dream is allowed on here, then Cube and Chief X ought to be allowed.
Put that nigga on there? Who put that nigga back on there?
I don't know. He in here.
That shit. Shit, nigga, I ain't letting him on this motherfucker.
I ain't mad though.
Feast of Truth Ministries. Feast of Truth Ministries.
What up, Truth Ministries? I ain't mad about it. It's all good.
I be mad about that shit. I be mad about that shit if my boy Chief X.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm not even.
Nah, that ain't fine for me, my nigga. Not even a little bit, bro.
I think we in a good place, and I just don't want to veer the conversation off.
No, we don't gotta veer the conversation off. To let somebody on this motherfucker you don't want on here, yo, need to kick his ass up out of here, yo.
No, we was just mad that day at American Dream.
We gonna give him another chance. Sheffer said we was mad that day. That was it. It's all good. I do frown on blocking people and kicking people off. I highly frown on that. But
I don't. Especially when the motherfucker keep doing the same behavior over and over again. You trying to cut me off.
American Dream supports the channel. We just disagree with the nigga. That's it.
There you go.
The fuck?
but that abstract had a lot of interesting pieces in it. It was talking about, it was using information about those indigenous populations to determine what some of the migratorial tracks look like. So it had a lot of information in there that I don't know, maybe we could have glossed over. But yeah.
At this point, Brendan, you don't even know why Unc is arguing, because he's gonna tell you he's not arguing that Egypt was black. So at this point, like, what is he disagreeing with us on? If he agrees with us that the
articles,
and the articles, right? And he's saying that the population was neither black nor white, which me and Sheffrin said. Now you heard me and Sheffrin agree to that, right, Brendan? Right, Brendan?
Yeah. I think we're drilling down. We're beyond drilling the black and white,
right?
Yeah, we're beyond the black and white.
Let me say this. Now I'm trying to figure out, why is Unc having a disagreement with us? If listen to this, Brendan. If he's not saying the Egyptians was black,
there may be a technical piece. There may be some technical pieces, because
ask him what's the argument.
He studies human populations and genetics and stuff. So I'm curious.
Brendan, you know what it is. You don't gotta be curious.
There's a lot more honest over the phone, Brendan. I'm gonna tell you that.
Them niggas take that argument and make them people the origin of motherfucker, that particular whole group, the origin of ancient Egyptian and all that, and then say, ain't no niggas help do nothing. That's why, Brendan, I gotta fight all the way, because that's what they do. They take that one little piece and stretch that shit all over the motherfucker.
He said, what? Brendan, come on. Now, I would never say niggas didn't do nothing. Brendan, now, come on, man. Like, you don't know me that well, Brendan,
I don't think he said that you would do that. I think, Uncle, you're saying that academics would do that.
No, he's talking about me.
Or is he talking about Corey would do that?
Hold on, ask Corey. Ask Corey, yo.
Ask him what? I already said I didn't say that.
Hey, Corey say that's the Mediterranean niggas, yo. that built Egypt and stuff. Say it, yo.
Listen,
Come on, don't
listen. I've already talked about the Mediterranean piece. I said Egypt was one of the Mediterranean cultures, right?
No.
Those cultures, huh?
So who built them? Who built them structures, yo?
The people who were there for 40,000 years, those people who have the high affinities for the Levantine and the Middle Easterners who back migrated into Egypt. Those are the people, not the Badarian niggas that you keep bringing up. Those are the people who built the pyramids. I'm just telling the truth, Brendan. When was the Badarian culture was thousands of years before Egypt?
It's not the articles, it's the conclusions that we got that Unc's got a problem with. Right?
Listen to this, Brendan. Listen to this, Brendan. He won't never let me talk. The Badarian culture was before there was ever in Egypt. There was no pyramid being built while they were here. When those people migrated, those people that migrated back in, those are the people who were building those pyramids. He wants to make you believe that these Badarians, because they never left out of Egypt, or some of them never left out of Egypt, right? He wants to say that those are this is the parent people. And so without them, nobody would have ever built no pyramids because they had the knowledge. They gave the Egyptians the knowledge for the writing system, the temples, the pyramids, all of the artwork and all of that. They the ones who gave that to these people. These people would have never had that if it wasn't for these people. That's his point. And I'm saying,
yes, he said that.
I'm good. I'm gonna put y'all together. I'm gonna teach y'all ass together. I'll force you.
One time you saying we lying on you?
Yeah, y'all lying, but I'm gonna piece it together.
Damn, yo, you literally just called us liars to our face. You joking? You gotta be joking.
I ain't joking. You put the piece together.
Wow.
He said, "What I put together?"
Yo, we talk to this dude every day, and that he gonna come, and he basically just said that we lied on him.
I ain't got that good of imagination to make that up, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't even know. I don't care, nor do I know anything about these Badarian niggas. I don't care. I don't even care about Egypt. I don't care about the conversation at all. I have no stock in who the fuck these niggas is, right? I know who my ancestors is. And don't now one of them motherfuckers come from there, right? Not my recent ancestors. Now, maybe you can go back 100,000 years and you can talk about my ancestors in the Great Rift Valley, right? If you want to go there, then we can go there. But them niggas ain't got nothing to do with my ancestors. I know who my ancestors are. I know that that my ancestors come from a specific region, a specific population of people, and in a specific region. That region is not Northeast Africa.
Hey, Corey.
Go ahead, Flying again. Tell me about the Badarians. Tell me about the
No.
Tell me about recombination.
I'm saying that you only know about the 1% of your ancestors.
I know it. So that's all I need. That's the only thing that counts to me. That's the only thing that I actually give a shit about. I don't give a shit about the rest of it.
No, but I'm saying your ancestors.
Fuck them. I don't care. All I care about is the ones that I care about, right? Them the ones that I'm immediately my recent ancestry, right? My West African ancestry, right? Those are the ones I give a shit about. I don't care about the niggas from 100,000 years ago in the Great Rift Valley, because guess what? I share those ancestors with
everybody else
Napoleon.
In the world.
I share them. I share it with Napoleon and the one motherfucker, Christopher Columbus. And all the rest of them. I share all of those ancestors with the goddamn Vikings share those ancestors with me. So who gives a shit?
Now, that's
I
not what I'm
don't.
talking
I
about.
don't. Maybe you do, and I ain't mad at you for that, but I don't.
Hey, Corey, that's not what I'm talking about. You know it, my nigga. You know it, and I know it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's the point.
That's one thing I can't tell you. I don't
If
know what
that's
you're
the
talking
point, 99% of everybody's ancestors is the fucking same at the end of the day. We all come from the same spot. If that's the point.
That's what he's saying.
That's my whole point.
See, that's why I know you don't understand the conversation there, because the conversation is this, that your genes recombinated, so your genetic profile is just one piece of your profile.
So you think I don't know about now you on here again. You on here again acting like I don't know about recombination. You on here again acting like I don't understand that.
You don't.
Okay.
You just read it. We understand it.
Honestly not. Okay, let me show you how I understand it. Although I look at my genetic profile, I know actually that that's really 1% of 1%, and that ain't shit for real, that there possibly could be more DNA based off of this that could be my ancestors. See, I know it. But you, I don't give a fuck. Nah, dog. If you understand this shit, then you know that the fucking DNA test is limited for real, for real.
So why even fuck with if DNA is limited? Why even if it's unreliable? Why even fuck with it? If it's
Nope, you just do that unreliable shit in there.
Well, that's what you're saying. At this point, you keep talking about how unreliable, how flimsy it is.
I said
you know, what is the word you just used? It's limitations on it. So at this point, when something has limitations, you can only rely on it so far. So once you get so far, it's unreliable.
There you go. So at no point should nobody jump out the window saying they Somalian, saying they Egyptian, because that's
I don't know who said that.
Or saying whatever the hell you think you're saying.
I never said anything about Somalians or anything.
No. I'm making a point here. I'm just saying that your DNA test, right, can roughly give you an estimation of the people that's in that area now, right now, my nigga. So whoever in that area right now, your DNA test is taking you because they DNA tested them people. And not to mention that the majority of the testing has been done on European populations and not in African populations. So when they did the fucking mummy studies, they didn't even genetically test the fucking indigenous people that lived in that motherfucker. They only tested the modern population. They ain't fuck with the Sudanese motherfucker for that study. They ain't do none of that. But I don't
why would if they tested Egyptians, why are they worrying about the Sudanese? Not only that, but they did test Sudanese people. They did that. They did though. Huh?
Go get that. All right, go get that. Let's read that.
Oh,
but
that's fine. Listen, you gonna tell me that they didn't? It was that's how you talking about the mummies? They didn't test the Sudanese mummies.
I'm saying when they were talking about the Sub-Saharan African, they were talking about the Central African population. They matched it up with the Central African population. One of them matched it up with the Sudanese population. They didn't do that. Read the study, yo.
Because they racist, That's why. That's why they did that. They got an agenda out to prove you wrong, It's an agenda out, and they racist. That's what it is.
Brendan, did you get my point in that, though, Brendan?
What else could he be saying, Brendan? What else could he be saying?
No, I think you guys jumped to another article, right? Because that wasn't the original article.
That's how we got to do. We got to go in circles with He makes sure we go in circles.
There's another article because I know there's a greater context. You guys have been talking about this stuff for a long time, right? So there's like several articles that you guys are really familiar with. I don't think that maybe everybody inside of either the chat or
they should be because we done posted these articles a lot here lately.
Okay, yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah. They should be pretty familiar with them by now. If they not, they bullshitting themselves and they not reading it for themselves, right? Yeah. You cannot depend on us to read it for you, right?
What I understand in terms of like what they were talking about the sub-Saharan population in the areas that was from the pre-Holocene era, right? Am I off or in terms of the timeline? Because I'm looking at the timeline. When was that? When are the experts saying that was introduced, right? Because there's
700 years ago. You talking about the sub-Saharan admixtures to the Egyptian population? They're saying that was 700 years ago.
Also, they're saying that that's more recent. They're saying that that's a more recent population.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. And inside of the article, right, there's in the abstract. That's why I would have loved for us to finish the abstract. Right. It talks about a specific population within the pre-Holocene era that was introduced. What was that? What was the makeup of those people?
I'm not sure. We can pull that article up. Was that just the one we had on the screen there?
Yeah, it was the one right before.
I don't know if Chef there, if he can pull that up, or if you got that, or whoever got that.
Yeah.
What was the name of that?
Chef got that.
Yeah, I think that was that X-Architects original source.
Yeah.
I think it was something about there was a pre-Holocene.
Here it goes. It's right up there. It's right up there, Brendan. It's on the screen right now.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead and read it, we can read it.
I'm trying to look here.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
What up, Gozy?
Hey, Gozy.
Peace. I was gonna say this. So I don't know who's going next. I want to say this real quick because I'm in and out. So the mummies that were sequenced from the 90, it was 90 mummies that were sequenced, right? And that 90 was not full. That was for the mitochondrial DNA. They only sequenced 3 of them fully, right? The 3 that were sequenced fully, 2 was marker J and 1 was E. Autosomally, they had sub-Saharan DNA that ranged from 5 to 15%, which means that people back then were 8% less than modern people in that region, African, than modern people in that region today, who have an 8% increase compared to
absolutely.
Them.
Yep, absolutely.
Here's the thing, but that 5 to 15% autosomally within the 3 that was sequenced fully shows that a sub-Saharan presence was there, but that sub-Saharan presence was omotic-like. It wasn't the population that was similar, because again, sub-Sahara doesn't mean anything. This is when you're dealing with a geographical location going south of the Sahara, that stretches in multiple spots. So it wasn't for the sub-Saharan West. They actually said Eastern sub-Saharan African population, and it ranged from 5 to 15%. Not to mention, in one of those Abusir mummies, mitochondrial DNA from the 90 that was sequenced, one of them was L3, which is African. So, and the rest was highly Eurasian. So if you went into 2020, I read it on Ephraim's show the other day, from 2020, Middle Eastern genetics or something, they said that the common Egyptian was 47%. This goes back, I think, 2400 BC, or 2700 BC, which is 4,700 years. And in there, they said 15% are Mota-like DNA. That Mota-like DNA at 15% is like the Omotic speakers. And then when you go into the Natufian population from 20, when they turned around and went into the Natufians and sequenced it, it was 6.8% Omotic, 27% North African, and 65% Arab-like. But this Arab is not the common Arab. It's more of the Bedouin groups of Yemen and Emirates zone. So we got to be careful when they try to say that wasn't a component that was sub-Saharan, like even before the post-Roman period and Arab period, because it's obvious it was lingering around, regardless of if it got hit and got absorbed in newer populations. But even within that sub-Saharan component, that's a group from the eastern part of the continent. We were already who we were, West.
Don't use that word absorb, because I'm gonna go out. He went off on me earlier for that. Went off on me.
They mingled with populations that was coming in, because it's not consistent up there. North Africa is very.
Didn't he, Sheffrin? Didn't he go off on me?
Hey, Goes, he tried to trick you with that one, yo.
He did. No, he went. Did he not go off on me or what? He went off on me.
The way you use it, that way you use that.
and also, brothers on here, we got to also think about the Sahara. The people in the Sahara. The people in the Sahara. Again, a layer of that is before the sub-Saharan component. So when you get into the Sahara, you have people coming from Southern Europe, crossing over through Gibraltar and hitting North Africa as early as 6,500 years before some of these Holocene glacier periods, and they're mingling with populations that's there. And this is how that R1b VA8 got into Africa. It doesn't come from Africa. This shit came from Europe. And this is why the Fulani in the north, we have a lactose consistent gene that matches more closer to Neolithic farmers. That's why the Pulak can drink milk. If you look up the different variations of the lactase consistent gene in Africa, Their lactase consistent gene is distinct from the lactase or the LCT gene in the horn and yeast.
Hey, brother Ngozi, I got a quick question. We were just trying to figure out the people in the pre-Holocene era, and I see here, I think they call it the Maghrebi ancestry. Who are those people? I heard of the term the Maghreb before.
The Maghrebi component is most basically the Berbers of near Morocco and the people in Libya, Tunisia. The Maghrebi component. Maghreb, it means west. It's going west. Maghrebi, it means west.
It says east to west. Yep. Across
so
North Africa. Yep.
Yes. So
Yeah,
that's
so
it.
Yeah, mind if I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir, bro.
Yeah, peace, Corey. You know, thanks for the second chance, bro. Appreciate it. And my apologies to you for coming up.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that, bro. It's all good. We all have our days, bro. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely. I do have a question because I'm also trying to figure out Bobby's perspective, if I can call him Bobby. I think he prefers to be called Bobby, so I'm gonna do that. But anyway, I am trying to understand where he's coming from on his kind of urging. I did kind of dust off my Chancellor Williams book, Destruction of Black Civilization, and you know, in it, Chancellor Williams says that there was a time when the whole continent was what he calls the land of the blacks, and you know, in my head, like that's like the only. I guess I'm thinking that that's the point that Ankh is trying to make, that, you know, that he's trying to reaffirm Chancellor Williams' position. And I guess that's the question that I'm asking.
That's his favorite book. That's his favorite book.
Since he does promote the book. And I'm wondering if that's the idea that he's putting across since he does promote the book.
No, I'm saying the shit didn't change until Afro Lil Canis came in and separated the shit. Before that point, everybody thought everybody was black, right? Just in words, right? They say that's the land of the black, Africa. It was that with the different complexions of motherfuckers.
I'm sorry. Say again.
No, I'm saying before modern DNA. Back then, people looked at Africa, right? Europeans looked at it as being the dark continent. So you got these Europeans, they call them Africanus, right? They came up with a term. His name is Leo Africanus. He's the one started below the Sahara, the sub-Saharan African population, because he looked at motherfuckers and said they darker hair, and he drew the fucking line, dog. He started that. Before that, everybody looked at him as just being Africans. The reality of the situation is there are multiplicity of African populations in Africa. It's the most diverse place on planet Earth. And I forget the name of the rule, right? Wherever you find the most diversity of something, that is where it starts out at. So human population started in Africa, the most diverse population. That's why you see the quote unquote it reflects in genes as Homo sapiens sapien leave and migrate and stay in areas long enough to mutate, right? Whenever you mutate, you actually reach back on the genes you already got. And certain traits are selected. And they call this natural selection, where that particular gene just works good enough for that environment.
So did we read that abstract already? Because we still got Sheffrin put it on the screen for us to read that.
Go ahead, read it. I just wanted to answer that question. So I'm
sure.
not trying to
if I could just, right now, but just to be clear, if I can, are you saying that it was the land of the blacks, but when they said blacks, they didn't mean color black, they meant something else?
I'm not sure what Chancellor called the land of blacks. That's what it was called. And he called
the whole continent. He called the whole continent the land of the blacks.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He was saying, right, and he was saying that blacks were on the entire continent until until the whites from Arabia and from the north just kept pushing them further south. And I think that like that's Chancellor Williams' position, is that the lighter complexion that's in the north now is not native to North America. He's saying they came in, they are invaders that invaded Africa and just kept pushing blacks further and further south, right? But if I'm not, and I think Chef and Corey's position is that the North Africans, the light-skinned North Africans that are there are indigenous to North Africa. There were no blacks there that they ran out. Like the sub-Saharan blacks, if you will, never migrated that north. They migrated more south and I guess southwest, but they never migrated into North Africa. I think they're saying that the original inhabitants of North Africa came in from the Levant, and then so they are the indigenous people from North Africa. But Chancellor Williams says, no, all of North Africa, the entire continent, was blacks who were pushed out. And I think the only thing that makes sense to me is that that's the point that you're making as well, Ankh, is that it was all, I'm sorry, Bobby, that it was all just, it was all the land of the blacks who got pushed into the South. Like, and I'm just wondering if that's what you're saying. And
I'm not saying that. Nope.
So do you disagree with Chancellor Williams?
Yeah, I disagree with him on that.
Right.
Because it was a back migration. The Chancellor wouldn't have known about. But the back migration, there were people there when the back migration occurred. Everybody didn't leave.
Right.
So actually, markers that didn't leave, and I could put it on the screen, but I don't feel like doing that right now.
I think and Gozi brought up not only was it the Badarians, but it was another culture. I believe it was the Natufi. I could be wrong because I asked you about it the other day in Gozi, if you can remember.
Yeah. The tier, but you had different ways.
Yes, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna read something right quick. I'm trying to pull it up real quick while I could. Where the hell is that damn thing at? Oh, here we go. It's right here. Mixed origin of current Tunisian population analysis of Olu and Olu STR compound systems. This is from the Journal of Human Genetics. Now check this out. Tunisia, situated in northeast extreme Africa, is open to the Mediterranean Sea and all along the coast. The geographical location is the heart of the Mediterranean and has so allowed the Tunisia an important role in history in this region. It says the Neolithic age was present in North Africa through the cultural periods. The first Neolithic with Sudan origin started 9,000 years before present. Then it says in the extreme south of North Africa were current Saharan regions, Algeria, is characterized as ethnic contribution from Sudan. The second wave is the Neolithic Capsian origins that starts around 7,000 years before present, which represents the continuity of local Capsian culture, 10,000 to 8,000 years before present. And this is considered the source of the Mediterranean people. It says the third Mediterranean Neolithic embraces the northern coastal regions and likely represent a later wave, which comes in the Bronze Age. So what I'm saying is that there was a continuous mixing, which formulated a unique cluster in these areas. And this is an article. This is a scientific article. So I'm just saying, like it was a natural population that dispersed from the south and already was lingering up there. You got the basal Eurasians that back migrated, and even before this is why in 2006 or 7 they found the mummy in Libya called the Black Libyan mummy. They were never homogenous up there. So this is why, to this day, when you look at some of the Hamazik brothers, some of these people have what they label as Caucasoid features. Some of them got extremely thick hair. Some of them can be dark with straight hair. The skin tone ranges because they have a just unique cluster that represents who they are. So I wouldn't say that a light-skinned North African is an African. He's just as African as a person in sub-Saharan, but yet and still they're all unique. They're still distinct. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and Gozi, can I ask you this question? Sounds like you're giving a third option, like to what? Because there's the Chancellor Williams version of blacks being pushed down into the south, and then there's the other version of North Africa being of the Arabians that came in from the Levant and populated the North Africa, that they are indigenous to North Africa. But it sounds as if you're saying that a third option is that North Africans, the indigenous North Africans, are a mix of all of that. That South Africa, that sub-Saharans were moving up into North Africans, people from the Levant were moving down, and they just kept mixing. And if anything is indigenous to North Africa, it's that mixture, that it's neither one or the other.
Correct. And that's why we call it, or for me, I call it MENA, Middle East North African, because you really can't separate the Middle Eastern components from the North African component. Then you got to get into the layers of the North African component, which represents the autochthonous brand or the early Black migration brand, which comes in with basal Eurasians as early as 40,000 years ago. And basal Eurasians are distinct because these are close to Middle Stone Age North Africans. They're close to the Assyrians that dispersed out and developed a lot of those clades within the Arabian Peninsula before some of them come back into North Africa as early as 40,000 years ago. When these basal Eurasians, which means branch off base, from the base, which is the North African they descend from, they still did not look like the Neolithic Eurasians or the Bronze Age Eurasians, or even before the Bronze Age, the Chalcolithic Eurasians that came in. You got to remember, mutations didn't stop. It kept happening even within regions, even with us. Like, if I was to ask somebody, what was the oldest Negroid skull? The oldest Negroid skull based off the mandibular that's been found, in a sense of people in West, was found in Asiliman near Mali. That only goes back 10,000 years. So now we have to get into what did the first Homo sapiens look like? Now they just found 2017 the hair shaft of a Homo sapiens sapien in South Africa. The hair shaft was in between sub-Saharan, what they say, and European, which means that the oldest Homo sapiens hair texture was similar to Aborigine type people. The oldest people that retain original Homo sapiens sapien features in some phases, not overall, because they went through conversion evolution themselves, is Aborigine looking people. And if you look at the reconstruction of Jebel el-Hud in Morocco, based off dental analysis, he didn't have large teeth. He didn't have a protruding jawline. The mandibular did not protrude out. He had a thick brow, but morphologically speaking, he looks very similar to Aborigine. The same thing with with Heteroman that they found in Ethiopia. So even modern West Africans went through mutations and adaptations and morphology and phenotype that becomes its own unique cluster. You get what I'm saying? So when these people disperse from South Africa, one goes south, or East Africa, one goes south into Bloomberg's cave and was responsible for the artwork in South Africa. Another group goes north, and this is the Assyrian culture. They start off darker skinned because Homo sapiens developed in equatorial borders. But as you get closer to the Mediterranean, it only makes sense for you to get a little lighter because it's harder for darker pigmentation to synthesize vitamin D. So North Africans already had a range in color variation even before the basal Eurasians back migrated. And even before 7,300 years, when the Neolithic Europeans came in from Anatolia and Iran and brought the light skin variant in, which kind of dominated. You get what I'm trying to say? Not to mention that variant actually arose with Homo sapiens leaving out of Africa in a late edition around 30,000 years ago before it fully expressed itself. And we got to be careful with variations and mutations because you can have, like Ethiopians, according to the genetic scientists or the articles, Ethiopians have that SLC245, but it doesn't express itself out fully because other genes is active, which doesn't allow it to express itself fully compared to people in Anatolia and Europe, where those genes wasn't active and SLC245 or sodium potassium calcium exchange 55 can express itself fully, where it dominates phenotypically with these fairer skinned people. Plus, it's easier for these people that depend on more grains in Anatolia and the Mediterranean, in the eastern part of the Mediterranean, to lose the tyrosine levels that's responsible for melanocytes or eumelanin, become fairer because it's easier for them to synthesize vitamin D because they depend on more grains compared to the hunter-gatherers who ate masses of meat and different things to maintain the tyrosine levels and skin pigment. So those North Africans already range in skin color, especially if they go toward the Mediterranean, even before Eurasians come in. But those basal Eurasians were also darker because the SLC245 mutation didn't even kick in yet. So these Natufian-like people that came back in were the first fragments that dispersed from Middle Stone Age North Africans, which was nothing but Eastern Assyrian cultures that developed certain clades in the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant before some of them turned back around. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, at this point, that may be my favorite of the options. But just to be clear, when you say they are mixed, you don't mean that they were all mulattoes. You mean that there was a wide range of different types of people there.
They kept mixing. People kept coming in. You got the old hunter. I mean, you got the old hunter gatherers who were the Tyrian culture up there. After them, you have
so you could find dark-skinned people that are indigenous to North Africa and light-skinned people that are indigenous to North Africa.
Yes, and my argument is the dark-skinned population who's there is not just a result of slavery. Yes, some of the sub-Saharan Africans were a result of slavery up there, but not all those darker-skinned people or people that you see in North Africa were darker skinned as a result of slavery. That's the problem that I'm having. And you
and Gozy,
I agree with that as well.
And Gozy, and then see, this is where I like to keep the conversation. I only want for like this for the discussion, and it's not a huge deal, but what I'm saying is, like, I just want to stay to the genetics because it gets confusing when we start to talk about the skin color. So and I agree 100%, there are darker skinned people there, right? But when you say darker skinned people, it seems like you're saying genetically sub-Saharan Africans. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to, because even those people who don't have any of the or have a low level of the sub-Saharan DNA, they could still have darker skin.
Hey, that's my point, bro. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, everybody that's dark skinned isn't a sub-Saharan African, or everybody that has darker pigmentation isn't a sub-Saharan Africans, West and East, have their own unique cluster. They have their own unique human leukoantigens. Like, for example, a Somali, a Eritrean, a Habesha. Those people are very distinct from a Yoruba or Igbo or Bantu speaker in Cameroon. They're genetically far distant. But yet and still, these Horners are still classified as sub-Saharan Africans. So sub-Saharan Africa is also diverse. They're also diverse. So dark skin does not mean sub-Saharan. That's my thing.
Absolutely.
Because some of those darker skinned groups, like, for example, when the Arabs came in 641 AD, right? A lot of the Amazigh people were already highly light-skinned, because you got to remember the Egyptians depicted the Libyans as being fair, and some of them had blue eyes. That shit was already up there before Arab. I can honestly say that Arabs are more swappier in skin than North Africans, especially near the Mediterranean, because they had a large cluster of Iberian Peninsula farmers that already crossed in 6,500 years ago and mingled with the population that was there. And some parts of North Africa was vacant. So these high Eurasian components was isolate from other groups and became their own unique cluster. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. And so I just wanted to know, like, you didn't, if I say that, like, the Assyrians, right? If I say, like, the Assyrian culture, which would have been one of the cultures that hadn't left out, right? Some of them. It wouldn't be a wrong thing to say that they got absorbed into the population, right? That wouldn't be something that would be way out of bounds.
No, if we look at the Ibero-Maurusians, which is 15,000
the way you use it, the way you use that shit,
If we look at the Ibero-Maurusians 15,000 years ago, based off
the way I use it. I use it.
Man, you know.
So I just gave an example to Ngozi. He said it was no problem. The Assyrian culture, they ended up getting absorbed into the okay.
Yes, Corey. So let's think about this. So now we got the chronology and timeline, right? So let's look at the Ibero-Maurusian population. The Ibero-Maurusians is 15,000 years old. 35% of their DNA, the scientists said, was Hadza Yoruba-like, not literally Yoruba and Hadza-like, but it's like that, meaning that these populations represent an old fragment of humans that were there, that mingled with Eurasians that came back in. Remember, basal Eurasians came back into North Africa 30,000 years ago. The Tyrian culture ranges between 160,000 to 30,000 years. So now you got a population shift. You have bottlenecks, you have founder effects, but the paternal marker of these men was North African. Now remember, there's a high probability at some angles, the earliest EM96 that we have developed in Arabia 72,000 years ago and diversified in Ethiopia and used Ethiopia as an incubator to mutate into multiple clades before going north and dispersing through the Sahel. So these are what they call the Helfman cultures that was already near the Nile that mingle up there. While the Tyrians, who were already straggling around, got absorbed in these populations. Then you have the Levantine Argagician culture, who were not white, Lycian at this time. Argician culture, I might be pronouncing the word. It's hard. The Levantine Argagician culture, they started to disperse back into the Nile 40,000 years ago. These people are piercing and meeting, creating what they're calling Ibero-Maurusians. After the Ibero-Maurusian come the Capsian groups. After the Capsian groups come the other groups. So it's a lot of changes going on and a lot of mixing. So but even by the time these Egyptians formed this idea of what we call Egypt, there was already differences up there. If you go south, they have a unique
Ngozi. Ngozi, in all that mixing, right? Because you're saying that they're all mixing, but to get to the heart of it, I think the question is, was there sub-Saharan mixing involved as well? Is there any sub-Saharan mix, African mixing in that, or in that North African mix?
Yes, I just read it. It was one layer from Nubius, another one from the 2020 article that says 15, even with the three that was fully sequenced, the three mummies from Abu Sir that was fully sequenced, they were 5 to 15% autosomally sub-Saharan, Omotic-like or Mota-like. In a recent article from 2021, they were 15% Mota-like, which is another term, Omotic-like, which is also sub-Saharan, Eastern sub-Saharan groups, Eastern African sub-Saharan groups. Absolutely.
All right, well, let me say this. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yep, sir.
Yeah.
Now, it's something how we frame conversations, right? Sometimes we only have an hour conversation, but Ngozi said something, and he said it earlier in the show, that is disrespectful, right? For us to only say that those dark-skinned population or that the sub-Saharan components only got there through the slave trade, right? Now, that's our conversation. We don't never really understand that there's other conversations being had, because the same thing is said about the blue-eyed white people in North Africa, that is a recent component because of the slave trade from Europe into Africa. So both those conversations is being had, but we only see one side of it, right? Because the argument that a lot of fair-skinned North Africans get is the same thing, that skin complexion and that eye component comes from, you know, the Arab, the Maghrebi slave trade, that you know, them with those ships raiding all the way up to Ireland sometimes.
Yeah, the
Barbary Coast slave trade, right, into Europe, right? Yep. So a lot of them could feel disrespected by that argument, but we don't even see that argument. We're just having our particular argument. Now, that's my first point. The second point is, what is clear is, before that recent European component entered into North Africa, there were already a group of North Africans that was there, right? Before that sub-Saharan African shit entered into the gene pool of the North Africans, there was already a goddamn North African population there. That base population is what we're talking about ancient Egypt. And I think we keep getting off of that topic, but there could be shit argued from both sides if we want to use the admixture component and play that up too much.
Yes.
So
and I agree with you, Chief Shepton. That's correct. The light skin variant was already up there, and it had nothing to do with slavery. It had nothing to do with slavery. I mean, you look at Cheddar Man, he was swampy skin with blue eyes. The OCA2 mutation already dispersed or was already happening. OCA2, HER2 gene is a sidekick to albinism, the second phase of it. So blue eyes can happen in anybody. So with anybody, if it happens in that layer of the eye with the HER2 gene. So yes, but it's just not that. But light skin was already lingering around there in high levels, way before Arabs got there, or way before the Arab, the Berberi coast slave trade that they had, or the Barbary Wars they call it. Way before that, it was already lingering around there. Those Anatolian farmers that came in through the Mediterranean, that was 6,500, 7,000 years ago. So it was already lingering around. So it is an insult to say, tell an Amazon brother, the reason why you look like that is because you got a Scandinavian mama that was a slave. That doesn't even make sense. That's bullshit.
Dude, I'm glad you just sort of walked us down the chronology of it though, because we always talk about, you say, well, yeah, that region consists of a mixed population, right? But no one really sort of broke down that mixed population, right? Is like a snapshot in time in terms of the entire chronology, right? So whenever you're looking at those individual snapshots, and tell me if I'm wrong, brother Ngozi, right? Those admixtures of those populations can look different depending on each one of these time periods that you sort of walked us down, right?
Absolutely. And this is why to this day, North African can look different. In skin tone, it ranges, and in hair texture, it ranges. I mean, it's crazy. And I would never tell a North African who's an Amazigh or a modern Egyptian, oh, you're not those people. Now, culturally, modern Egyptians are not ancient Egyptians, but genetically they are. But culturally, they're not, you know. So I wouldn't say that they're not indigenous to their land.
Yeah, that's good ass points. And like I said, we have to be mindful of not displacing, right, or taking other people culture away from them or their history. For me, that's my fight. I feel like African Americans do that too much, right? In our attempt to give ourselves a better position in history. Because if you can prove your people did great things in history, you can prove that your people have a worth to the world. And a lot we've been told that you know, that we had no history worthy of respect. So you would normally think that your people, you know what I mean? So I think we overemphasize that too much, and we go around taking a culture from other people. I think is clearly an African American issue that we do. I don't see Nigerians in them going around, you know, fighting for Northeastern Africa the way that African Americans been doing for the last 60 years. So
I'll tell you this, brother Shepard. You got a lot of Yoruba that claim a lot of crazy shit. Some of them say that they descend from Ottawa, who came from Arabia. You got the Igbo people saying that they descend from ancient Israel. So a lot of them they do the same thing. Here's the thing, man.
That's religious based though.
Yeah, but they kind of like they fending for it. But here's the thing. This is like what my people from on my mom's side. A lot of the Fula or Fulani, they lie like they descend from Bilal, and we don't. You get what I'm saying? We don't. So it's like this. But
in Ngozi, see, that's religious based though. That see, we don't, African Americans, we're not doing it out of we are moved past the religious claiming. Well, it's some claim that we are Moors, and the Nation of Islam claim we the original Arabs. And the Hebrew Israelites claim that we the original Jews. But I'm saying in this community, outside of religious ideology, we're doing the same thing. So, you know.
Hey, I want to say something.
What then? I can I just say this real quick, and I'm gonna be quiet. I don't want you gonna lose it, King. If I say it real fast.
Nah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, even amongst us. Because I know it's hard. Sometimes we forget. That's why I'm like, is he gonna lose it if lose it?
Nah, nigga, shit, he might lose it because I was gonna say something. He might
so
just
lose. Let me just say this 8 seconds, 10 seconds. Even with us, right? We have a culture that's distinct from what we descend from. We're no longer Yoruba. We're no longer Igbo. We're no longer none of those groups that we descend from. We have a cluster that formed in New World America. So culturally, our cultures does not relate to those cultures anymore. We are African Americans. That's our culture. It's something that's part of the new world. So culturally, cultures can change. We have an ethnic group amongst ourselves now. So just because we descend from multiple groups that you guys talk about, doesn't mean that we're not that now, and we may not even relate to a lot of those customs anymore because of our situation. You get what I'm saying?
So Gozy, my whole problem with the whole conversation would be this: it's not fair because we just so happen to come from the most diverse population on planet Earth, with skin tones ranging from light skin all the way to the blackity black. From limb proportions, tropical limb proportions, the kinky hair, the straight hair, it's not our fault, dog. That we can celebrate all those cultures if we so choose to. They don't make everybody else fit in the rule book but us. So now we stealing somebody's culture because we celebrating a culture on African soil, homegrown African culture. Now all of a sudden we culture vultures. And I'm saying I think that's the bullshit and the minutia and the downright fucking malarkey right there.
It's the truth.
That's not right.
Truth.
I can study. Okay,
you can. But when you're claiming that culture,
bro.
When you're claiming
see
that
what you just did, though? But I never cut you off while you were talking, though. But you never had to argue with me while you was making your point, though. That's what you didn't have to do, bro. You did not have to argue with me as you was making your point. You got the shit out real smooth. I always got to argue in between my points.
Yo, I stopped talking 3 minutes ago and you still fussing. Get back to your point.
Because you did it. No, but you did it though.
So you gonna argue for 5 minutes? And I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Let's move on.
You ain't gonna soft style me. That's called the soft style. You
just
did what you wanted to do. You broke the point. You broke the flow of the point.
But you've done it before,
It's called railroading. We talking about now though. In this
conversation, so you did it 10 minutes ago. So that's
I didn't. I ain't do you like that 10 minutes ago.
You did it to other people on here, so that's the ancient past.
All right, I'm out, yo. Go ahead. I'm good.
Yo, I want to say
something.
Yo, what it do? How y'all doing?
What's up, ass?
Man, too much, man. I wanted to say this before we even get into the minutia like DNA and SNPs and STRs and all of that stuff. Let's deal with just the basic premise, because when I hear the statements that the DNA profiles of the mummies, right, were more closely related to the Near East, and then later Sub-Saharan is mixed in, all of this is predicated on this one paper of those 3 mummies that were fully sequenced in Abu Sir al-Malek, right? Dating from around 1400 BC up to 300 BC, right? And, it's funny because I got this from y'all, when y'all say, what y'all always be saying about a faulty premise? Never start with a
faulty premise. Yep.
Yeah.
Never acquiesce to a faulty premise, right?
Right. Yep. Never acquiesce to a fault. Yeah, that's it. So if a group of scientists were to
make us acquiesce to faulty premises all the time. But kids, continue.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
What I don't do is though, I don't cut you off in the middle of your shit. So like I was saying is that nobody on planet Earth is mad at a group of people glorifying a culture on a motherfucking continent.
Yeah, but
especially a continent called Africa. That's a bunch of bullshit.
That argument is a straw man and a red herring. I mean, there are some of those in this space who are that extreme with it, who literally believe they are, Egyptians. But
that's right. That's
right.
See, that's
for the most part, the people who are engaging in this discussion at this time on these particular channels, meaning PK and Brother Tahuti's channel and Asar and them, they pretty much confine their stuff to like an intellectual type of arguments. I think that thing about wanting to attach themselves to culture, and I think that's a red herring. But I wanted to finish my point in saying, if a group of scientists were to take 3 fully sequenced genomes from 3 individuals living in 8 Mile, Detroit in 1995, and then made a definitive statement that these 3 individuals, were representative of the population of America in, prior to when the colonialists come here, all of us on his face would understand that that premise is completely faulty from the very beginning, right? Abusir Malek, where it's located, and the times that those mummies are dated to, is well known that a group of invaders was living in that area, right? When you talk about the Valley of the Kings, right, it's about 300 miles south of Abusir. That's where the real niggas was buried. I'm not gonna get into if they was black and all that, but what I will say is that study on which guys like Quarry and Chef are so confidently, and X, but he's a saloon, but they're basing their authoritative statements, right, about the Egyptians having more affinity to the Near East is pretty much, but not even pretty much, is based on them 3 mummies. And it's disingenuous because anybody who knows anything about Egypt knows that them real kings was buried in modern day Luxor, right? The Valley of the Kings. Why they didn't get the samples from there? You know what I'm saying? So the premise is that, like, that study is useless. It needs to be scrapped as a talking point. That's my whole point.
No, the study tell you don't do what everybody fucking doing. It say don't apply that to the whole population. Because Egypt won.
Is that pause for me? I was just.
Yeah. I had to pause.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. So if you got a point, just go ahead. I mean,
I'll go ahead. I'm gonna make it short. I'm just saying the study say do not apply this shit like that. It tell you, we can read it. Say don't apply this shit to the whole population because it's complex. But down the south it might be different, and up north it tell you that. But go ahead, yo.
Yeah, yo, I just been here listening, right? And an idea popped in my head that might be real good for the community if we actually put together an actual timeline. Like, I don't think nobody has actually sat down on the level that I'm talking about. We can actually do a book, but we can actually talk about the book and actually put the book together right here on the Pseudo Killers live. You see what I'm saying? And as we're putting together, we're debating. So we're putting together the actual information, because everything I heard today, that shit need to be documented. Because that's why you keep on going over it and over and over again, because there's no, like, yeah, we got the recording, but nobody is reading this stuff. You know what I mean? And I think we need to put a book together based on the entire timeline of what is going on, so we ain't got to argue about this stuff no more.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter. This debate ain't gonna never cease. You know, because one thing I'll say, like, as much as people will say like the Afrocentrics or whatever, I consider those words to be slurs. So whatever slur you want to use to marginalize somebody or say that, you know, they whatever they're saying is not valid, right? I think you can apply that to the people who are supposedly.
The argument will be included in the book. It's not like we're going to exclude your argument. We're going to present you the argument.
I don't got no issue with your idea. I'm just saying you could write 1 million books. Niggas still go. You get what I'm saying? Like this will never. This like the Ether versus Takeover. Like who won Nas and that shit. 3,000 years from now, niggas still gonna disagree and argue. That's just how that go.
You know so let me address what you're saying, Haskell. All right. You're saying that saying somebody is Afrocentric, right? Is a slur. The way we use it is a call to people who are taking an extreme Afrocentric viewpoint on a more of a fluid topic. You dig what I'm saying? More like talking about the people in North Africa. You can't take an Afrocentric standpoint on it, right? Because it's too many disciplines involved in Egypt is at the crossroads of damn near 3 continents, right? So when people taking an Afrocentric view on it, yeah. If I say that when we talk about Northeast Africa, it should be taken away that I'm saying. So you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? Because you're negating the rest of the world that Egypt belongs to. Just because it's in the continent or what we define now, right now, geographically as Africa, don't mean that it's not a part of the Middle East, that it's not part of the Mediterranean world. And
yeah, you made that up.
Wow.
Yeah, you made that up. And I cut in like you do all the time. You made that complete.
Go ahead. I'm not mad about it. You cut in with straight food. Like your word.
At this point, if you're not arguing that Egypt was a black land, why would you cut in on when Shepard is making his point? Why cut in the middle of that? Why feel offended by that? He got offended by the statement that the Mediterranean statement. He got offended by that because now you're taking away from Africa. You're taking the blackness, the classical. You're taking the classical African society away from the black people, and this is what the Aryans did, and this is what Sheikh Anta Diop was fighting against, and all of this shit. This is the shit that I keep saying, man. And we not. And the thing is, Shepard.
Corey, that's that weed talk right now, my nigga.
No,
with that weed talk.
I have not even smoked any
that's
weed.
The weed
I have
talk.
not even
yeah,
smoked
you
any
need.
weed.
Well, you probably do need to smoke, son.
Maybe
you probably
I do.
Do at this
Maybe
point.
I do.
Because I ain't say none of that, though, Corey. Yeah, I ain't say none of that. But I tell you what you. Let me show you what you can do, though.
No, you won't say that, and you know why you won't say that? Because you keep having this dishonest conversation with us.
Now, first of all,
I would respect it more if you did say that.
Egypt belongs to Africa and Africa alone. That's first point. That's why I dove in. So I'm gonna show you what I'm saying on the screen.
Well,
go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk while I show. Belongs to Africa.
Of many Mediterranean cultures.
Nah, you made that up. You made that up. You made that up. You made that up. Just made it up.
I did. I made it right up off the top of my head. I'm gonna show you
where we at.
I know I did.
Yeah. But go ahead though, Corey. Go ahead, Corey.
As a matter of a fact,
go ahead, Corey.
Here in 2022, you as a Afrocentric African American is living a Mediterranean life right now in 2022. Today, you as
they weren't selling dope.
They weren't selling dope.
They weren't selling dope.
Living a Mediterranean life.
I don't believe
everything you do is Mediterranean.
Hey Corey. All right. Am I correct in saying that your assertion that
don't listen to him.
I just want to.
Can you see the screen though? But you do see the screen though, right? Read the title though, and I'm gonna shut the
real
fuck
quick.
up.
I just want to get some clarity from
I know.
Corey.
Read the title, then get the clarity from.
Oh, it says a lost late pre-dynastic, early dynastic royal scene from Garb Aswan.
So where's Aswan at though? Is it in the fucking Mediterranean with royal scenes to predate anything anywhere? Is that like the fucking Mediterranean to you, yo? So we know the royal procession don't come from the fucking Mediterranean, dog. Yeah, we know that much, nigga. And we on the motherfucking rock right? Talking all that dumbass insane asylum shit, nigga. So you can say what you want to say about that shit. I'm saying that Egypt is an African civilization made by indigenous African motherfuckers, and the rock all proved that shit. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. That's what I'm doing.
He gotta make up the argument.
How is he mad though?
I'm done.
He only wants to argue against a straw man. You know what I'm saying?
There ain't no straw man. That shit real. But go ahead, Haskell. Go ahead, Haskell.
But he's mad though.
Nah, I ain't mad. I'm just showing you on. I'm showing you on Rock and Aswan, nigga. That's
you hooping and
hollering. So show me a Rock and the Mediterranean.
Haskell even know I didn't say that. Haskell never agrees with me. He know I didn't say that. He never agrees with me, and he would actually tell you, no, Uncle didn't say that. But go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, man, y'all funny.
He just showed some Egyptian shit in Egypt. Y'all do know that, right? He just showed some Egyptian shit in Egypt, and What point did he prove? By showing Egyptian shit in Egypt. Wow, that was brilliant.
I think Haskell has an issue with my Mediterranean state.
So now Ash wanted to teach it. So now Ash wanted to teach it now. Now Ash.
Just showed.
Your microphone is extra loud.
He just showed some Egyptian shit in Egypt as a drop the mic point.
Right. Well,
y'all went for the shit.
Hold on. What I think Ankh is getting at is may be related to the question I want to ask Corey, right? So Corey's assertion is that Egypt is one of many Mediterranean
I don't think that's an assertion. That's just a fact. But go ahead.
Right.
I didn't assert that. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I'll call it an assertion because I don't accept it as a fact. Right. So,
all right.
You know, that's your proclamation. Right. So my question to you is, what is the basis for you? Is there any other basis outside of geographical proximity, right, to the Mediterranean and the Abusir study? Is there anything outside of those two things culturally, whether it be language?
I don't even know what the Abusir study is, but what I will tell you is, Haskell,
it's the thing that
listen, I don't even care. What I will tell you, Haskell, what I will tell you is,
Corey,
when you're living, it don't take just no, it takes more than what you just said. So no, the question is no, it's not about the Abusir, and it's not about just being located, the geographical location. Let me tell you what it's also about.
Hold on, let me finish, Corey.
All right, go ahead.
Let me finish.
Right.
This is what I'm saying, bro. You can't say you don't care about the Abusir thing because I've heard you, Chef X, and others say many times that it's about the genetics. As a matter of fact, you said it about, I want to say about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Is that the genetic study? Is that what it's called? Is that what the Abusir
well, those are where the mummies were located. It was in Abusir.
Fine. And I'm not dependent totally. I'm about done with the mummy, really. So I know I don't care about Abusir.
Right.
I don't care. So, I don't even want to hear about the mummy or Abusir.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I'm still
right. So what other cultural markers are you using as your basis?
So the same thing you would use for anybody to determine anybody's culture. If you live, trade, and travel along there and get your information, and you trade not only goods and services but information, that makes you a Mediterranean culture. If you
hold on. So by that token, then,
I'll let y'all talk.
Real quick.
God damn it. God damn, man. Like, come on. Let me get my fucking statement out before y'all can actually disagree with me, so you actually know what the fuck you're disagreeing with. God damn it, man.
Feel like me now, Corey. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
No, because it ain't even fucking rocket science what the fucking Mediterranean culture is. Why would the fuck Greece be a Mediterranean culture? Why is Egyptian food called Mediterranean fucking cuisine? Like,
white people said that. That's why, nigga.
It don't fucking take rocket science to understand what the fuck a Mediterranean culture is. Here we go. Like, when we have these conversations about Egypt, all of a sudden we get confused about mundane shit. We don't even know what the fuck it takes to be a fucking Mediterranean culture. If I said Greece is a Mediterranean culture, if I said Italy is in a fucking Mediterranean, nobody fucking argues with that. The goddamn Greco cuisine, Greek food is Mediterranean cuisine. So is Egyptian cuisine. So is Egyptian food. It's Mediterranean cuisine. So I don't understand why all of a sudden, when we start talking about Egypt, everything becomes confusing to everybody. I'm done.
The goddamn food they grew in Egypt, nigga, wasn't no Mediterranean food. That shit was grown and homegrown in fucking Africa, nigga, along the Nile, nigga. Now, they ain't get their food from the fucking Mediterranean. As a matter of fact, Mediterranean culture, they fed Mediterranean cultures while we talking that talk, Mr. Concrete Corey.
right, do you see the map?
Yeah, I see that motherfucking map loud and clear. And all that in the pink is Mediterranean, huh? See?
No, it's not.
That's what he just said. He just said it.
No.
He said it to the top of his lungs.
No. The dark pink is this is the New Kingdom, right? But there's legends here. I'm not saying that this reference is absolutely correct, right? But this is just a reference, right? The dark pink strips, right? This is saying this is Egyptian controlled land, and the lighter pink, right, all the way up to the Hittite Empire into Greece, along the Mediterranean coast, North Africa. This is the region of contact, right? So this and plus in the Nubian area, right? These are regions of contact in the New Kingdom. So this, I only wanted to put this up just as a reference point to just look in terms of what we're seeing and what we're talking about during the conversation, right? Because this is the holistic sort of area in the region where we're discussing, right?
Yeah, that's a point.
I just wanted to put that up as a backdrop. I don't know. I'm not trying to make nobody's point, right?
Right.
That's
regional
backdrop.
That's what Corey is getting at, like the proximity of these cultures, right? And even their contact through trade, etc.
But why is the Red Sea?
And
even in the Red Sea culture then? Hold on, why they don't call it the Red Sea culture, yo?
Right, but I think Corey's an intelligent individual, so I'm gonna say I believe
the Red Sea was not the access point to three different continents.
I'm gonna say I believe Corey is being a little disingenuous with that talking point. The reason why I say that is, if anybody ever put forth the idea that West African culture, like let's say Ghana or ancient Ghana or let's say ancient Ghana, Ouagadougou, right? If anybody were to make the argument that they were a North African culture because there was trans-Saharan trade between them and the Berbers and etc., Corey would reject that on his face. Like, that's ridiculous. Those are two distinct cultures that came in contact with each other. To call it a North African culture, or to call Ghana a North African culture because it's proximate to North Africa, right?
But it's not in North Africa.
Hold on. Not modern day Ghana.
If it was in North Africa, you can call it a North African culture.
Hold on.
Egypt is on the Mediterranean.
Right. It's proximate to the Mediterranean, right?
Like every other country that's on the Mediterranean.
Right. That's fine. But Corey's argument is predicated on proximity, which is what you just said. Hold on, guys. Listen, you guys claim to be so indifferent, but y'all are just as emotional as the Afrocentrics. To me, from what y'all are just as invested in.
Because what are you trying to say, Haskell? Like are you trying to say that we're wrong for calling it a Mediterranean culture? You called it disingenuous.
Yes.
Look at the map. How could we be disingenuous about geography? Like, what do you see that we don't see?
Chef, remember I said it's my belief that he's being that's a disingenuous argument, right?
Oh, see,
it's not disingenuous because every fucking body else in the goddamn world type in Mediterranean culture has.
Hold on.
If you type the fucking word in Mediterranean in Google right now, Haskell, type the motherfucking word in, Haskell. The very first fucking thing gonna pop up. The very first fucking thing that's gonna pop up is goddamn Egypt. So
why y'all so
but
because you're basically calling him a liar, Haskell.
But you guys,
disingenuous is implying that he's not telling the truth.
All right, let me clean it up.
You see these color?
Hold on,
you see
give me a
the
chance
pink color
to clean
code?
it up.
You see the
Give me a
pink
chance
color
to clean
code?
it up.
Yeah, Haskell. Just a small point of clarity. If you see the pink color code, right, not only does it extend towards the Mediterranean, right? You see the point of contact also extends towards the Nubian area as well, right? Towards the south.
So they're a Mediterranean culture as well, then.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not.
No.
So
according to their logic,
this is the point of contact. That's why I wanted to pull this up as sort of a neutralizing thing. This is a neutralizing piece that
He's
shows
saying
the
that's how far
areas
they
of
contact.
contact. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Just like
Yeah, I
we
got
talked
it.
about
But what
There's
I'm
contact with the
always a
Mediterranean.
dichotomy with them.
There's
See,
a
Brendan,
yep.
there's always a false dichotomy. It's either you saying this or that. It can't be nothing else. That's always the position they want us in. That's called a false dichotomy. And they always try to do this. And now here we go, right? We don't even know what the fuck we call a Mediterranean culture anymore. Because of Egypt.
Yeah,
Because
because
of Egypt.
that term is so nebulous, like it doesn't mean anything. Like
To you.
I know it. Just like human don't mean anything.
no,
It's
because
nebulous.
again, hold on,
Human
guys.
don't even mean nothing.
Y'all
It's a
are
nebulous
too.
term.
Hold on, let's get some civility in the discussion, right? Going back to my the analogy that I was making with Ouagadougou, because I do believe ancient Ouagadougou, a portion of it was supra-Sahara and not sub-Sahara, right? I'd have to, go check on that, but I want to say I believe so, right? So this is what I'm saying. The simple fact that Ouagadougou
So you're
traded
bringing
with,
so much belief into the conversation, Haskell. And we're supposed to have a discussion about your belief.
yeah, but the belief could be falsified though, so it's fine. It's not a belief.
No, a belief can't be fucking
No,
falsified.
well, that's why I was
By
gonna say,
definition,
Corey.
it's not falsifiable.
Corey, that's
Go
why
ahead,
I said
Haskell.
that's
It's your
yeah, that's
belief.
why I said
That's why we can. That's why we let the Christians have it, because we can't
yeah,
falsify
Corey.
what they believe.
Corey, slow
Go
down.
ahead,
That's
go
why
ahead,
I was just that's why I was just about to say it's actually an assumption, not a belief, right? So my assumption based on previous studies, right, is that Ouagadougou or a portion of it was actually super-Sahara or on the Sahara, right? And not totally sub-Sahara, right? That can be falsified, right? So to continue my point is, simply because you wouldn't say Ouagadougou because of its proximity to Berber controlled lands, its trade, its exchange, et cetera, et cetera. If I were to say it's a Berber culture or a North African culture, you would dismiss that on its face because we understand, because of history and everything that we know, that those are two distinct and disparate cultures that came into contact. And that's the same argument that I would make in regards to Egypt and the Mediterranean. Simple contact, trade, and proximity isn't enough to deem something a culture.
Who did they come in contact with? Who would the Egyptians had come in contact with? Would they come in contact with Mediterranean cultures? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying
contact part.
Yeah, all right. So let me ask
So
you this, Corey.
they wouldn't come in contact with Mediterranean cultures.
Yeah, all right. Is it possible for two distinct cultures?
No, I'm asking my question. I heard what you said. I heard what you said, but I'm asking a specific question. Who did the Egyptians come in contact with? You said they came in. You gave the example about the contact with them, right? With the West Africans, right? So now, who would be coming in contact with the Egyptians?
It would be
Mediterranean people, right? People from around the Mediterranean, right?
Right.
Because it's not a trick question. I'm not trying to trick question you, right?
No, that's fine. Yeah, people, other regions that
right?
Other regions that have
what makes them not one of the other people from around the Mediterranean that's coming in contact with somebody else? Why is Egypt have to be came in contact with? How come they can't be doing the contact?
Yeah, I mean, either way, it doesn't make a difference to my argument.
Okay, so what makes them not a Mediterranean? What makes them not a Mediterranean culture? Just like the rest of the people that's around there that's making contact with them. Now, you already conceded that there are Mediterranean cultures because you said that Egyptians would be coming in contact with them, right?
I never conceded that. As a matter of fact, if you remember,
I said, who would they be coming in contact with? You said, wouldn't it be other Mediterranean cultures? You said yes. So at that point, I can infer that you conceded that there are Mediterranean cultures, right, Haskell?
No, you got to slow down. If you go back to about 20 minutes ago.
No, because I'm asking a specific question. I heard the example you gave. Now you want to go back to that example again. I've heard that example. I'm asking a different question now. I said to you, Haskell, I said they would be coming in contact, and then I even qualified it. I said, I'm not trying to trick you here, Haskell, because I asked you the question without answering it. So I then said they would be coming in contact with other Mediterranean cultures, right, Haskell? You said yes. So there, I inferred that you concede that there are Mediterranean cultures, right?
Right. Am I allowed to give some clarity on that or
No,
expound on that?
you're gonna go on a long diatribe, and all I want to know
it won't take
Mediterranean cultures.
It won't
That's
take
all
any more.
When you say cultures, right, as well, right?
It won't take any more than 5 seconds.
Strip.
Hold on. Let me just clean this up real quick, Brendan.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Right. So you asked me the question if there were Mediterranean cultures that also were intermingling and having contact, right? But cultures that share coastlines on the Mediterranean or are located on the Mediterranean Sea.
That's what makes up a Mediterranean culture. That's what it is.
No, but that's why I said, Corey, you gotta have this.
Yeah, I don't. It's hard for me to have patience with the silly shit. All of a sudden, we don't know these mundane things. These things are mundane, and all of a sudden it's confusing to us now because of Egypt. Egypt, if it was not for Egypt, this shit wouldn't be confusing.
Not really. I don't care about Egypt.
Nobody would be confused about whether Greece is a goddamn Mediterranean culture. Nobody would be confused about that.
No. What I'm telling you, what I said 20 minutes ago, and I was clear, I said the term is nebulous and essentially meaningless. Right? Mediterranean cultures is saying that there are cultures.
No, it is not meaningless.
Hold on.
Because it actually got a meaning to it.
Well, Corey, where the meaning is.
Lie.
The meaning.
What did you say to me? What did you say? What I said? What did you say that I was?
It was disingenuous?
Dishonest? No, you didn't say dishonest. You used something else.
No, I said disingenuous. I said disingenuous.
That's disingenuous, Haskell.
No, not at all. Because when they say, Corey, listen to what I'm saying. When they say Mediterranean cultures, they're talking about cultures that are proximate to the Mediterranean Sea, right?
Now you just defined what it fucking is, but you ain't sure if it exists. The shit's crazy, asshole.
Right, but Corey, you gotta let me. Corey, you gotta let me finish.
I'm saying, like, Brendan.
I got it. I've got it pulled up. Right. If you take a look at what we're showing.
Hold on,
hold on. Let me clean it just up a bit. Just a bit. Let's look at the Mediterranean.
That sounds nuts.
Let's look at the Mediterranean.
I think you do need to hit the weed, Corey. Like
we're looking at the Mediterranean right now, right? So
no,
it's not just like it's not just cultures, it's a geographic location, and these are nation states. These are city states, right? So we're looking at the Levant, right? This is this is the New Kingdom, right? This is when Egypt expanded its I guess you would say its control into the Levant, right? So it had control of areas in Damascus, Jerusalem, all the way up, right? Up into the Hittite Empire, right? So this is all of the areas that we're talking about, right? So it's not just cultures, right? They had control of city states in this region, in the Mediterranean region.
Right. So they would be imposing their culture on other people's. I mean, I'm sure they would take on, because when you mingle with people, you take on some of their little stuff and all of that. I wouldn't argue against that.
Well, we're saying,
right, but
this is just I'm just trying to sort of center the conversation around a geographic region. Let's focus on this area as well.
Right, but what I'm saying, what I'm essentially saying to Corey is this, right? Geography and culture, geography and contact does not a culture make, right? If you go to Hispaniola, where you have Haiti and Dominican Republic.
See, this is why I keep jumping in, because you keep building a straw man and saying that I said that geography and contact is how you determine this. No, I'm not saying that. Yeah. It takes multiple things to be considered a
but
Mediterranean culture.
You
I'm
know,
not saying that there's one thing or two things.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's
contact.
disingenuous, and that's why I had to jump in.
It's political and geographic control, right? There's many things, right? So we're seeing contact. We're seeing what we're seeing. I don't know about imposing, right? I see a map.
This is what we get with Egypt. It's always they're the victim.
Hey Corey,
it's always contact. Egypt had more influence on the Mediterranean than anybody did.
Egypt was building empire at the time, right? This is the new
right.
Of course it would.
It was a hegemon, right? So
for sure,
would be
for sure.
They was the ones influencing.
Hold on. They're the conqueror, right? So they'll be imposing their culture on those people. Right or wrong?
Look,
right?
everybody's getting shit from everybody on the Mediterranean. That's what I will say.
I
don't want to get into who's doing what.
Yeah,
everybody's getting shit from everybody on the Mediterranean.
Yeah, but Corey, you got to allow me to finish my point. Like we've been going now for like 20 minutes.
You're building a straw man here, and you build a little straw man there, and then
Corey,
you act like no, because I'm going to stop you.
Let me build a straw man, and then you destroy it. Like.
The problem is, Haskell, let me tell you what the problem is and why it's so frustrating to me. The problem is we've already been in circles with right? Now we're going to go in circles with you about what the fuck a Mediterranean culture is. And we got the shit on the map right there, right?
There is no Mediterranean culture. There are cultures that are on the Mediterranean.
Would you say
there is no Mediterranean culture?
The Mediterranean.
Would you say
ain't no such thing?
Would you say the same thing in terms of like towards the south as well?
Listen, bro,
we're saying
the Greeks normalized homosexuality. The Egyptians was staunchly averse to that shit. They wasn't with it, right? Just because I'm next to you and I might
hold on, bro. That don't mean the people was.
Hold on, bro. Just because I might give you. Just because I might give you some bread and you might give me some shekels and shit, nigga, I ain't none of you. I'm not none of you. Y'all is faggots. I'm not a Mediterranean. Because then that when you say I'm a Mediterranean culture and you're a Mediterranean culture, the implication is we kind of the same. No, we not the same, bro. We distinct. Yeah.
Genetically they are. Genetically they are.
I'll break bread.
We've already determined that.
I'll break bread with you. I'll break bread with you, but I don't touch little boys.
Genetically and geographically, Haskell.
You dig what I'm saying, Corey? I don't touch little boys.
Let's flip it.
I don't touch little boys. They touch little boys.
Let's flip the rationale. Let's flip the rationale and look towards the south, right? The same rationale in terms of Egypt and their, I guess you would say their I guess conquest towards empire, right? Can be applied towards the south in the Nubian area, right? Were the Egyptians applying, I guess you would say, their culture towards the Nubian area, or would that be in reverse? I'm just asking Haskell. I'm just curious what his thoughts are.
Right. Yeah. So let me say this in regards to the Egyptians and the Nubians,
hey,
right?
Hold on, hey Haskell. Hey, when I get back home, I'll let y'all in. I'm not home right now, so I can't let you in. I'll be home in a few minutes. I just went to the store. But go ahead, Haskell.
Right. So what I would point to in that case is a specific cultural intersections that those two regions would have. Like, for example, like I believe
cultural intersections, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I would expect Corey to point to, okay, in the Near East or whatever, and I'm talking about the period under discussion, not modern. I'm saying,
yeah.
Right?
This is the New Kingdom, right?
Right.
That's why I love this map, because we can root ourselves in the time period. Yep.
Right. That's cool. So what I would ask Corey is, because culture is what a people do, right? So I could point to, okay, the headdresses that the Nubians and the Egyptians would wear, a lot of that shit was similar. Them little wigs and shit. The fact that they had pyramids, right? The fact that they you know what I'm saying? I could point to
so this was a cultural intersection, right?
Right, but again, I can show and point to markers that demonstrate the contiguity between the cultures. And I would ask, right? I would never just rely on the fact that they came in contact and they were proximate. I would point to actual cultural markers that are analogous. That is what I'm saying. Do that with them faggots in Greece and the ancient Egyptians.
That's not even what I'm saying, Haskell. Don't you know every culture on the Mediterranean has their own culture? So the Arabs, them Arab niggas, right? They got their own shit. The Egyptians got their own shit. The Greeks got their own shit. But all of those people make up the Mediterranean cultures.
Yeah, and but again, they're cultures that share proximity or are on the Mediterranean Sea, right? When we say that Egypt is an African culture,
listen.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I didn't even make the word up. Go type in Mediterranean, right?
Corey,
and then see what the definition of it is,
Corey,
right?
Corey.
Then have your argument with them. It don't make me no difference if I'm wrong or not.
But you're adopting
telling me what you're believing.
No, it's not a matter of belief. All right, Corey.
Show me what you're saying.
Corey.
Show me that the Egyptians is not a Mediterranean culture. Show me that. That's all I'm asking.
I can't prove something that doesn't exist. So I
show
can't.
Me how you came to your determination. Show me that this is how I determined that the Egyptians is not a Mediterranean culture.
What do you mean show me? I'm using logic, Corey. Let me finish talking.
No,
right?
I don't want to use common sense and logic. I want a source.
No, I said
I want
logic,
you to demonstrate to me. Because this is what you be asking me. Well, you got to show me, Corey. You said you're not coming with the article. Listen, show me what you're talking about. Because at this point, I'm only in the position to believe the shit you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, you can accept, Corey. Am I allowed to talk?
I don't accept it because you're just talking.
No, that's fine, and you can accept or reject what I'm saying, right? Now, the experts, when I read a textbook or any textbook you read, they'll tell you Europe is a continent, right? But at the same time, the word continent has a definition, and Europe doesn't fit it in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, right? Demonstrate that in the Egyptian position. Demonstrate that what I'm talking about in a Mediterranean position. Show me the same thing. Go ahead.
Corey, what I'm saying is just because I can Google Mediterranean cultures and find something written about it,
you can find the definition of it.
That's fine. Europe is defined as a continent, and me and you both know it's not. So what are you saying?
Listen. You said a continent has a definition, right? And it don't fit that definition. So show me that with the Mediterranean. Show me that.
In relation to Egypt, right?
Yes.
Right. So what I would say is their ways of life, their mores, their norms, their language, etc. Speaking about Egypt specifically is completely distinct from those other regions in the Mediterranean.
No, they share the language family with the other Mediterranean cultures too. They have an Afro-Asiatic. They have an Afro-Asiatic language.
Right. So you're saying the Meta-Netter and the hieratic and all of that stuff. You're saying that the Near East and those.
Now you're talking about the script. Now you ain't talking about the language. Now you're talking about the script, right?
But the script is a language, Corey. For the most, we don't know how ancient Egyptians sounded.
I was talking about the way they talk. I was talking about the words they was using when I said.
No one knows the.
When you're talking about the script. When you're talking about the script, you're talking about the writing, the way they write. That's what I'm talking
Corey,
about.
The only thing the experts have is the script. No one knows how the language sounded. You know that, right?
That's fine, but the language is classified, though, right?
Right, they classify it as, and that's problematic. Let's not even go there.
Listen.
That's a whole nother can of worms.
Now you're telling the experts where their problems is at this point, Haskell. You got to discuss that with the experts, not me, because I'm not an expert.
Right. Right. I do know they don't know how the language sounded. So as far as how they make they make it analogous to
it was it's a scientific discipline. That's how. But you saying it's problematic. So now you the expert.
Yeah. No, I never proclaimed to be an expert.
Well, the only person who could say it's problematic is an expert.
No, what I'm saying is problematic because you have people in those disciplines that have diametrically opposed views. The experts aren't.
Man, you got people in the discipline of biology that disagree with evolution, but nobody's fucking talking about them crazy quack motherfuckers, dude.
Right, that's fine, but you don't disagree that you have experts in the discipline that are diametrically opposed. I mean,
it's not the consensus. They on the fringe. You always got fringe motherfuckers. We gonna bring them up in every discipline. We're gonna bring up the fringe motherfuckers in every discipline.
Well,
this is what Egypt does to you, because you wouldn't do this in no other topic, Haskell.
I would, because here's the thing. I'm not a slave to consensus, because consensus it's in essence popularity. So I'm not a slave to consensus, bro, in any discussion. Just because something is on the fringe doesn't make it invalid or incorrect.
No, it don't, but right, and that's true. But what have we seen so far, Haskell? What's the usual shit, right? I ain't never said 100% nothing. See, that's the false dichotomy that we always gotta get into. It's always gotta be it's either this or that, right? It's always gotta be it's either they always wrong, right? The fringe people is always wrong, or they right all the time. The shit's crazy. That's the false dichotomy.
Yeah, but man, I don't know how y'all. I feel like y'all more invested in the Egypt niggas at this point. Like y'all who
no, because the thing is because it's frustrating, Haskell. When the shit that we say, motherfuckers make up an argument to argue with us about. Like we never said anything. We only read the papers and read what the experts said. Then we asked, did they disagree with the paper? They say no, they don't disagree with the paper. But then they come in and start talking all this other shit, like crazy shit. I asked 1 minute, is you saying the Egyptians was black? No, I ain't saying that. Then he argued the Egyptians was black. They was black. They was black. Then he said, well, there's no such thing as black. There's no such thing as black and white. Then he gets to talking about black and white. Like this shit's nuts to me, Haskell. That's why it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Yeah, but I don't think you read those papers. Like I think you just skimmed it, Corey.
I didn't read. I know, Haskell. I didn't read the papers. That's fine. If you believe that, that's what you believe, Haskell. I don't understand the papers. Again, I don't think you read it. I think you read the abstract. Nobody disagreed. Nobody on the panel disagreed with anything I said, Haskell. Nobody. They came on the panel and said, yeah, I agree with that, Corey. I agree with that. Yep, I agree with that. But all of a sudden, when Unc get on the panel, now now nobody understands. Now I'm crazy and a motherfucker, right? Everybody crazy, right? Me and Shepard always end up being the craziest motherfuckers that don't understand the shit and don't believe that we didn't read it. When Unc is the one telling you, Unc telling you that the Egyptians was black, but you don't believe that we didn't read the motherfucking paper.
Yeah, I don't know if Unc read it or not, but I could tell by how you're talking. I could tell you haven't read the paper.
Okay, fine. I didn't. I haven't read the paper.
Yeah, not in its entirety. You've read.
It's no reason for me to argue that.
Right.
If you don't believe that, I can't make you believe that. So I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but because
with it.
Corey, here's the thing: there's no way you would have read that paper and be relying on it and speaking so authoritatively about it. In regards to
it's not one paper though. It's not one paper though. That's the point I'm making though, Haskell. So I have these discussions with Unc for a month now, right? And Unc can tell you that he's relying on the sources that I've provided him. Unc can tell you that, right? It's not.
I'm saying in terms of the genetic.
As a matter of a fact, Haskell, is 6 papers, right? This is why I'm so frustrated, because he agrees with all 6 papers. Every time I read these papers with Unc, me and Sheffrin and Double X and everybody else, Kent and Van, we all sit up and we read this shit with him on the phone, with him. We all together have.
And the other papers is.
He'll say to us, he agrees with the paper.
Well, I can't speak for Unc. Unc ain't on the panel, so
with the paper.
I don't know what Unc agreed
I'm
to or didn't.
I'm gonna go in the house and I'm gonna let everybody on. And if Chevron is on, he's gonna tell you the same exact thing that I'm saying. He's gonna be the same. You don't have to believe me, Pastor. You don't. But
well, I can't speak.
I can't be the only. I can't be lying, and then everybody else agree with my lie. Like they can't. It's not. They don't happen.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what Unc agreed to or didn't. I mean, it don't mean much to me either way. You know, I can only speak to, for myself and like our discussion that we're having. And I will say that there's a portion in that. And as far as genetics, when you say 6 papers, are all 6 papers dealing with genetics? The 6 papers you referenced? Yo, you there, Corey?
I think he stepped out a bit. He said he was going into the house or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This what I was gonna say, Brendan. Like, there's actually a portion in that paper that I wanted to read, but if I jump off the Zoom and click on my internet, I might.
No. Hold it until everybody gets back, because I think they're gonna let everybody back in, and I'm quite sure that your point is gonna be really, really good. So I would say hold it for just a bit. But yeah, I'm just looking at these maps, man. I can see why, we were talking about this earlier, right? In terms of like all of these populations sort of being a snapshot, right? The makeup of it is snapshot in time. Look at all the different interactions in terms of like trade and contact. And I can see why, there's a lot of mixing. I could presume to say there were a lot of people making babies and doing all this stuff, within these regions, right? And I can see why the population would be mixed, right? There's a lot of different interactions depending on the time periods, right? I think from a political perspective, I think we look at it through a political lens a bit, and I kind of saw you do it earlier. And tell me if I'm wrong, Haskell. When we looked at the map of the northern piece, right? We talked about the Mediterranean. You sort of saw them as conquering, as a conquering horde going into Greece and across the Anatolian area inside of Mediterranean. But when we came down south, he was like, oh, yep, there were more of, there was a cultural continuity there, right? And you kind of, and I think you outlined a couple pieces that you saw, and I was like, okay, well that kind of makes sense. But I'm sure you can find some cultural continuities up north as well inside of the Mediterranean area, right? If you do some research there as well. So that's what I'm kind of looking at it. You have to see it from both angles.
Yeah, Corey, right. It is. I mean, parts of Egypt it would be considered Mediterranean culture. You know what I'm saying? Even before the formation of Egypt, you had different cultures. Like the Badarian culture was not the Merindian culture up north. or the Mahdi culture up north. You know what I'm saying? But but just like Egypt is a Mediterranean culture. It's a Red Sea culture as well.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I would agree. Yeah, for sure. It's not just an isolated piece, right?
Yeah.
Just like anything else. Right? Egypt was, it was a state, right? And it had ambitions of empire, right? So it wanted
And at
to
the same
expand.
time, it's a homegrown African culture, right?
For
But
sure.
it's one of those cultures that make up the multiple Mediterranean cultures.
The region, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. The greater region.
And they even share markers. That's like when me and the Gozi talk about E3B,
Because
they walk
you
from
know why?
E3B.
There were
Greeks,
interactions,
yeah,
right?
them Minoans and some of them, and plus you got E3B markers that like.
But Haskell said I sound crazy though. I sound like a crazy ass nigga.
All of these
No,
arrows
you good,
into the
Corey, with that.
Levant that we see all of these interactions moving into the Levant, into Syria, into Anatolia and Greece, all of this stuff. They weren't just dudes just walking around and not having babies and doing none of this. Yeah, these people were making families and interacting and all this stuff, right? It's
No, that's a fact, bro.
Yeah.
They done talked about Ramesses. They done talked about Ramesses the Third. He was running through them foreign hoes. Like that's well known.
Well,
and that was the I think that was the 18 dynasty or the 14, one of them. So yeah, that's fact.
You don't even gotta go. You can go all the way to the beginning of the 18th dynasty. Shoot, 18th dynasty. They had a partnership in like a marriage relationship with the Mitanni kingdoms who spoke Aryan language. You know what I'm saying? Which is, Kaharian is probably considered, it's a language isolate, but it's closer to some of the Trans-Caucasus languages, like including Indo-European and shit. You know what I'm saying? And Queen T, her father and her mother was from Mitanni.
Right, but here's the point I would make, right? Just like how that genetic paper says that the sub-Saharan genetic mix is recent and it's pretty sparse, right? Basically negligible. That's how I would look at Egypt insofar as the other cultures that they intermingled with, and by proximity, they may have took one and two things. You know what I'm saying? These niggas might have had a dance over here and we took the dance. I would say similarly, that shit is the sprinkles. You know what I'm talking about?
It ain't like that, bro. You
no, I'm saying that's my hold on.
Towns.
I'm saying
we've been talking about his belief the whole time.
No, hold on. It ain't a matter of belief.
Hold on. Of people from the Middle East. You might have a whole town.
It's not a matter. Hold on, bro. I ain't finished. I didn't finish. It's not a matter of belief because we know for a fact that Egypt was started by Narmer, right?
What?
And as Amir,
that ain't what Unc said. Unc disagree with you on that.
Nah, you capping.
No, I'm not. He disagree with you on that.
Corey, so Unc disagrees that it wasn't Narmer united in the north and the south that made Egypt.
You just said they started.
Ain't no way. Come on.
You jumped from one thing to the next. That's why I be saying with y'all.
You playing?
Why we arguing?
You playing right now, bro.
Because y'all
almost started the bureaucracy.
Y'all always change the goalposts.
Nah, bro.
You
let
just
me finish
change
my
the
point,
goalposts
man.
in
Y'all
the
got
middle
a
of your
bad
sentence.
habit of cutting in when people talking, bro. Like, don't Chef tell y'all all the time? Let a nigga dig the hole, bro, and then you could get the nigga. If you just keep cutting,
I ain't trying to get you. I ain't trying to get you.
No,
You're trying to get
saying,
me. That's why I'm cutting you off.
The discussion will be fruitful that way. If you cut in
No,
every
it's
two
not
sentences,
fruitful because you're trying to get me. That's why I cut you off. I'm not trying to get you. The discussion will be fruitful if nobody tries to get anybody. That's when it's a fruitful discussion.
So let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish what I was saying.
Go ahead, though.
It's accepted or it's known. Narmer united the north and the south, and Memphis was the first city, blah, 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 blah. That's how Egypt came into being, right? Amir done went into detail about where is Narmer from, the different burial practices that his people had, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when people say it's an African culture, if we going back to Narmer's time, that would be what, around 3,500 BC, right? We would say that's the nucleus of the culture. Would anybody disagree with that? You can in good. You can't disagree in good faith.
I wouldn't say. I would agree with that, because if you look,
that is the nucleus of the culture.
Look along the Nile, right? You talk about like what, for instance, all the temples and all. Really, that's what we tie our Egyptian
That's the
culture.
nucleus, where the Valley of the Kings
temples
and all that shit. That's the nucleus of the
Who
culture.
built them?
If you take a look,
who built all of that?
Don't matter. How you gonna know who built that pyramid?
Yeah. But if you look at all of these temple structures, right? You look at all the temple structures. I think we have a tendency to kind of
we all agree that represents the nucleus, right? All that other shit is on the periphery.
Let's agree to the nucleus.
I don't agree.
But that doesn't necessarily mean.
Do you?
That's where that
that
doesn't necessarily mean that's where the cultural influence stops. See, that's the thing.
No, I didn't say it. I didn't say it stopped there. I said that's.
I know.
Let's all agree that that's the starting point to the dynamic.
Right, that's the nucleus. All that
for
shit is the curtains and the paint.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And the driveway and all that shit.
So they ain't know none of that shit in the pre-dynastic era. They ain't know none of that shit in the pre-dynastic era.
Start of the dynamic. Let's go that way.
Yeah, the nucleus of that shit is in the south, by the Valley of the King, close to Nubia. That's where that shit coalesced and formed, and that's the nucleus, bro.
No, I don't, because a lot of the temple structures started before the Nubian area, right? But so that's kind of deceptive, right? Because you have to look at a chronology there. I don't think this particular map shows which temple structures were resurrected first, right? But a lot of
doesn't matter what temple. It doesn't matter what structure was settled first. It matters when the person started, when the dynastic reign begins, right? It wouldn't matter where he built them. We start building first, right?
Well, this is sort of what we're talking about, right? We're actually doing archaeological evidence, right? We're saying that, hey, here, how do we track, right, where that cultural influence goes, right? So
we're not talking about influence like this. Let's just agree on a nucleus so we can move forward. Where do you want to put the nucleus? Normal before normal.
Egypt was already mixed.
Well, let's go back.
For 30,000 years.
Listen, let's just come to the agreement on the
for
nucleus.
sure. Let's go even back.
Where do we want to pinpoint the nucleus so we can just get that point settled and move forward?
Let's do that. Hold on just a second. I'll
really
go back.
care.
Pre-dynastic.
Let's
go there.
So pre-dynastic is the nucleus. Where does pre-dynastic Egypt begin?
Right here. Let's
like
Tasedi.
Even Tasedi was different sacral kingdoms.
Right, and to the modern people listening right now, what would that area be called today to the modern people listening?
Right. We right here. We see what 3100 BCE. Hierapolis.
Or Sudan, sorry, not Nubia.
Right, exactly. We're seeing
Sudan, right?
Nope. This isn't in Sudan, right? This is in Narmer. You see it right here. I just pulled it up.
What area is it in modern day?
You're not sharing, Brendan. You're not sharing. You're not sharing, bro.
Yes, he is sharing. He is sharing.
Take a look here.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Hold on. There's a little bit of lag.
Where are you looking at? Where are you looking at?
Hold on. Let me center this. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. Let me try to center this.
Hey, while you're centering it, kind of tell us what you're showing, because I just jumped on not so long ago. There are multiple arguments and positions going on at the same time.
Right.
And there's no way to clear this air unless you go one at a time with what you're talking about.
Right. So
tell us what is called today in modern.
What we're trying to do right now is trying to center where, in terms of like ancient Egypt, right? Where is the center point of the ancient Egyptian culture, right?
Okay.
We're laying down a marker. We're laying down both a geographic and a chronology marker, right?
And once you get that,
what we're talking about.
Once you
hold on. Before we go there, before we change right there, we just want to come to agreement on the pre-dynastic spot. And then you can ask that question. But let's
for sure.
We got to close one door. We right now we're starting at where the pre-dynastic. That's what we're beginning from, the pre-dynastic Egypt. We're trying to come to agreements on location first. Once we get that, then you can ask your next question, bro, and we can go. So Brendan, where do you put the beginning of pre-dynastic Egypt at, bro?
Right.
In modern day terms. Don't give me Taseti because we can't find Taseti on the map.
Not at all. Right. We're taking a look right here. This is what this source says, pre-dynastic Egypt, right? This is
what area is that?
Right. If you take a look right here, right, it says this is Heliopolis, right? There's 3 monuments here in Heliopolis, right? And Elephantine is to the south, right? And then there's one to the north, right? Up towards this looks like this is whatever they call the north.
We have multiple settlements
so
coming in from the
Sahara. Of course, there's things. Of course, we know that there's things that are not shown on this map. But I'm just trying to lay down a geographic and a time frame marker, right? Just to frame the conversation, right?
Yeah. Who disagrees with that?
I'm agreeing with you, Brandon. I'm just.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, there's other things there, right? Because we always
let's stay focused on one thing though.
Exactly. Exactly. This is a pre-dynastic area, right? In terms of Egypt. This is the reason why I brought this up is that this is where it sort of starts out.
Right, Cairo, right around Cairo.
Boom, there it is.
All right, all right, boom.
Who disagrees with that? Who disagrees with that?
Is Hiram Canopolis, is that close to Cairo? Because it says right there in the screen share, Hiram Canopolis is the most likely capital after Lower and Upper Egypt are unified under King Narmer. Where is that in proximity to Cairo?
Oh, you want to go
Cairo is towards the north, right?
Cairo's towards
Cairo's up there.
Yeah, I would disagree with that Cairo thing.
It's the Giza Plateau. That's where Cairo is at.
Yeah, I would disagree with that then based on this source.
So you want to go with Hiram Canopolis.
That what it say?
Can I say something? As far as I know, that the earliest that their religion began, it was in Abydos. So it's like right around the point that he was just saying.
No,
like
not,
right
not religion. We're trying to start where the pre-dynastic is.
Yeah, exactly. We know there's earlier pieces.
Yeah, we don't want to veer off. We don't want to veer off.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
pre-dynastic Egypt.
Capitals can move.
Can we start at 31 BCE as a mark?
That's fine.
3100 BC,
fine.
Right?
Exactly.
Fine. Yes. 3100 BC. We in the door. Bam.
Let's do that.
Remember that.
Okay, so now that we've established that, what are we trying to prove with that?
Haskell.
I don't even know.
You had some conversations.
We're just trying to get a damn starting point from where it springs up. So
yeah, but let me ask you this.
That's not even close to anything I'm talking about.
Yeah, who disagreed with that?
Well, because the conversation centered around the developing of Egypt. Right.
So let's zoom out a bit, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's do that. Let's zoom out a bit, right?
Because he was talking about culture.
Yeah, maybe. Now it's maybe.
That's what I was trying to. I'm trying to keep the argument.
No, we was talking about whether it was considered a Mediterranean culture.
You already answered that. Like it's Mediterranean based on locale, right? But you already said it's also African in culture. So both of y'all really got the same damn point. Like ain't no need. You already settled that.
But I already settled it, right? But I said that, right? But he's saying he don't agree with that. He's saying he don't agree with that.
And the Mediterranean sort of.
No, he said it. He said it's Mediterranean locale.
Let me clear it up. Let me clear it up for Sosa and for Magic Mike. Right. This is where we're at loggerheads right now. Corey is saying that Egypt is a Mediterranean culture. I'm saying that the very terminology is nebulous and essentially meaningless. Right. I then went on to say that the nucleus of the culture was in Upper Egypt. That's where the culture formed and coalesced. And insofar as any contact made with Mesopotamia and the Near East and whatever, that would be the periphery. That's
I got you. Yeah. So, but
it's not
other
necessary. It's not contact because they the same genetic people. They the same genetic pool of people. That's what
the
I'm
modern
saying.
populations are. Yes.
No. So the ancient population.
Hold up. Are there cultures that are Mediterranean cultures in existence now that border the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes.
Okay. If we describe those cultures as Mediterranean, would we also say that the term is nebulous?
Yeah, I would. Those are cultures that are on the Mediterranean. I wouldn't even use the term Mediterranean culture.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any meaning.
What's the better term to define these different cultures that all border the Mediterranean Sea that we can coalesce on?
I would just name them individually. I wouldn't coalesce them just because they're in proximity to each other.
We gotta get Mediterranean based on locale. Like we gotta just put a period.
Yeah. But what, to the extent that they have similarities, what would be the term to define those similarities? It's the Mediterranean. That's why they call it the Mediterranean. That's why they call them Mediterranean. It's not to say that everything is united and the complete same.
You know, they thought that was the middle of the world, right?
Yeah, but no,
they thought the Mediterranean. You know, Mediterranean means the middle earth, right? The middle of the earth. They thought that was everything, right? They thought that
it's the same. I mean, you can say,
but they don't. But the consistent of Egyptology, even though it's a Mediterranean culture by locale, like Corey already stated, they consider the culture an African culture. Gotcha. Right. Okay. So you hear the conflict already in Mediterranean culture by locale, African culture. So there's already.
Let me tell you what it is, bro. That Mediterranean shit was some shit to throw confusion in the mix. That's all that is. It was a way for them. It was a way for them Europeans to use sleight of hand to
it's always end up racism.
Hold on. Let me to fight. Yes, I'm not. I don't mince words. That's one thing, bro.
Yeah, but listen.
The motivation behind it was geopolitical. It is their way of psychologically extracting Egypt out of Africa.
All right, but listen.
Here's a point. Hold on, chronology and timeline as well, right?
Because nobody, because if you Google Red Sea, culture, you ain't gonna.
You already made your point.
You ain't gonna find shit. And they had plenty of contact and trade and all that fuck shit.
But hold on, before we move forward, now let's figure out. All right, now how are we gonna reconcile Mediterranean culture and African culture at the same time? How do we reconcile that so we can move forward?
Can I say something about that? I'm
Go
looking
ahead,
at the screen and I see King Normal, right? King Normal built the first.
No,
pyramid,
the question, how do we reconcile African culture and Mediterranean culture?
I want to point out something. I just want to point out something that.
No, hold on, bro. But
we're trying to keep it.
I don't give a shit about.
I'll give a shot at it.
I'm saying it's like we have concept of the pyramid.
You gotta figure that out.
Did he get it from the north or did he get it from the south?
Exactly. That's the thing. Do you really focus on the north or the south? You look at the map here. We talked about what was the central point. What's the nucleus, right? If you go towards the south, right, you see 2000 BCE, right? That's the Nubian influence, right? That's a little bit later than we talked about earlier. Remember, I think.
All right. So
Haskell,
Haskell,
you mentioned that the monuments were started down in Nubia. That according to this map, that doesn't look like that's the case, right? There were earlier monuments, right? And there's the Egyptian sort of border was towards the north, right? According to this map.
Right? No. According to that map, I'm seeing 2000 BCE and 3100 BCE.
Yeah, exactly.
Both those locales are in the south.
3100 BCE is older. Right?
In the
that's
south.
That's older than 2000. 2000 is towards the south. You see where Nubia is?
No, but 3100 is still
older.
That's smack dab in the middle of the. That's
older.
Smack dab in the
right?
middle of Egypt. What do you mean?
These are the older areas.
Is in Upper Egypt. Period.
What?
That would be
Hierakonpolis is in Upper Egypt.
That would be considered Upper Egypt.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the south.
Here.
Fine.
No,
what we talking about?
That's the north, right? We're talking about Upper
Egypt.
Egypt.
Hierakonpolis is in Upper Egypt. That is
upper and lower.
The south.
We talking about geographically. We're
right. It's in southern
talking about
Egypt.
geographically.
Damn.
Not what they call it.
You guys are doing the.
Nah,
I understand what you're saying.
North is south, south is north. Oh, yeah, I got you, right?
Yeah.
What is the light green?
Crazy,
I'm talking about the light green. The light green is 3100 BCE. That is older, right? Than the
Right,
2000
and that is the South,
right?
Brendan.
Yeah,
Heracanopolis
exactly.
is in the South.
We agree. I don't understand. That's the whole point.
Heracanopolis
Right.
is in the South.
No, yes,
Upper
nigga.
Egypt.
Goddamn, why is that so? Am I talking Mandarin?
Upper
Nigga,
Egypt
look
is
at the
considered the
map.
South.
Are you?
Upper
Are
Egypt,
you?
Heracanopolis is in the South. God damn, now I'm getting frustrated. Are we looking at the same screen share?
I'm looking at Nubia.
Yes.
Heracanopolis. Fuck the Nubia. Fuck
in
Nubia.
relation to Nubia.
Brandon.
That's what I'm saying.
Heracanopolis is in southern Egypt.
Not in position.
I am in relation to Nubia.
No, we're not doing it in relation to Nubia.
Fuck Nubia. Fuck
We're
Nubia.
doing it in case of Upper and Lower Egypt.
Okay.
What's considered Upper and
Okay,
Lower
Nubia,
Egypt.
pardon me, brothers. Pardon me. I'm sorry for the confusion. I'm looking at
Brendan, though, I understood what you were saying because that's the
Pardon
whole
me.
point of bringing
Exactly,
the point.
because they said earlier.
Go ahead, Brandon.
No, we agreed that we would go with
Go
3100
slow
BCE.
down, slow down.
That was a consensus.
The reason
Haskell.
The reason
Allow
I'm
Brendan
getting
to
jumped
say.
on. The only reason why I mentioned Nubia is because we had a broader conversation earlier in terms of what some of the older monuments were, right? We were talking about the older sort of, I guess you would say, temple monuments started in the Nubian area, right? And according to this map, that's not true, right? The older monuments are in the 31.
Because that you would be talking about, I think when he's talking about the older monuments, he's talking about in terms of Nubia. That Nubia would be independent from Egypt at that point because there is no juxtaposed to Egypt, right? So you're looking at when Egypt is trading with Nubia as opposed to when Nubia develops and Nubia. So they're saying that the Nubian monument is a continuation that goes into.
That's a good point. Great point of clarity. That's why I say I'm getting jumped on. It's like I'm just trying to make a point. Okay, I got it.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
There's no Egypt yet. So there's Nubia. That's the argument that was being made.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So those monuments wouldn't go under Egyptian monuments because there's no Egypt.
That's a great point of clarity. Yeah.
Right. So we agreed. Everybody agreed on 3100 BC being the epicenter, the nucleus. Heracanopolis is in Upper Egypt, aka the South. Now we can move forward.
Yes.
And my whole argument is the contact with the Near East, happened later in Egypt's development, and those cultural affinities that they would have with those locales would be on the periphery. That's my argument. The core of the culture.
That's what I don't. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
I'm saying the core of the culture, the nucleus of the culture, is in Upper Egypt, the South.
Yeah, but the part where I'm confused at is when you say the contact comes later, because don't you understand that these people have been back migrating from there for 40,000 years.
No, I'm talking insofar as insofar as when Egypt is forming going forward, based on the source that Brennan had cited with the red and the pink and all that. And when
as a snapshot, for sure.
Right. When Egypt was establishing like colonies in those different areas, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay. That's a good point, at least for me to ask a question. Because if that's so, you're saying at that point when it started, it was more of a geographically southern influence, not where the river flowed, but geographically north, south, east, and west. It was more of a southern influence at the beginning. Is that what you're saying?
Right, that's fair.
Okay, now, so what happened and when did it happen to where there was a massive takeover by the individuals from the Near East? Because that obviously, if what you're saying is true, at some point there was a massive takeover. When did that takeover happen?
Well, it happened at various points. Somebody more erudite in Egyptian studies would be, hold on, I'm answering.
Okay, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Because you got to remember, it was invaded by the Persians.
700 BC.
Way later. Right. So, you had the I believe the Libyans when they come in, the Hyksos, of course the Romans, the Greece. I believe the Turks were in there at one. Like it's a lot.
You're leaving out an earlier population, bro. And I don't think a lot of people see it. You got to understand that the Sierra was drying out, and everybody was running from the west to the east.
We're in a certain time period.
We're in a certain time. I think all that stuff happened later, right?
The Bantu expansion.
Yeah.
The Bantu expansion happened 5,000 years ago. Listen,
brother,
no, we're not
talking
about
that. Is in 3100 BC going forward. We leave out
3100 BC going forward. Now let's talk about the Bantu expansion. The Bantu expansion, right? When the Bantu expansion happened, it was 5,000 years ago. That's right around this time. We already know that Ramses, what was it? Ramses the third or the second, one of them.
Yeah, we brought
is the third. That directly connects them to those people. Also, we have cave art that resembles certain Egyptian gods. You know what I mean? So I believe that based on the Bantu expansion and the language, Egypt, some Egyptian, early Egyptian language was Bantu. Like most of African languages are Bantu. You know what I mean? Because of the Bantu expansion. We can't say that they didn't migrate into Egypt during that time period. You know what I mean?
I think the conversation has devolved.
Right.
Actually, it's going backwards. There was a one of these sessions a few days ago where there was a lot of clarity at the end. It's kind of going backwards. I suggest you guys go back you guys go back and listen to Dr. Reggie, who's probably considered by some a little bit on the fringe, but even he gave a lot of clarity that I think most of us would agree with. What we're talking about now is going backwards.
And that's just what I keep saying. It's keep being a circle. It's a
circular firing squad.
Argument.
It's a circular firing squad.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but Magic Mike,
I believe everybody is right though. I believe everybody came into that.
But they say I'm crazy, Mike. Mike,
no.
hold on, because
I'm talking about doing 3100
I finally got somebody. I finally got somebody other than Sheffrin who actually made sense to me. What Mike just said makes sense to me. Like, we already came clear on this. It was clear. Everybody agreed, didn't they, Mike?
Absolutely.
Even the craziest motherfucker in the room. I was not the craziest motherfucker in the room just a couple days ago. Now all of a sudden, I'm the craziest motherfucker in the room again. What
was the conclusion that Reggie made?
No, let me ask the question. This is what I like, because I've been listening for like a couple of days, and it should drive me crazy. If we agree, right, and I thought we did, that the people there are descendants of those people, then what else are we arguing for?
That's my point.
Forget skin color. I don't want to talk about skin color. I hate that shit. Right?
So
what else are we arguing? If we all agree on that, then why are we still arguing?
Yeah, but
you know why?
The Egyptians.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest
on that, Sosa.
I'm gonna be honest with you. See, that's and
watch this
Haskell is being agreements. Haskell is being honest. But them won't be honest like Haskell. You see what I'm saying? That's why we still arguing, because them is saying they're not saying what Haskell is saying. You see what I'm saying, Sosa? They gonna say that, but argue the points that Haskell would argue. That's why it's a circular. That's why we keep going in a circle. It's a circular argument. It's dishonest.
What's the point that Brother Reggie made? Because I didn't get through the whole live stream that you guys did. I'm just kind of interested. What was the conclusion that he made?
The conclusion that Reggie made was that population. I'll paraphrase it. That population around the time frame we started was neither white or black. It was what we would consider white or black, and they probably look more like what the Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein, that's what the majority of that population. Now, we're saying that there could have been maybe 3 to 5% that looked like someone else, maybe 3 to 5% that were maybe somewhere else, but the majority of that population that progressed starting around 3100, 3500 BC, that progressed into what we know as ancient Egypt was neither white or black. Most of the people in that area had affinities from what we're calling today as the Northeast and Levant, but they also picked up a lot of practices over thousands of years from individuals that live primarily maybe in what we're calling the Green Sahara and other areas, specifically with pottery, the development of that and different things. But the idea that some other culture from the geographical South or anywhere else influenced the majority of what those people that produced what we know as ancient Egypt is crazy, man.
Yeah, their own indigenous populations and their mixed population. Yeah.
I mean, they are who they are, and their descendants are there today.
Right.
The majority
That's all
of
I ever. That was, and you know what? That's the only thing I ever said. And here we are 7 months later. Here we are.
And
you don't disagree with
hold on,
that at all, Corey,
I was on the show last week when we all agreed to this shit like last week.
But they listen though. This is this honest part. They don't agree with that. They say they do, but they don't agree with that. That's the whole trick. If y'all can't see that, then now I'm back to being the crazy motherfucker in the room again.
And I asked him,
you know what I'm saying? I'm back to being the crazy motherfucker in the room.
I asked him, I said, okay, so what level of influence or impact or anything that we can kind of claim a hold to and say that our people, our descendants from Central West Central Africa, and even kind of that Eastern Africa, what, as far as what we know they became and what they accomplished, their achievements, their society, their day-to-day life, what could we claim from that? And he said nothing. Our ancestors, West Central Africa, that whole Sudan area we're talking about, that the southern and all of that, he said, but we didn't contribute to that, to what became Egypt. Now, pre-Egypt, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 years ago, you know, there's contributions everywhere, but what became Egypt, we cannot say that we had anything to do with that as sub-Saharan Africans. We just can't.
Right, because it happened after Sahara, because the Sahara had already dried up.
Yeah.
And it was
and what you could point to, which you would maybe have some validity, would just be around the margins. It would be insignificant. You can point to whatever you want to, but it would be like less than 0.1%. And you can hang on to that all you want to. But what became Egypt was its own thing.
Right. Irregardless if you can see similarities in other places, they just took that shit and built their own shit on top of everything that they had in their heads. In other words,
it really sounds like we all agree. Like literally, we just have our own different ways of agreeing. You know what I mean? But we all agree. Like we really arguing, like y'all said, about nothing.
No, I think we all agree, but tomorrow there'll be a goddamn
because they don't agree. They don't.
Yeah, they don't.
It's the black thing though.
Let's get on back on the panel. I need
No, he's not. He's not going to come on the panel and say he disagrees with any of the scientific evidence. He's not going to say, you're not going to point out the scientific evidence and then get him to say he disagrees with that.
But you know, a part of the problem is that we never nail it down to a geographic location and a time period, because what you can end up doing, because what you can end up doing is move it way back to 15,000 years ago.
That's what they do.
Before any of
That's
this.
what they do.
And then you can show the migrational patterns. See, you have to frame.
That's why I
these
was trying to
conversations.
get a starting point. Pre-dynastic.
That's why I brought up the Great Rift Valley.
Right there. Exactly.
Now you're seeing why I brought up the Great Rift Valley now, because that's a fallacy. That I was given an example. It's called the infinite regress fallacy, right? Where you can just keep going back and back and back. And if you go back far enough, okay, now we're in the Great Rift Valley. Now everybody. Now there's no way to distinguish anybody from anybody. That's what I've been like, dude, I've been saying this, like y'all saying the same shit that I've been saying. Maybe I just don't talk right. I'm sorry. You know,
and not
I didn't go to formal
conversations-
school. I went to public school and
And
you
not
know
that
what I
those
mean?
conversations aren't good to have, right? It's good to have conversations about, you know, what happened in the what you would say the prehistoric times and all that. But in terms of what we're talking about, right? We're talking about Egypt, right? There was no Egypt back in those what you call the Green Sahara. Was there Egypt back in Green Sahara? No, exactly. So exactly.
Nah.
So you carve that out. That's a good conversation to have. We can talk about the Green Sahara, but not in context with the peopling of Egypt. You know what I mean?
Right. I think what
nail it down. Nail it down.
I think that's why I
You
was
can't
saying,
you can't talk about the Badarians. You know what I'm saying?
I
the shit
agree.
gets crazy.
I agree that in a small percentage you can use the argument to say that okay, after that cutoff period, that there's some genetic resonance there that connects.
Very
to
small.
people. You know what I'm saying?
Very
Very small, right? So I agree to that part. But then,
Everybody conceded that.
But
we
what is
conceded
there?
that
Right,
7
exactly.
months ago. We conceded that
saying,
7 months ago.
And that should be captured. And that should be captured in the context of what we're talking about today, right?
Yeah,
that
but
should be captured.
But from that time period to us West Africans, we are totally a different genetic group. You know what I'm saying? Why would you say African American? Those Africans below the Sahara have gone completely different now. You know what I'm saying?
Sosa, here's the thing. I think
we ain't even them no more.
Sosa, the whole thing about sub-Saharan is you could be two regions below the Sahara and they're distinctly different genetically. So the whole thing about Egypt and how much affinity they have to us as Western Central Africa, I think that could be done away with.
No, I'm talking about the barrier, what's called the Sahara, the desert. Once that barrier is there, anybody that has to deal with that barrier is blocked off. Now, any little outer edges, you can have that. You can have the little clips, snips around that. But I'm talking about those that are blocked off.
What I'm saying is but Sosa, listen to what I'm saying.
You're saying bunches of niggas was walking across the desert. You know, it was big groups of niggas walking across the desert.
The remainders of
this is what I'm saying, guys. Listen, hold on.
No, without that camel down there.
This is what I'm saying. The people in the Sudan, they're below the Sahara, right?
You can have the Sudan. You can keep the have the Sudan.
No, man, y'all gotta let people finish, man.
A lot of the Sudan is in the desert, though. It's half and half. Go ahead. You can have it. You can have it.
That's what I was saying. I'll give you Sudan.
I don't want to have it, bro. I was gonna make a point. I can't get to a fucking point. My point is, golly, boy. Even among the people who are quote unquote blocked off by this barrier, right? Even among those people, they're not necessarily genetically aligned like that. You get what I'm saying? So if we just looking at strictly sub-Saharans, just because I'm sub-Saharan and you're we could be because the Sudanese ain't us and they're sub-Saharan.
Right. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I say. That's what my point is. That talking point about
I agree with that.
Their relation to us as West Africa, that's a non-starter. Like who's sensible is making that argument at this point in time?
Really?
Come on, man. Listen, I ain't even finna go into it, Haskell. I'm not.
Nah, that's the Mfudishis and them. We talking
No,
about
no.
the niggas over here. Nobody's making that argument. That's neither here nor there. Hey, God, I do want to read something from the study.
We wouldn't even be having a discussion at that point.
No. The discussion is a different discussion than that, Corey.
Go ahead, kick up dust after that. We already agreed. Go ahead, read it.
Neither Ankh, hold on. Ankh or Asar or any of them is making the argument that we are close in relation to the ancient. Them niggas is not making that argument.
You might want to hold up on that, bro. Go ahead and read the argument,
bro.
I don't put Ankh in there, but I wouldn't just throw Asar name around loosely like that, bro. Go ahead and read the little clip.
What Asar them will make, they'll make an argument for there being connections culturally and trade wise, which y'all can reject or accept, but that's separate and apart from the argument that we are the ancient Egyptians or we're closely related to them. They're not
see. This is
they're not making that argument, bro. Come on, man.
This is where the conversation becomes dishonest, and it gives me a headache because now nobody's saying what they're saying anymore. You know what
Corey,
I mean?
nobody said that. Corey, who said that?
I'm the
Who said that?
crazy nigga in the room all the time.
Okay, so who said it then, Corey? Who?
Look, nobody. Ain't nobody said it, bro. Nobody said it, bro.
All right. I wanted to read this. I wanted to read something real quick. I want to read something real quick, Corey, from the study that that we were talking about with those 3 mummies, right?
Egypt was a black. Go ahead.
So, and this is why I said I felt like
I don't even want to talk about the mummies no more. I already talked.
That's fine. I want to talk about the mummies.
Go ahead.
Right?
You talk about the mummies.
You know, because when people say that the modern population is representative of the ancient population, from a genetic perspective, most of the time this is a study that they're citing, right?
No, that's why I didn't want to talk about the mummies.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true.
That's why I didn't want to talk about the mummies because it's other studies that you can talk about.
Hold on,
You keep bringing the mummies.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. In terms of any ancient genetics, right? That's the study they're referencing. Now, hold on. Let me give clarity. They do also make an argument for the genetics of the current population, right, being the same based on other inferential arguments outside of ancient DNA, right? So
Brandon,
let me just
Brandon.
real quick.
Right before you read it,
let me read this real quick.
Give me 30 seconds.
He gonna read the
No, hold on. I'm trying to get this off. It'll take me 10. It'll take me 30 seconds, right?
But that's Brother Haskell.
This is an excerpt from the study. All right. Abu Sir el-Malek's proximity to and close ties with the Fayum are significant in the context of this study, as the Fayum in particular saw a substantial growth in its population during the first 100 years of Ptolemaic rule, presumably as a result of Greek immigration. And there's some citations there. Later in the Roman period, many veterans of the Roman army who initially at least were not Egyptian, but people from disparate cultural backgrounds settled in the Fayum area after the completion of their service and formed social relations and intermarried with local populations.
Beautiful.
Importantly, there is evidence for foreign influence at Abu Sir el-Malek. Individuals with Greek, Latin, and Hebrew names are known to have lived at the site, and several coffins found at the cemetery used Greek portrait image and adapted Greek statue types to suit Egyptian burial practices. The site's first excavator, Otto Rubinson, also found a Greek grave inscription in stone, as well as a writing board inscribed in Greek. Taken together with the multitude of Greek papyri that were written at the site, this evidence strongly suggests that at least some inhabitants of Abu Sir el-Malek were literate in and able to speak Greek. However, we note that all of our genetic data were obtained from a single site in Middle Egypt and may not be representative for all of ancient Egypt. It is possible that populations in the south of almost done, guys. It is possible that the populations in the south of Egypt were more closely related to those of Nubia and had a higher sub-Saharan genetic component, in which case the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan ancestries after the Roman period might only be partially valid and have to be nuanced.
And that I don't have a problem with any of that. You know, that's not an issue. It doesn't change what we all just agreed on, even 5 degrees to the right or left. So
actually, it does.
No,
it actually does.
But listen to me, because there's a such thing as information overload. You know, and you know, since I've been listening to this argument on this channel for, I don't know, months now, I just started coming on. There's been a lot of information. There's no information out here that's a smoking gun. You guys already know the answer to this. You just basically agreed on it. You're not going to go find any other articles anywhere that's going to move the needle significantly than the hundreds of articles you've been reading already. If you do, present it. But and then maybe it may change something, but the likelihood is.
Hold on, we could talk about the genetic the Amarna mummies and the and I believe the 18th dynasty mummies. They sequenced it. Hold on.
Well, but you cut me off too.
Hold on. No, you.
I didn't have a natural pause. Yeah, so the people that are now, the majority population now, if you trace their DNA back 1,000 years, you would say that their ancestors came from that area. If you take the people that were there 1,000 years ago and trace it back 1,000 years prior, you're going to say their DNA is going to say they're from that same.
No,
that same general area.
That's okay. Not scientific. You have no scientific basis for saying that.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving you a synopsis of all the stuff you guys been reading over the last 3 months. Okay, now you got to find at what point in the last 5,000-6,000 years would a majority of that population's DNA say they were somewhere else if you were just tracking it back in that same time period. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. No, actually, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense because, again, the statements you're making are not scientific, and no disrespect, it shows you. I don't have the greatest understanding of genetics. Let me say that first, but I will say that I have a rudimentary understanding, and just by hearing you speak about tracking back DNA, I can tell that you don't necessarily know how that works.
Well, you can say DNA, you can say where they're from, you can say whatever you want to say.
Right, but
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm confining the argument right now to the genetic portion, right? And
well, the genetics is go ahead.
Yeah, and the assertion that if you track the current population 1,000 years back and then track that population, no, that's unfounded.
But at what point would they be from somewhere else? Is what I'm asking. At what point would it show the majority population was from somewhere else outside of the area that we're talking about?
I'm not sure. I'm not clear on your question, bro.
Okay, so if at some point their genetics, where they're from, would be identified somewhere else, at what point is that in history, and then where else would those people have been from?
Oh, okay. Really,
the majority population, not on the fringes or the minority. I'm talking about 75% and greater, which is really a super majority.
Right, absolutely. And what I would say is you would need a lot more DNA from the extant periods under study.
Right, but using the information you have now. So using the information you have now, you can go back at any period of time within that last really 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago. And you're going to come up with the conclusion based on the information you have now, that group of people's ancestors, let's just say ancestors, primarily came from a general area in the world. And we know where that area is.
Well, Upper Egypt is what I would say that area is. Is that what you're getting at?
So now if we haven't found a period of time in the last 5,000-6,000 years to where the ancestors would have been from somewhere else. If you go back that time and trace it all the way up to now, it follows that there hasn't been a break in the location of where the ancestry is from, the majority. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Who else doesn't understand what I'm saying? Who else doesn't understand? What I'm saying is what I'm saying is the majority population in what we know as Egypt has had the predominant same ancestry going all the way back.
But we can't establish that. See, your point is based on a premise that has never been established.
Well, but I'm saying using the information you have now.
Which is what information?
All the articles.
You're the one making an assertion. The onus is on you to outline your basis for it.
No. I'm saying the people there now, that there's a majority population of Egyptians that live there now.
Right.
Okay. What I'm saying is, as you start tracing their lineage going in the rear behind, that it's going to show that they're from a certain area in the world, right? What I'm asking
the paternal, you could do that by the paternal haplogroup, right? Which is 1% of 1%.
Yeah.
Which is what
I'm intentionally not using some of these scientific words that not everyone agrees on the meaning. I'm just using basic logic because I've already said that there's already been enough information put out about this for everyone to agree. There's no additional information that we know of. You just got to use your logic. You can go to Egypt now and you can see who lives there now. Those people have ancestors.
Right.
So where do their ancestors come from?
Most of them come from the Near East.
So when you say most, do you mean a majority?
Yeah, absolutely.
So at what point did tracing back in their lineage with the majority of their ancestors would have come from somewhere else?
It wouldn't.
That's my point.
Right. But here's what you're missing. This is why I told you that the problem with your argument is in its premise, right? So if you were to trace back the lineage of the majority of the inhabitants of the United States using the DNA evidence that we have now, it would mostly go back to Germanic tribes, Anglo-Saxon, et cetera, et cetera. But because of the historical information that we have, we know for a fact that prior to the colonial period,
but that's a false analogy because we know that they came over in ships and
it's a good analogy. Let him make it. Let him make the analogy because now you got to show that over the same thing happened.
Right.
Go ahead.
So you're actually trapping yourself.
Right.
You're trapping yourself. You don't even know it.
That's fine. I'm Houdini, so that's fine. Yeah. So back to the analogy, right? The supermajority of the genetics in this population today goes back to Germanic tribes, but we all know because of the historic information that we have that it didn't represent the supermajority prior to colonial times, right? So my argument is simply this. Just because the current inhabitants, the majority, their Y DNA, right? If you trace it back, because that doesn't change, aligns with a particular region, that in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean that represented a supermajority in 3100 BC. Does that logically follow?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
But you have to now do the same thing with Egypt, though. The same thing you just did. You have to now do that with Egypt so we can make the comparison. Show the mass migration of influx of people, right? Endemic diseases wiping them out, so forth and so on, that would bring about the same comparison that you use for the United States.
Well, yeah, we have all the invasions are documented. you know, and the mixing.
No, but the studies in that same study you read, it said it did not change the population genetically.
Yeah.
No,
You can
no,
invade someone
Corey.
with an army of a size of 5,000
It says,
people.
listen to what it says again. In which case, the argument for an influx of sub-Saharan ancestries after the Roman period, hold on, might only be partially valid and have. So they're saying, right, that their conclusion, which is that the supermajority is those that have the affinity to the Near East, Levant, etc., with a sprinkling of sub-Saharan genetic
that
components.
came in 700 years ago. Yeah,
and we don't have a problem with that.
Right.
It came in their purges.
They're saying that conclusion may only be partially valid. That might not be. That's what I just read, Corey.
Well, they're saying, it may have been some people there, right? They might have got there some other way, but it's insignificant. Like what? At this point, why are we bringing those up? Why would we bring that up?
It's not. So let's just say at the peak of Egypt's power, and even prior to, let's just say there were 1 million people there. I don't know how many people there were there. Let's say that 5%, which would be 50,000 of them, were a different people. They weren't Egyptian. They were just there. 5% of 1 million. Yeah, it is 50,000. Let's say that another 5% was something else. Let's say another 5% was something else. You still got 85%. You see what I'm saying? That's that comes up with the culture, the overall majority of those people, the people that were teaching in their education system, the people that were the leaders in that civilization, the people that
Magic
were.
Mike, let me ask you this: Are you aware that there were genetic studies done in the southern region, particularly dealing with around the Valley of the Kings? Like that's where they found Ramesses III and all of that. And based on those genetic analyses, the closest affinity for those mummies were with, what was it, central, was it the wetlands or whatever they call it? The Great Lakes region.
Yeah.
I'm aware of
all of that? But I'm saying that the people that descended from that group of people that may be different from what we're calling the supermajority, first of all, they don't really have a remnant left of any significance. But what I'm saying is, if they're there and if they were there then, and I'm giving you that, it's still a very small minority.
No, but I'm contesting that, Magic Mike. I'm saying that would be more representative of the majority as opposed to the remnant.
I see what you're saying. So where are those people now? When did those people go away or dissolve, or whatever words you would use to say become lessened of the overall population? What happened to those people?
Let me see, various invasions, displacement, miscegenation, over a 5,000 year, 3,000 year period.
Okay, but that still doesn't, even if that happened, that doesn't stop us from saying that the people that are there now are ancient. They're descendants of the ancient Egyptians. There may be some other descendants of the ancient Egyptians that dispersed and moved around and went other places, what you're saying, but it still doesn't stop the point. Makes sense?
Right, because an invasion is not, it's only an army of people.
Right.
It's not going to change the demographic of the population.
It does not. But I'm giving you.
Let me ask you a question. I got a question. So, all right. So going back to the America analogy, right? Let's say that we know that African Americans in America is like what, 13% of the American population, if I'm correct, somewhere
13,
around there.
14, somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. So, all right, say they go 1,000 years from now, they go to Salt Lake City and dig up the graves in Salt Lake City, and they find all these Europeans. Does that make America not an African American country?
America is not an African American country.
Yeah, America. It's not an African American country now. It's a majority.
No. I'm talking about like, do we exclude African Americans from being a part of that lineage?
No, we wouldn't exclude them. We would say they make up a small percentage.
Right, we're not
But
excluding.
it sounds like
others.
that's what it sounds like, though. It sounds like I understand what y'all are saying, but sometimes when I'm sitting there and I'm listening, it sounds like y'all are excluding the African, like the sub-Saharan African influence on Egypt.
No,
I think it was all of it.
But outside, but look at it. So we're 13% now, and I don't know at one point we were higher or lower, but our contribution, we have a contribution right now to America, to the United States. But if you weigh our contribution in comparison to the majority contribution, and you look at that 1,000 years ago, you're going to say, even today, right now, our contribution is less, right?
Than the majority.
It's less.
It would have to be.
And it's been less at every point, unless
everybody is influencing. You see what I'm saying? If you base that on everybody has an influence, everybody is influencing.
Yeah, but when you go back and when you look at a cultural society, you're going to look at its government, you're going to look at its infrastructure, you're going to look at its advancement in technology, medicine, education. You're going to look at all those things to judge it. Now, if you want to look at some of the things we really stood out in, music, the arts, you can say, yeah, the arts.
Look at it like this, though. Look at it like this. The 13% is literally influencing the whole culture of the United States.
Popular culture, but not the major institutions like what he's getting at.
Technology, science, so forth, so on.
Right. The things that actually drive a society and make a civilization.
Yeah, 1,000 years from now, people are going to look at those things, that he mentioned, not necessarily just the arts,
not rap albums.
Now, but we're not going to make it insignificant. If you look at music and pop, we're going to say, hey, man, Michael Jackson, we're going to say Prince, we're going to say these people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're not minimizing it. That's the overall question. That's his overall question is he see us minimizing the sub-Saharan contribution to the world.
But see,
I think that's the whole problem. I think that's why it's keep on going in circles.
See, he wouldn't see it as minimizing it if at some point someone decades ago hadn't poisoned the well and overly maximized it. See, someone maximized it and over leveraged in that area. So now when we try to bring it back to its real significance, it appears that you're minimizing it. No, we're just bringing it back to where it should have been in your understanding
bringing
in
clarity.
The first place.
Right. Just understanding the reality of the situation. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say bringing clarity because we ain't no experts, but yeah.
And it's like, why does that have to, why do we have to have influence in that to make us great? Like, that's
another thing.
That's another thing. That shit drives me crazy. Like,
right.
My
fuck
argument
them junky ass
would
pyramids,
be,
man. Goddamn. That pyramids.
My argument would be that if we going back to from the inception of Egypt up until the time when the invasions started occurring, I would say that the supermajority compared to the minority would be inverse to what it is now.
Because even at the beginning, Egypt, it was always, it was never a full component. It was all, them people been there. It's always been going back and forth at it. Even up into 3100 BC, they're already fighting
for 40,000 years.
The Sahara is already dried up. Like there's no more. The influx of sub-Saharan Africa coming across is being lessened from 9,000 on down. Like, so there's no component to keep driving that to a larger scale. It's only decreasing.
Hold on. But what would the Sahara drying have to do with? Because the locations I'm referencing are below the Sahara.
Right, but the Sahara drying up would be the blockade.
They talking about the Sudanese, but
but that population.
Even if you were to limit it to, let's say, around Luxor like where the Valley of the Kings is, like, you know, that area is sub-Saharan. So
I think that's the desert still. That's
so
still
it's
the
on the
desert
Sahara.
right there.
Luxor is on the desert?
Where's Luxor? Yeah, that's still in the desert. Most of the Sudan is in the desert. You know that, right?
Right. So hold on. Yeah, right. Most of it is in it. Right. It's only a portion that's below the Sahara.
Right.
So it would be
the
on
desert
the
don't go in a straight line. It's
right.
It's jagged, like, you know what I mean? It ain't, yeah.
Right. But that area would that area be considered sub-Saharan today?
They go back and forth on like the Sudan, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, not the
So,
Sudan.
like,
I'm saying
it's a gray area
no.
there.
Luxor, no.
I'm saying Luxor.
Luxor, no. Is that not sub-Saharan? Luxor, you saying? Where's Luxor at? I'm trying to figure out where Luxor is at. Here on the map. We got this map. I got it.
I don't think that'd be sub-Saharan.
Yeah, no, we need a map that show like the dry areas and all that, and the green areas.
What's the Luxor point?
I don't even see it on this. Then those I can make it bigger.
I think it's called something else back then though. I think it's called Kaluxor, I think is like the modern name. I think it was called Wased or something back then. So like according to this map that Brandon is showing.
What is it? What?
I don't think so. Man, where's these Egypt niggas when you need them, man?
Where's Reggie? Where's brother Reggie? He's in the chat. He didn't help.
Man, Reggie, get up here, man.
All you gotta do is get a modern map though, and just see where Luxor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get a.
Oh yeah. Hold on, just a sec. Hold on.
Luxor is above Aswan. It is on the Nile.
It's like right in this little area here.
Yeah.
No, that wouldn't be sub-Saharan.
No, that's not sub-Saharan. It's not even close.
Right here.
No.
See it in the bottom left there?
No.
It's not. It's not.
Oh, at the bottom right. Yeah.
I don't think the map popped up yet.
Hold on, where's the map at?
Just pull up Google Maps.
Anybody got Google Earth?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my phone. Google
That's
Earth.
like I said, and then people have always been right there coalescing. Like they were never like just a large population in them, and they were always a influx of those North Africans right there. You know what I mean? Coalescing with each other from the very beginning.
You don't have Google Maps on your what you on your PC or your phone?
On my phone, but I thought Brandon already had a map.
Yeah, I have this here, but it's just a very, very small little point. If you see, I just pulled up Wikipedia here.
Nah, you ain't got Google. You don't have Google Maps, Brandon?
I don't think so. I don't have the app, but I'm sure I can probably find a better one. Hold on.
Who ain't got Google Maps on their phone? The hell?
You don't need it. Just type it in your search bar. Google Maps.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
let me do this. I'm just gonna pull that up.
Okay, there it is. So yeah, I think that's definitely super Sahara or on the Sahara.
Yeah, that's definitely. I wish you would have pulled up a bigger map though.
Can you see that? It's a pretty big one.
I think I only see the Egypt part.
Mm-hmm.
No, you see Luxor with the star right there.
Yeah.
I was trying to. But that ain't even showing where the Sudan. I'm not
So,
the Sudan,
hey,
but
can you stop
South
sharing your
Sahara.
screen for a second?
The
Yeah,
Sub-Saharan.
sure.
Let me get that screen. Let me see something.
Bro, who doesn't have Google Maps on their phone though?
Screen.
No, I'm on my PC. I don't have it on my.
Oh, you're on your PC. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in my office. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Google Maps. Can you guys see the screen?
Having everything Google ain't good.
You guys can see the screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That red dot is Luxor. You see where Sudan is?
So you're dead on that.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's
right.
It's not sub-Saharan.
Yeah, it's definitely not sub-Saharan.
Yeah.
And the reason it's like that is because the monsoon changed its position during different times of climate change. Like climate change happens periodically. Everybody know that. You know what I mean? That's the whole layout. It's really laid out about from where the monsoon go through Africa. That's why you got the dry and the wet.
Yeah, Egypt is a trip, man.
Yo,
see how most of the Sudan, Zuma, I'm glad you did that. See how most of the Sudan is still in the desert?
Yep.
Right.
So that's still the Sahara Desert.
Hey,
you know
what's
what I'm
crazy
saying?
is, right, a lot of Nigeria is in the desert too.
Yeah.
And Burkina Faso.
Mm-hmm.
Most of Africa is in desert. Look like it.
No. Most of West Africa is like most of Nigeria is not on the
No, I'm just saying like the upper, like the North Africa is like this is like huge swaths, and plus in the very south.
In this map, like Nigeria is still like it's got greenery up there. Like it's just like you gotta go closer to see the greenery. That's all.
No, but Corey, that's a lot of desert, bro.
Yeah, it is a lot of desert, definitely.
You know, that's
but you gotta
it's the reason they
reason.
call the goddamn it's the reason that the Fertile Crescent is where it is. I'm saying that whole Asia area, they call that's the damn Fertile Crescent. You know what I'm saying? Like most of your domesticatable plants and shit are in that North African, Eurasian areas and shit like that.
Yeah, you see it with the green. You see how it's green right there, where it's on the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm. We see it.
That make a lot of difference.
That's why all them civilizations today right there.
That make a whole lot of difference in life. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why
I said they came from all directions. As the ground dried up, people just started migrating because there wasn't no water. They couldn't survive, so they all wound up in that one region from all directions.
Yeah, but we talking about a certain time period.
Yeah, when the Sahara
3100 BC. I'm just saying.
3100 BC, and that motherfucker's already dried up.
You mix
3100 BC, it's been dried up.
It started. I mean, but it was. What I'm saying is by the end of the migration. Say somebody. Just listen to me. Say somebody from West Africa. I'm talking about all the way on the coast of West Africa. It started to dry up. Some of them went south. Some of them started migrating east. Over time, over maybe 2,000 years, I want to say, they made it to Egypt. They made it to that region.
Right.
When you say
I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't even argue that because it wouldn't be how many people would it be?
I'm saying,
you know, they moving like groups of two.
I ain't saying it was I ain't saying it was like 1 million people that made it there. I'm just saying that some people bred in that region.
But yeah, now Haskell, Luxor is in Egypt, yo. It's not in the Sudan.
Yeah, I'm knowing. I was confused on if it was sub or super Sahara though. I was wrong on that. It's on the Sahara.
Yeah, we cleared that up, Chef.
Most of Sudan is on the fucking Sahara.
Yeah, and we give you those small components marching around, leaving as the Sahara dried up. But they're still marching.
Damn near all of Mali is the fucking Sahara.
Well, look at here. Let's do this. So if
that's just all desert.
I don't know what the city is here.
Y'all hear me? Luxor is not in the Sudan, yo.
We know.
We're
looking at it.
Yeah, we cleared that
the map up.
Yeah, see, geography be fucked up. Like,
Right.
and that's why we gotta
Yo,
stop them from saying the South. Right?
And they,
We gotta stop the Afrocentrics from saying the South because they make you think that they're not talking about, you know, Egypt no more. They make you think you're talking about the
so
Sudan
hold
or
on.
some
Let me
shit.
ask, are the Malayans considered sub-Saharan?
Who?
The people in Mali.
yeah, check this
Hey,
out. I just
bro,
pulled
what
this.
did you just do?
Huh?
What did you just do?
That's
pretty cool.
I'm trying to show how
This Google
far.
Maps.
You finna
I'm trying to
travel from
show.
Nigeria to Egypt?
You're talking. This is
4
in
days.
kilometers here. This is 7,500 kilometers. That
You
equates
finna go
to
on a
about.
road trip from
That's
Lagos
about
to
4,800
Luxor.
miles. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's-
And you see how much of a barrier that Sahara is, though. You can see how much big a barrier that is, bro.
They can't even
It's-
go through it today.
And you're not
they
gonna
got to
even
go
go
all
straight.
around it.
You're not gonna go
Yeah.
straight to it.
Yeah. If you started out today with your modern equipment and everything, there's no get, and you just started walking today with all the PPE and water you could carry right now in your best health at 18 years old, the likelihood is you die somewhere around.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
You're not gonna
about 300-400 miles.
Yo,
you know,
how is Mali considered
That's littered with
sub-Saharan though?
bones.
Somebody help me out with that.
Yeah, Mali is called sub-Saharan.
But it's not. It's all Saharan. Damn
yeah,
near.
definitely. Yeah,
No, because this map is a newer map, and
this is a new map.
The desert is expanding. You see what I'm saying?
Nah,
The
bro.
Africans
The
really
whole
drying up.
truth. The whole country desert, bro. The whole
So
shit.
hold on. You got to know what the Sahara mean, yo.
Here we go. Sahara means
sub-Saharan.
desert. That's what it means.
No, but sub-Saharan. Sub-Saharan countries are any countries with you know, a portion of it
with niggas in it.
no, listen. A portion of it below the Sahara. So any country that got a portion of it below the Sahara, they consider sub-Saharan. Look it up.
So
Like,
Sudan is
Mali-
a Saharan.
Yeah, Mali's
so
got
Sudan
that
is sub-Saharan
tip.
then.
Yeah.
It's sub-Saharan because a portion of it
That western
is
tip of Mali.
below the Sahara. Right.
And that's
they
not
don't
a
consider
true
it sub-Saharan
exact
though,
map,
Chef.
Pastor. You going with the greenery on this map as if that is exactly how it's
Corey,
represented.
listen to what I'm telling you, bro. They do not count Sudan as sub-Saharan.
Yes,
they
I told you they go back and forth with that. Sometimes
Yeah,
they
they
do,
go back and
sometimes
forth
they
with
don't.
Sudan, yo. Right.
What it is? It's a racial and geopolitical demarcation hiding behind geography.